Welcome to a modern retelling of The Prince and the Pauper, brought to you by Bookwave Studios. We've refreshed the language to feel natural and current, while carefully preserving the heart of Mark Twain's original masterpiece. We hope you enjoy this modern revision of The Prince and the Pauper. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Prince and the Pauper. In old London town, on a crisp autumn day in the mid-1500s, two baby boys were born. One arrived to a poor family named Canty, who wished he hadn't come at all. The other was born to the wealthy Tudor family, who had desperately wanted him, and so did all of England. The nation had longed for this royal child, prayed for him, and now that he had finally arrived, people nearly lost their minds with joy. Complete strangers hugged in the streets. Everyone took time off to celebrate. Rich and poor alike feasted, danced, and sang for days and nights without stopping. During daylight hours, London was transformed. Colorful banners hung from every balcony and rooftop, while magnificent parades marched through the streets. After dark, massive bonfires blazed on every corner, surrounded by revelers. Throughout England, people talked of nothing but the new baby, Edward Tudor, Prince of Wales. The infant prince lay wrapped in silk and satin, completely unaware of all the fuss. He had no idea that great lords and ladies were watching over him, and wouldn't have cared if he did. Meanwhile, nobody spoke of the other baby, Tom Canty, who lay bundled in rags, except for the poor family who now had another mouth to feed. Chapter 2. Tom's Early Life. Let's jump ahead several years. London was 15 centuries old and a major city for its time, with perhaps 100,000 inhabitants, some believe twice that many. The streets were narrow, crooked, and filthy, especially in Tom Canty's neighborhood near London Bridge. Houses were wooden structures, with each floor jutting out over the one below it. These buildings were made of heavy timber frames with plaster between the beams. The wooden beams were painted red, blue, or black according to the owner's preference, giving the buildings a colorful, picturesque appearance. Windows were small, with tiny diamond-shaped glass panes that opened outward on hinges like doors. Tom's father lived in a decrepit little pocket called Awful Court, just off Pudding Lane. Their tiny, crumbling house was crammed with desperately poor families. The Cantys occupied a single room on the third floor. Tom's parents had a crude bedstead in one corner, while Tom, his grandmother, and his twin sisters, Bet and Nan, slept wherever they could find space on the floor. They had a few tattered blanket scraps and some bundles of dirty straw that couldn't properly be called beds. Each morning, these were kicked into a pile, and at night everyone grabbed what they could to sleep on. Bet and Nan were 15, identical twins, kind-hearted but filthy, dressed in rags and completely uneducated. Their mother was similar, but Tom's father and grandmother were absolute monsters. They got drunk whenever possible, then fought each other or anyone who crossed their path. They were always cursing and swearing, drunk or sober. John Canty was a thief, and his mother begged for a living. They tried to force the children to beg, but never managed to turn them into thieves. Living among this terrible crowd, but not truly part of it, was a kind old priest named Father Andrew. The king had thrown him out of his home with just a tiny pension, but he secretly taught the children proper values. He also taught Tom a little Latin, reading, and writing. He would have taught the girls too, but they were afraid their friends would mock them for having such an unusual skill. Every house in Awful Court resembled the Cantys. Drunkenness, fighting, and chaos ruled the neighborhood every night. Broken heads were as common as empty stomachs. Yet little Tom wasn't unhappy, simply because he didn't know any better. All the local boys lived the same way, so he assumed this was normal. When he came home empty-handed at night, he knew his father would curse and beat him, followed by his grandmother, doing the same but worse. Later, his starving mother would secretly slip him whatever tiny scrap of food she'd saved by going hungry herself, though she was often caught and beaten for this betrayal. Overall, Tom's life wasn't too terrible, especially in summer. He only begged enough to get by, since the penalties for begging were harsh. He spent much of his time listening to Father Andrew's wonderful tales about giants, fairies, dwarves, enchanted castles, and magnificent kings and princes. His mind filled with these fantasies, and many nights as he lay on his miserable straw, tired, hungry, and bruised from beatings, he would escape into daydreams about the pampered life of a prince in a royal palace. Eventually, one desire began to haunt him day and night: to see a real prince with his own eyes. He mentioned this once to his Awful Court friends, but they mocked him so mercilessly that he kept his dream to himself afterward. Tom often read Father Andrew's books and had the priest explain them. These readings and daydreams gradually changed him. He began to feel embarrassed by his dirty appearance and ragged clothes, wishing he could be cleaner and better dressed. He still played in the mud, but now he valued the Thames River not just for fun, but also for the chance to wash himself. There was always entertainment around the Maypole in Cheapside or at the various fairs. Occasionally Tom and other Londoners would see military parades when some famous prisoner was taken to the Tower. One summer day he watched poor Anne Askew and 3 men burned at the stake in Smithfield, though the bishop's sermon bored him. Despite the hardships, Tom's life had enough variety to keep him going. Eventually, his royal daydreams affected his behavior. He began unconsciously acting like a prince. His speech and manners became surprisingly formal and courtly, amusing his friends at first. But Tom's influence among the neighborhood children grew, and they gradually began to look up to him with something like awe. He seemed to know so much. He could say and do such amazing things. Even adults started bringing their problems to Tom, often amazed by his insightful solutions. He had become a local celebrity to everyone except his own family, who saw nothing special in him. In private, Tom created an imaginary royal court. He was the prince, and his friends played guards, servants, and nobles. Every day, this mock prince was welcomed with elaborate ceremonies Tom had learned from books. His royal council discussed the kingdom's affairs, and he issued decrees to imaginary armies and governors. Afterward, he would go out in his rags to beg for a few coins, eat his meager food, endure the usual beatings, and then stretch out on his dirty straw to resume his grand fantasies and his dreams. His desire to see a real prince grew stronger day by day until it became the single passion of his life. One January day, on his usual begging route, Tom wandered miserably through the area around Mincing Lane and Little East Cheap for hours. He was barefoot and freezing, staring into cookshop windows, longing for the tantalizing meat pies and other rich foods displayed there. To him, these were heavenly delicacies, at least by their smell, since he'd never been lucky enough to taste one. The weather was miserable, cold rain, gloomy skies. That night, when Tom finally reached home, he was so wet, exhausted, and hungry that even his callous father and grandmother noticed. Their response was to give him a quick beating and send him to bed. For a long time, his pain, hunger, and the constant fighting in the building kept him awake, but eventually his thoughts drifted to far-off magical lands, and he fell asleep surrounded by jeweled princes and grand palaces, with servants rushing to fulfill their commands. As usual, he dreamed he was a prince himself. All night long, the glory of his royal dream life surrounded him. He moved among lords and ladies in brilliant light, breathing perfume, listening to beautiful music, and acknowledging the bows of the glittering crowd with a smile or nod of his princely head. When he woke in the morning and saw the squalor around him, his dream had its usual effect. It made his real surroundings seem 1,000 times worse. Bitterness, heartbreak, and tears followed. Chapter 3. Tom's Meeting with the Prince. Tom got up hungry and wandered off, still hungry, but his mind was busy with the shadowy splendors of his nighttime dreams. He drifted through the city, barely noticing where he was going or what was happening around him. People bumped into him, some shouted rude comments, but Tom hardly noticed, lost in his daydreams. Eventually, he found himself at Temple Bar, farther from home than he'd ever been in that direction. He paused a moment, then resumed his dreamy wandering, passing beyond London's walls. The Strand was no longer a country road by then, though it barely qualified as a street. One side had a fairly solid row of houses, while the other side featured only scattered grand buildings, the palaces of wealthy nobles with beautiful grounds stretching to the river. Those grounds would later be packed with brick and stone buildings. Tom soon discovered Charing Village and rested at the beautiful cross built there by a grieving king in earlier times. Then he wandered down a quiet, lovely road past the great cardinal's magnificent palace toward an even mightier structure beyond Westminster. Tom stared in wonder at the massive building with its sprawling wings, frowning towers, and huge stone gateway with gilded bars and colossal stone lions, all symbols of English royalty. Was his deepest wish about to come true? Here was a real king's palace. Might he actually see a prince? A living, breathing prince? On each side of the golden gates stood living statues, tall, motionless guards in gleaming steel armor. At a respectful distance, country folk and city people waited, hoping for a glimpse of royalty. Splendid carriages with elegant passengers and impressive servants arrived and departed through the various entrances to the royal grounds. Poor little Tom in his rags approached slowly and nervously past the sentries, his heart pounding with rising hope. Suddenly, through the golden bars, he spotted something that nearly made him shout with joy. Inside was a handsome boy about his age, with sun-browned skin from outdoor activities. He wore beautiful silks and satins adorned with jewels, with a small jeweled sword and dagger at his hip, fancy boots with red heels, and a jaunty crimson cap with feathers fastened by a sparkling gem. Several magnificent gentlemen stood nearby, servants no doubt. This was a prince, a living, real prince beyond any question. The poor boy's prayer had finally been answered. Tom's breath quickened with excitement, his eyes wide with wonder and delight. Everything in his mind gave way to one desire, to get close to the prince and really look at him. Without thinking, he pressed his face against the gate bars. Instantly, one of the soldiers grabbed him roughly and threw him back among the gawking crowd. "Mind your manners, you little beggar," the soldier barked. The crowd laughed, but the young prince rushed to the gate, his face flushed and eyes flashing with anger. "How dare you treat a poor boy like that?" he shouted. "How dare you mistreat the king, my father's poorest subject? Open the gates and let him in." You should have seen how quickly the fickle crowd snatched off their hats. You should have heard them cheer, "Long live the Prince of Wales!" The soldiers presented their weapons, opened the gates, and saluted again as the little Prince of Poverty in his fluttering rags entered to join hands with the Prince of Limitless Plenty. Edward Tudor said, "You look tired and hungry. You've been treated badly. Come with me." Several attendants stepped forward, to interfere, probably, but the prince waved them away with a truly royal gesture, and they froze in place like statues. Edward led Tom to a richly decorated room in the palace that he called his cabinet. At his command, a meal was brought unlike anything Tom had ever seen except in books. With princely grace and consideration, Edward dismissed the servants so his humble guest wouldn't feel embarrassed by their watchful presence. Then he sat nearby, asking questions while Tom ate. "What's your name, boy?" "Tom Canty, if it pleases you, sir." "That's an unusual name. Where do you live?" "In the city, sir. Awful Court off Pudding Lane." "Awful Court. Another strange name. Do you have parents?" "Yes, sir. And a grandmother, too, though I'm not particularly fond of her. God forgive me for saying so. And I have twin sisters, Nan and Bet." "So your grandmother isn't kind to you?" "She's not kind to anyone, your worship. She has a wicked heart and spends her days causing trouble." "Does she mistreat you?" "Sometimes she holds back when she's asleep or too drunk, but when she's sober again, she makes up for it with plenty of beatings." A fierce look flashed in the prince's eyes. "What? Beatings?" "Yes, sir. Beatings. And you so small and fragile. Listen, before tonight she'll be sent to the Tower. The king, my father—" "But, sir, you forget her low status." "The Tower is only for the highborn. That's true. I hadn't thought of that. I'll consider a different punishment. Is your father kind to you?" "Not more than my grandmother, sir. Fathers must be the same everywhere. Mine has a fierce temper, too. He hits hard, but usually spares me, though his tongue can be just as sharp." "How does your mother treat you?" "She's good, sir, and never causes me pain or sorrow. Nan and Bet are just like her." "How old are they?" 15, sir. My sister Elizabeth is 14, and my cousin Jane Grey is my age, both lovely and gracious. But my sister Mary is so gloomy. Tell me, do your sisters forbid their servants to smile, because it might doom their souls?" "Servants? Do you think they have servants?" The little prince studied the little pauper for a moment, then asked, "Why not? Who helps them undress at night? Who dresses them in the morning?" "No one, sir. Would you have them take off their clothes and sleep naked like animals?" "Their clothes? They only have one set. Why would they need more? They only have one body each." "What a fascinating thought. Forgive me, I didn't mean to laugh. But your Nan and Bet shall have plenty of clothes and servants very soon. My treasurer will see to it." "Don't thank me. It's nothing. You speak well, with a natural grace. Are you educated?" "I'm not sure, sir. The good priest Father Andrew taught me from his books, out of kindness." "Do you know Latin?" Only a little, I'm afraid. Learn it, lad. It's only difficult at first. Greek is harder, but neither these nor any other languages seem to challenge my sister Elizabeth or my cousin. You should hear those girls at it. But tell me about your awful court. Do you have a pleasant life there? Yes, sir, when I'm not hungry. We have Punch and Judy shows, and monkeys, such funny creatures, so cleverly dressed. And there are plays where the actors shout and fight until everyone is killed. It's wonderful to watch and costs just a farthing, though getting a farthing can be very difficult. Tell me more. We boys in Offal Court fight with sticks, like apprentices sometimes do. The prince's eyes lit up. I wouldn't mind trying that. Go on. We race to see who's fastest. I'd like that too. Continue. In summer, sir, we wade and swim in the canals and river. We duck each other, splash around, dive, and I'd give my father's entire kingdom to experience that just once. Please, go on. We dance around the maypole in Cheapside, play in the sand, burying each other, and sometimes make mud pastries. Oh, the wonderful mud! Nothing in the world is more delightful. We absolutely wallow in it, sir, begging your pardon. Please, say no more. It sounds glorious. If I could just dress in clothes like yours, take off my shoes, and play in the mud once, just once, with no one to scold or forbid me, I think I could give up the crown. And if I could dress up just once in your fine clothes, sir, just once, would you like that? Then it shall happen. Take off your rags and put on these fine clothes. It won't last long, but we'll enjoy it while we can. We'll change back before anyone comes to disturb us. A few minutes later, the little Prince of Wales was draped in Tom's shabby garments, and the little Prince of Poverty was dressed in royal finery. They stood side by side before a large mirror, and remarkably, there seemed to be no change at all. They stared at each other, then at the mirror, then back at each other again. Finally, the confused prince said, "What do you make of this?" "If you please, sir, it wouldn't be right for someone of my position to say." "Then I'll say it. You have the same hair, eyes, voice, manner, build, and face that I have. If we went out naked, no one could tell which was you and which was the Prince of Wales. And now that I'm dressed as you were, I believe I can better understand how you felt when that brutal soldier— Wait, is this a bruise on your hand?" "Yes, but it's nothing, sir. That poor guard." "Silence! It was shameful and cruel," cried the little prince, stamping his bare foot. "If the king— Don't move until I return. That's an order." In a moment, he had grabbed something important from a table and was out the door, racing through the palace grounds in his ragged clothes, his face hot with anger. As soon as he reached the main gate, he seized the bars and shook them, shouting, "Open! Unbar the gates!" The soldier who had mistreated Tom quickly obeyed. As the prince burst through, flushed with royal anger, the soldier gave him a hard smack that sent him tumbling into the road. "Take that, beggar brat, for getting me in trouble with His Highness," the guard said. The crowd roared with laughter. The prince picked himself up from the mud and charged at the sentry, shouting, "I am the Prince of Wales. My person is sacred, and you'll hang for laying a hand on me." The soldier mockingly presented his weapon and said, "I salute your gracious highness." Then angrily, "Get lost, you crazy trash." The jeering crowd surrounded the poor little prince and pushed him down the road, shouting, "Make way for His Royal Highness! Make way for the Prince of Wales!" Chapter 4. The prince's troubles begin. After hours of being chased and tormented, the little prince was finally abandoned by the mob and left alone. As long as he could rage at the crowd, make royal threats, and issue ridiculous commands, he'd been entertaining. But when exhaustion finally silenced him, he was no longer amusing, and his tormentors went looking for fun elsewhere. Looking around, he couldn't recognize where he was. He knew only that he was somewhere in London. He wandered aimlessly, and gradually the houses became fewer and pedestrians rare. He bathed his bleeding feet in a stream that flowed where Farringdon Street now stands, rested briefly, then continued until he came to a large open area with scattered houses and an enormous church. He recognized this church and felt instantly relieved. His troubles were over. "It's the old Grey Friars Church," he thought, "which my father took from the monks and made into a permanent home for poor and abandoned children, renaming it Christ's Church. They'll gladly help the son of the man who has been so generous to them, especially since that son is now as poor and lost as any child they've ever sheltered. Soon he found himself surrounded by a crowd of boys running, jumping, playing ball and leapfrog, and making a tremendous noise. They all wore identical outfits in the style of servants and apprentices of that era. A flat black cap perched on the crown of the head, too small to be useful as a hat or attractive as decoration, hair falling unparted to the middle of the forehead and cut straight around, a white collar, a blue gown fitted closely and hanging to the knees or below, full sleeves, a wide red belt, bright yellow stockings gartered above the knees, and low shoes with large metal buckles. It was an impressively ugly uniform. The boys stopped playing and gathered around the prince, who announced with natural dignity, "Good lads, tell your master that Edward, Prince of Wales, wishes to speak with him." This triggered a great shout, and one rude boy said, "Are you really His Highness's messenger, beggar?" The prince's face flushed with anger, and his hand automatically went to his hip, but found nothing there. The boys erupted in laughter, and one called out, "Did you see that? He thought he had a sword. Maybe he really is the prince." This brought even more laughter. Edward drew himself up proudly and said, "I am the prince, and it's disgraceful for you who eat thanks to the king my father's generosity to treat me this way." The boys found this hilarious. The first youth shouted to his friends, "Hey, pigs, slaves, charity cases living off his gracious princely father's handouts, where are your manners? On your knees, all of you, and bow to his royal majesty and his royal rags." With raucous laughter, they dropped to their knees and mockingly paid homage to their victim. The prince kicked the nearest boy and said fiercely, "Take that, tomorrow I'll have you hanged." This went beyond a joke. It wasn't funny anymore. The laughter stopped instantly, replaced by anger. Several voices shouted, "Get him! To the horse pond! Where are the dogs? Here, lion! Here, fangs!" What followed was unprecedented in England. The sacred heir to the throne was roughly manhandled by common boys and attacked by dogs. As night fell, the prince found himself deep in the crowded part of the city. His body was bruised, his hands bleeding, his rags filthy with mud. He wandered on, growing more confused, so tired and weak he could barely drag one foot after the other. He had stopped asking for help, since his questions only brought insults instead of information. He kept muttering to himself, "Awful court, that's the name. If I can find it before my strength gives out, I'll be saved. His people will take me to the palace and prove I'm not one of them but the true prince, and I'll have my rightful place again." Occasionally, his mind returned to his treatment by the boys at Christ's Hospital. "When I am king," he thought, "they shall have not just food and shelter, but also education. A full stomach means little when the mind and heart are starving. I must remember this lesson so my people won't suffer." Learning softens the heart and breeds gentleness and charity. The lights began to twinkle as rain started falling. The wind picked up, and a raw, gusty night set in. The homeless prince, the displaced heir to England's throne, continued drifting deeper into a maze of squalid alleys, packed with the desperate hives of poverty and misery. Suddenly, a large, drunk man grabbed him by the collar. "Out this late again, and I bet you haven't brought home a single penny. If that's true, I'll break every bone in your skinny body, or I'm not John Canty." The prince twisted free, reflexively brushed his shoulder, and said eagerly, "Are you really his father? Thank heaven, then you can take him away and give me back my place." "His father? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm your father, as you'll soon have reason to. Please don't joke or waste time. I'm exhausted, I'm hurt, I can't take any more. Take me to the king, my father, and he'll make you richer than you can imagine. Believe me, man, I'm telling the truth. Help me. I really am the Prince of Wales." The man stared down at the boy in confusion, then shook his head and muttered, "Completely insane." He grabbed the prince again, laughed coarsely, and swore, "Mad or not, my old woman and I will find all your tender spots, or I'm not a true man." With that, he dragged the struggling, protesting prince away, followed by a delighted swarm of ragged onlookers. Chapter 5. Tom as a Patrician. Left alone in the prince's private chamber, Tom Canty made the most of his opportunity. He turned this way and that, before the enormous mirror, admiring his fine clothes. He walked about the room, trying to mimic the prince's noble posture, while checking his reflection. Next, he drew the beautiful sword and bowed, kissing the blade and holding it across his chest, something he'd seen a knight do when delivering the lords of Norfolk and Surrey to the Tower for imprisonment a few weeks earlier. Tom played with the jeweled dagger hanging at his side, and examined all the costly decorations around the room. He tried each of the sumptuous chairs, imagining how impressed his friends from Awful Court would be if they could see him now in all his splendor. He wondered if they'd even believe his story when he returned home, or if they'd just shake their heads and say his imagination had finally gotten the better of him. After about half an hour, Tom realized the prince had been gone a long time. He started to feel lonely, then anxious. Soon he was pacing nervously, no longer interested in the beautiful things surrounding him. What if someone came in and caught him wearing the prince's clothes? What if the prince wasn't there to explain? They might hang him first and ask questions later. He'd heard that important people were quick to act on small matters. His fear mounting, Tom quietly opened the door to the antechamber, planning to find the prince and beg for protection. 6 magnificently dressed servants and 2 noble-looking pages jumped to their feet and bowed deeply before him. Tom quickly stepped back and shut the door. "They're mocking me," he whispered. "They'll tell everyone. Why did I ever come here? I've thrown my life away." He paced the floor, filled with nameless fears, starting at every small sound. Then the door swung open, and a silk-clothed page announced, "The Lady Jane Grey." The door closed, and a lovely young girl in rich garments ran toward him. She stopped suddenly with a concerned look. "What's wrong, my lord?" Tom could barely breathe but managed to stammer, "Please, have mercy. I'm not a lord. I'm just poor Tom Canty from Awful Court. Please let me see the prince so he can give me back my rags and let me go home unharmed. Please." By now Tom was on his knees, pleading with his eyes and upraised hands. The young girl looked horrified. "My lord, on your knees? To me?" She fled in terror, and Tom collapsed in despair. "There's no help now. They'll come for me." While Tom lay there, paralyzed with fear, alarming news was spreading through the palace. The whisper, for it was always whispered, traveled from servant to servant, from lord to lady, down hallways and through chambers. "The prince has gone mad." Soon, every hall was filled with clusters of whispering nobles and servants, all with dismay on their faces. Then a splendid official marched through these groups, making a solemn announcement. "In the name of the king, no one is to believe this false and foolish rumor on pain of death. No one is to discuss it or spread it abroad. In the name of the king." The whispering stopped instantly, as if everyone had been struck dumb. Soon a buzz rose along the corridors. The prince is coming." Poor Tom walked slowly past the bowing groups, trying awkwardly to return their bows, staring at his surroundings with confused, sad eyes. Great nobles walked on each side, supporting him and steadying his steps. Behind them followed court physicians and servants. Tom found himself in a grand room and heard the door close behind him. Around him stood those who had accompanied him. Before him, reclining on cushions, was a very large, fat man with a stern expression. His large head was gray, and he wore gray whiskers framing his face. His rich clothing was slightly worn and frayed in places. One of his swollen legs rested on a pillow, wrapped in bandages. Everyone bowed respectfully, except this stern-faced man, the fearsome King Henry VIII. His expression softened as he spoke. "How now, my son Edward? Have you decided to play a cruel joke on your father who loves you?" Poor Tom tried to listen, but when he heard the words, "me, the good king," his face went white. He fell to his knees, as if he'd been shot, and raised his hands in terror. "You're the king? Then I'm truly doomed." This seemed to stun the king. His eyes wandered from face to face before resting, bewildered, on the boy. "I'd hoped the rumors were exaggerated, but I fear they weren't," he said with deep disappointment. He sighed heavily and added gently, "Come to your father, child. You are not well." They helped Tom to his feet and led him to the king. Henry took Tom's frightened face between his hands and gazed into it lovingly, searching for some sign of recovery. "Don't you know your father, child? Don't break my old heart. Say you know me." "Yes, you are my dreaded lord the king, whom God protect." "That's right, that's good. Be comforted and don't tremble. No one here would hurt you. Everyone loves you. You're better now. Your bad dream is passing, isn't it? You won't call yourself something else again, will you? Please believe me, most dreaded lord. I only spoke the truth. I'm the lowest of your subjects, born a pauper. I'm here by terrible accident, though I meant no harm. I'm too young to die, and you can save me with just one word. Please, sir." "Die. Don't talk that way, sweet prince. Calm your troubled heart. You won't die." Tom fell to his knees with a cry of relief. "God bless your mercy, my king, and save you to bless this land." Then he jumped up with a joyful face and turned to the waiting lords. "You heard it. I won't die. The king said so." Everyone bowed respectfully, but no one spoke. Tom hesitated, confused, then turned timidly to the king. "May I go now?" "Go?" "Of course, if you wish. But why leave so soon? Where would you go?" Tom lowered his eyes and answered humbly, "Perhaps I was mistaken, but I thought I was free to go back to the alley where I was born and raised. It's a poor place, but it's home to me because my mother and sisters are there. This splendor isn't what I'm used to. Please, sir, let me go." The king sat silent and thoughtful, his face showing growing distress. Finally, he said with a note of hope, "Perhaps he's only mad on this one subject, but otherwise sound. God grant it may be so. We'll test him." Then he asked Tom a question in Latin. Tom answered awkwardly in the same language. The lords and doctors nodded in approval. His answer wasn't perfect for his education and ability, but it shows his mind is only damaged, not destroyed, the king said. "What do you think, doctor?" The physician bowed and replied, "I agree completely with your majesty's assessment." The king looked pleased at this encouragement from such a respected source and continued with renewed confidence. "Watch this. I'll test him further." He asked Tom a question in French. Tom stood silent for a moment, embarrassed at having so many eyes on him, then said hesitantly, "I don't know that language, your majesty." The king fell back on his cushions. The attendants rushed to help, but he waved them away. "Don't bother me. It's just a moment of weakness. Lift me up. That's enough. Come here, child. Rest your troubled head on your father's heart and be at peace. You'll soon be well. It's just a passing fancy. Don't be afraid. You'll soon be well." Then the king turned to the courtiers, his gentle manner changing to anger as his eyes flashed dangerously. "Listen, all of you. My son is mad, but it's temporary. Too much study and confinement have caused this. Take away his books and teachers. See to it that he has sports and healthy activities to restore his health." The king raised himself higher, speaking with growing energy. "He is mad, but he's my son and England's heir. Mad or sane, he will rule. And hear this, and make it known. Whoever speaks of this illness works against the peace of the realm and will go to the gallows. Give me something to drink. I'm burning up. This sorrow drains my strength. Take the cup away. Help me up. That's better. Mad, is he? Even if he were 1,000 times mad, he's still the Prince of Wales, and I, the king, confirm it. Tomorrow he'll be formally installed in his position, according to ancient custom." "Arrange it immediately, Lord Hertford." One of the nobles knelt before the king and said, "Your Majesty knows that the hereditary Great Marshal of England is imprisoned in the Tower. It wouldn't be proper for someone accused of treason to—" "Silence! Don't insult my ears with that hated name. Will that man live forever? Must my will be thwarted? Is the prince to remain uninstalled because we lack an Earl Marshal free of treasonous taint? No, by God. Tell Parliament to bring me Norfolk's death warrant before sunrise, or they'll answer for it severely." Lord Hertford said, "The king's will is law," and returned to his place. Gradually the anger faded from the old king's face, and he said, "Kiss me, my prince. There, why are you afraid? Am I not your loving father? You are very kind to me even though I don't deserve it, mighty lord. But it troubles me to think of the man who must die, and that's just like you. I know your heart is still good, even though your mind is unwell. You've always been gentle, but this duke stands between you and your rightful position. I'll find someone else who won't taint the office. Don't worry about it, my prince. But isn't it because of me that he'll die, my king? How much longer might he live, if not for me? Don't think about him. He doesn't deserve it. Kiss me again and go play. My illness is wearing me out. I'm tired and need to rest. Go with your Uncle Hertford and your attendants, and come back when I've rested." Tom, heavy-hearted, was led away. His last hope of freedom was crushed by the king's final words. Once more he heard the whispers as he passed. The prince comes!" His spirits sank lower as he moved between the bowing courtiers. He realized he was truly a prisoner now, perhaps forever trapped in this golden cage, a lonely and friendless prince, unless God took pity on him. Wherever he looked, he seemed to see the severed head of the great Duke of Norfolk floating in the air, the eyes fixed on him reproachfully. His old dreams had been so pleasant. This reality was so bleak. Chapter 6. Tom receives instructions. They led Tom to the main room of an elegant suite and made him sit down, something he was reluctant to do with elderly, high-ranking men standing around him. He begged them to sit too, but they only bowed their thanks and remained standing. He would have insisted, but his uncle, the Earl of Hertford, whispered to him, "Please don't insist, my lord. It's not proper for them to sit in your presence." Lord St. John was announced. After bowing to Tom, he said, "I come with a message from the king concerning a matter requiring privacy. Would your Royal Highness please dismiss everyone except Lord Hertford?" Seeing that Tom didn't know how to respond, Hertford whispered that he should make a hand gesture and not bother speaking unless he wanted to. When the gentleman had left, Lord St. John said, "His Majesty commands that for serious reasons of state, the prince must hide his condition as much as possible until he recovers. He must deny to no one that he is the true prince and heir to England's greatness. He must maintain his royal dignity and accept the respect due to his position by ancient custom. He must stop talking about his humble background, which his illness has conjured from his imagination. He should try hard to remember the faces he once knew, and when he can't, he should stay quiet rather than show surprise at having forgotten. When matters of state confuse him, he should show no distress to curious onlookers, but take advice from Lord Hertford or myself, who are assigned by the king to stay close until this order is lifted. The king sends his greetings and prays that God will heal you quickly and keep you in his care." Lord St. John bowed and stepped aside. Tom replied resignedly, "The king has spoken. No one can alter the king's command or avoid it when it's uncomfortable. The king will be obeyed." Lord Hertford said, "Regarding the king's order about books and serious matters, perhaps your highness would like some light entertainment to pass the time before the banquet?" Tom looked surprised, and a blush spread across his face when he saw Lord St. John's worried eyes on him. "Your memory still troubles you, and you've shown surprise," his lordship said. "But don't let it worry you. It will pass as your condition improves. Lord Hertford is referring to the city banquet that the king promised you would attend 2 months ago. Do you remember now?" "I'm sorry to admit it had slipped my mind," Tom said hesitantly, blushing again. At that moment, Lady Elizabeth and Lady Jane Grey were announced. The two lords exchanged meaningful glances, and Hertford quickly moved toward the door. As the young ladies passed him, he said quietly, "Please don't notice his strange behavior or show surprise when his memory fails. It will upset you to see how he struggles with even small things." Meanwhile, Lord St. John was whispering to Tom, "Please keep the king's wishes in mind. Remember all you can, and pretend to remember the rest. Don't let them see how much you've changed, because you know how much your old playmates care for you and how it would hurt them. Would you like me to stay? And your uncle?" Tom nodded and murmured his agreement. He was learning quickly and was determined to do his best to follow the king's commands. Despite everyone's precautions, the conversation among the young people occasionally became awkward. More than once, Tom nearly broke down and admitted he couldn't handle his role, but the quick thinking of Princess Elizabeth saved him, or a well-timed comment from one of the watchful lords had the same effect. Once, little Lady Jane turned to Tom and startled him with this question, "Have you paid your respects to the Queen today, my lord?" Tom hesitated, looking distressed, and was about to stammer something when Lord St. John smoothly answered for him. "Indeed he has, my lady, and she greatly encouraged him about the king's condition." "Isn't that right, your highness?" Tom mumbled something that sounded like agreement, but felt he was treading dangerous ground. Later, someone mentioned that Tom wouldn't be studying for a while, which prompted Lady Jane to exclaim, "That's too bad! You were making such good progress. But it won't be for long. Soon you'll be as educated as your father, speaking as many languages as he does, my prince." "My father!" cried Tom, momentarily forgetting himself. "I doubt he can speak his own language well enough for anyone but the pigs in the pen to understand him. And as for learning of any kind—" He caught sight of Lord St. John's warning look, stopped himself, blushed, and continued quietly, "My illness is bothering me again, and my mind is wandering. I meant no disrespect to the king." "We understand," said Princess Elizabeth, taking her brother's hand gently between hers. "Don't worry, it's not your fault, but your illness." "You're so kind, my lady," Tom said gratefully. "My heart tells me to thank you, if I may be so bold." Once, the spirited Lady Jane casually tossed a Greek phrase at Tom. Princess Elizabeth's quick eye saw from his blank expression that he didn't understand. She smoothly replied in Greek herself, then deftly changed the subject. Time passed pleasantly, and the conversation grew smoother. Tom became more comfortable as everyone tried so hard to help him and overlook his mistakes. When he learned that the young ladies would accompany him to the Lord Mayor's banquet that evening, his heart leaped with relief. At least he wouldn't be alone among all those strangers, whereas just an hour earlier, the thought of them coming with him would have terrified him. Tom's guardian angels, the two lords, had found the meeting more stressful than the others. They felt like they were navigating a great ship through dangerous waters, constantly on alert. So when Lord Guilford Dudley was announced, they felt their charge had been taxed enough for one day, and they themselves weren't in the best condition to guide him through another challenging encounter. They advised Tom to excuse himself, which he was happy to do, though a flicker of disappointment crossed Lady Jane's face when the handsome young lord was turned away. There was an awkward pause that Tom didn't understand. He glanced at Lord Hertford, who gave him a signal, but Tom didn't comprehend that either. The ever-ready Elizabeth came to the rescue with her usual grace. She curtsied and said, "Do we have your permission to leave, my brother?" Tom replied, "Of course, my ladies may have whatever they wish from me. I'd rather give you anything else in my power than deprive myself of your company. Farewell, and God be with you." Then he smiled to himself, thinking, "It's not for nothing that I've lived among princes in my reading and learned their elegant way of speaking." When the young ladies had gone, Tom turned wearily to his keepers and asked, "May I have permission to go somewhere and rest?" Lord Hertford answered, "It's your right to command, our duty to obey. You certainly should rest, since you must travel to the city soon." He rang a bell, and a page appeared, who was sent to find Sir William Herbert. This gentleman arrived promptly, and led Tom to another room. Tom's first instinct was to reach for a cup of water, but a finely dressed servant dropped to one knee and offered it to him on a golden tray. Next, the exhausted prisoner sat down and was about to remove his boots when another elegant attendant knelt and performed the task for him. Tom tried several more times to help himself, but each time, someone immediately stepped in to do it for him. Finally, he gave up with a sigh and muttered, "I'm surprised they don't insist on breathing for me too." Wearing slippers and wrapped in a luxurious robe, he lay down to rest, but not to sleep. His head was too full of thoughts, and the room too full of people. He couldn't dismiss his thoughts, so they stayed. He didn't know he could dismiss the servants, so they remained as well, much to his frustration and theirs. Tom's departure left his two noble guardians alone. They paced the floor, shaking their heads, until Lord St. John finally spoke. "What do you honestly think?" "Honestly? The king is near death. My nephew is mad, will become king while mad, and remain mad. God protect England, because she'll need it." "That does seem likely. But do you have any doubts about—" The speaker hesitated and stopped, clearly uncomfortable. Lord Hertford approached him, looked him directly in the eyes, and said, "Speak freely. No one can hear us. Doubts about what?" "I hate to say what's in my mind, with you being so closely related to him, but forgive me if I offend. Doesn't it seem strange that madness could so completely change his manner? His bearing and speech are still royal, but they're different in small ways from what they were before. Isn't it odd that madness would erase his father's features from his memory? That he'd forget court customs but keep his Latin while losing his Greek and French? My lord, I mean no offense, but his claim that he's not the prince troubles me." "Peace, my lord. You speak treason by the king's command. I can't even listen to such talk." St. John paled and quickly said, "I was wrong. Forgive me. Don't be harsh, or I'm ruined. I'll never think or speak of this again." "I'll be merciful. As long as you don't repeat this offense, here or elsewhere, I'll forget you spoke at all, but you shouldn't worry. He's my sister's son. Aren't his voice, face, and form familiar to me since his birth? Madness can cause all the strange contradictions you've noticed, and more. Don't you remember how old Baron Marley, when he went mad, forgot his own face after 60 years and claimed it was someone else's? He even insisted he was the son of Mary Magdalene, and that his head was made of Spanish glass. He wouldn't let anyone touch it for fear it would shatter. Put your mind at ease. This is the real prince. I know him well, and soon he'll be your king. It might be wise to remember that." After more conversation, during which Lord St. John tried to cover his mistake with repeated assurances that his faith was now unshakable, Lord Hertford took over the watch alone. He soon fell into deep thought, and the longer he pondered, the more troubled he became. Eventually, he began pacing and muttering to himself, "He must be the prince! Could there possibly be two people, not related by blood, who look so identical? And even if there were, by what incredible chance could one end up in the other's place? No, it's madness to think otherwise." Later, he said to himself, "If he were an impostor claiming to be the prince, that would make sense. But has there ever been an impostor who, when called a prince by the king in court, denied his royal status and argued against his own elevation? Never. This is the true prince. He's just gone mad." Chapter 7. Tom's First Royal Dinner. Around 1 o'clock, Tom reluctantly submitted to being dressed for dinner. Once again, he found himself magnificently clothed, but everything was different from before, from his ruff to his stockings. He was formally escorted to a spacious, ornate dining room where a table was set for one. The furniture was solid gold, decorated with designs that made it priceless. They were the work of Benvenuto Cellini. The room was half filled with noble servants. A chaplain said grace, and Tom was about to dig in. Hunger was second nature to him when he was stopped by the Earl of Berkeley, who fastened a napkin around his neck. The position of royal diaperer to the Prince of Wales was hereditary in this nobleman's family. Tom's cupbearer was also present, preventing him from pouring his own wine. The royal taster stood ready to sample any suspicious dish and risk being poisoned. At this point, he was mostly for show and rarely called upon, but in the not-too-distant past, the position had been genuinely dangerous. Why they didn't use a dog or a plumber seemed strange, but royal customs were often baffling. Lord Darcy, first groom of the chamber, was there too, though what he actually did was anyone's guess. The Lord Chief Butler oversaw the proceedings, under the command of the Lord Great Steward and the Lord Head Cook, who stood nearby. Tom had 384 servants in total, though not all of them were in the room, of course. Not even a quarter of them. Tom didn't even know most of them existed. Everyone present had been briefed within the last hour to remember that the prince was temporarily unwell and to show no surprise at his odd behavior. These oddities soon appeared, but they only aroused compassion, not amusement. Everyone was deeply saddened to see their beloved prince so afflicted. Poor Tom ate mainly with his fingers, but no one smiled or seemed to notice. He examined his napkin with great curiosity and said innocently, "Please take it away before I accidentally soil it." The hereditary diaperer removed it respectfully, without a word of protest. Tom studied the turnips and lettuce with interest and asked what they were and if they could be eaten. These vegetables had only recently been cultivated in England. Before that, they'd been imported as luxuries from Holland. His question was answered with grave respect, with no surprise shown. When he finished dessert, he filled his pockets with nuts. No one seemed disturbed by this, but it immediately bothered Tom himself. He realized this was the only thing he'd been allowed to do without help during the meal, and he worried he'd done something improper and unprincely. Just then his nose began to twitch and itch. The sensation grew worse, and Tom became increasingly distressed. He looked pleadingly at the lords around him, tears forming in his eyes. They rushed forward anxiously, asking what was wrong. With genuine anguish, Tom said, "Please forgive me, but my nose itches terribly. What's the proper procedure in this situation? Please hurry. I can't bear it much longer." No one smiled, but everyone was deeply troubled and looked to each other for advice. They had reached an impasse. Nothing in English history explained how to handle this situation. The master of ceremonies wasn't present, and no one dared venture into uncharted territory or try to solve this solemn problem. Unfortunately, there was no hereditary royal nose scratcher. Meanwhile, tears were rolling down Tom's cheeks, and his nose was pleading more urgently than ever for relief. Finally, nature overwhelmed etiquette. Tom silently prayed for forgiveness if he was doing wrong, and then scratched his own nose, bringing relief to everyone present. After his meal ended, a lord presented him with a broad, shallow, golden dish containing fragrant rosewater to cleanse his mouth and fingers. The hereditary diaperer stood by with a napkin. Tom stared at the dish in confusion for a moment, then raised it to his lips and took a sip. He handed it back to the waiting lord and said, "No, I don't like it. It has a pleasant flavor, but it's not strong enough." This new eccentricity of the prince's troubled mind saddened everyone, but no one laughed. Tom's next mistake was getting up from the table, just as the chaplain was positioning himself behind Tom's chair with raised hands and closed eyes, about to deliver the blessing. Again, no one seemed to notice anything unusual. At his request, Tom was taken to his private chambers and left alone. Hanging on hooks in the oak paneling were pieces of shining steel armor, beautifully decorated with gold inlay. This martial outfit belonged to the real prince, a recent gift from Queen Catherine Parr. Tom put on the greaves, gauntlets, and plumed helmet, and considered asking for help with the rest. Then he remembered the nuts he'd taken from dinner, and thought how nice it would be to eat them without an audience or servants hovering. So he put the armor pieces back and happily cracked nuts, feeling almost normal for the first time since God had punished him by making him a prince. When the nuts were gone, he discovered some intriguing books in a closet, including one about English court etiquette. This was a treasure. He lay down on a sumptuous couch and began educating himself with honest enthusiasm. Let's leave him there for now. Chapter 8. The Question of the Seal. Around 5 o'clock, Henry VIII woke from a restless nap, muttering, "Troubling dreams, my end is near. These signs and my failing pulse confirm it." A wicked light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he added, "Yet I won't die until he goes before me." His attendants noticed he was awake, and one asked what he wanted to do about the Lord Chancellor, who was waiting outside. "Let him in," the king said eagerly. The Lord Chancellor entered and knelt by the royal bed, saying, "As you commanded, the peers of the realm in their official robes are now waiting in the House of Lords. Having confirmed the Duke of Norfolk's death sentence, they await your Majesty's further instructions." The king's face lit up with fierce joy. "Lift me up! I'll go before Parliament myself and sign the warrant that rids me of—" His voice failed. The color drained from his face, and his attendants eased him back onto his pillows, quickly helping him with restoratives. Eventually, he said sadly, "How I've waited for this moment. And now it comes too late, and I'm robbed of this long-desired chance. But hurry. Let others do what I cannot. I place my great seal in commission. Choose the lords who will serve, and get to work. Hurry, man. Before another day passes, bring me his head so I can see it. As the king commands. Would you please return the great seal to me so I can proceed with the business?" "The seal? Don't you have it?" "Your Majesty, you took it from me 2 days ago, saying it wouldn't be used again until your own royal hand sealed the Duke of Norfolk's death warrant." "Yes, I remember now. What did I do with it? I'm very weak. My memory often betrays me these days. Strange. Strange." The king drifted into incoherent mumblings, shaking his gray head weakly, trying to remember what he'd done with the seal. Finally, Lord Hertford knelt and ventured to speak. "Sire, if I may, several of us remember that you gave the Great Seal to His Highness the Prince of Wales for safekeeping until—" "Yes, that's right," interrupted the king. "Get it! Hurry! Time is running out." Lord Hertford rushed to find Tom, but returned empty-handed. He reported, "I'm sorry to bring such unwelcome news, my Lord King, but it seems God's will that the prince's condition continues, and he can't remember receiving the seal. I came back quickly, thinking it would waste precious time for anyone to search all the rooms and chambers of His Royal Highness's apartments." A groan from the king cut him off. After a moment, Henry said with deep sadness, "Trouble the poor boy no more. God's hand lies heavy on him, and my heart aches with compassion. I wish I could bear his burden on my old, troubled shoulders and bring him peace." He closed his eyes, mumbled for a while, and grew silent. Later, he opened his eyes and stared blankly until his gaze fell on the kneeling Lord Chancellor. His face immediately flushed with anger. "What? You're still here? By God's glory, if you don't get moving on that traitor's business, your head will be missing from your shoulders tomorrow." The trembling Chancellor replied, "Forgive me, Your Majesty, I was only waiting for the seal." "Have you lost your mind? The small seal, which I used to take abroad, is in my treasury. Since the great seal has disappeared, won't that one do? Are you mad? Go, and don't come back until you bring me his head." The Chancellor didn't waste any time leaving this dangerous situation. The Royal Commission quickly gave formal approval to Parliament's work and set the following day for the beheading of England's premier peer, the unfortunate Duke of Norfolk. Chapter 9. The River Pageant. By 9 that evening, the palace's entire riverfront blazed with light. The river itself was packed with boats and barges draped in colorful lanterns, bobbing gently on the water like a vast garden of glowing flowers stirring in a summer breeze. The grand stone staircase leading down to the water could have held an entire army. Royal guards stood at attention in polished armor, while servants in brilliant costumes hurried about making final preparations. Suddenly, a command was given, and everyone vanished from the steps. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Throughout the crowded boats, thousands of spectators stood, shading their eyes against the glare of lanterns and torches, all gazing toward the palace. A fleet of some 50 ornate royal barges approached the steps. They gleamed with gold, their high prows and sterns intricately carved. Some displayed banners and streamers, others were decorated with gold cloth embroidered with coats of arms. Many featured silk flags adorned with tiny silver bells that released musical tinkles when the breeze caught them. The most impressive barges, belonging to nobles in the prince's service, were decorated with brightly painted shields displaying family crests. Each barge was towed by a smaller boat carrying rowers, armed guards in gleaming armor, and musicians. The procession began to appear at the palace gateway. First came the halberdiers in their striped black and tan leggings, velvet caps with silver roses, and colorful doublets embroidered with the prince's 3-feathered emblem. They split into 2 lines, creating a path from the palace to the water. A rich red carpet was unrolled between them, and trumpets sounded from within the palace. The musicians on the water began to play, and 2 ushers with white staffs marched slowly from the entrance. A parade of officials followed: the city mace-bearer, the sword-bearer, city guards in full uniform, the Garter King-at-Arms in his ceremonial tabard, knights of the bath with white lace on their sleeves, their squires, judges in scarlet robes, the Lord Chancellor of England, aldermen in scarlet cloaks, and the heads of various civic guilds. Then came 12 French gentlemen in magnificent white and gold outfits from the French ambassador's entourage, followed by 12 Spanish noblemen dressed in unadorned black velvet, and finally several high-ranking English nobles with their attendants. Trumpets sounded again, and the prince's uncle, the future Duke of Somerset, emerged in a black and gold doublet with a crimson satin cloak. He turned, removed his feathered cap, bowed deeply, and began walking backward, with a bow at each step. Another trumpet blast heralded the announcement, "Way for the high and mighty Lord Edward, Prince of Wales." Flaming torches blazed along the palace walls with a thunderous roar, and the crowd on the river erupted in welcome as Tom Canty stepped into view and slightly bowed his princely head. He was splendidly dressed in white satin, with a purple diamond-studded front panel edged with ermine. Over this, he wore a white gold-cloth mantle decorated with a 3-feathered crest, lined with blue satin and adorned with pearls and jewels. Around his neck hung the Order of the Garter and several foreign royal decorations. Every movement caused his jewels to flash brilliantly. O Tom Canty, born in poverty, raised in the gutters of London among rags and misery. What a transformation! Chapter 10, The Prince and the Toils. We left John Canty dragging the true prince into awful court with a noisy, excited mob following them. Only one person spoke up for the captive boy, but no one paid any attention in the commotion. The prince kept struggling and protesting his treatment, until John Canty lost what little patience he had, and raised his wooden cudgel over the prince's head. The lone defender jumped to stop Canty's arm, and the blow landed on his wrist instead. "Want a medal, do you? Here's your reward," Canty roared. His cudgel smashed down on the man's head. With a groan, the figure collapsed among the feet of the crowd, soon left alone in the darkness. The mob pressed forward, their enjoyment undisturbed by this violent incident. Soon the prince found himself in John Canty's home, with the door shut against the outside world. By the dim light of a tallow candle stuck in a bottle, he could make out the dismal room and its occupants. 2 dirty girls and a middle-aged woman cowered against one wall, looking like animals accustomed to harsh treatment and expecting more. From another corner, a withered old woman with wild gray hair and malicious eyes watched them. "Wait," John Canty said to the old woman. "There's fine entertainment here. Don't spoil it until you've enjoyed it. Step forward, boy. Now repeat your foolishness if you haven't forgotten it. What's your name? Who are you?" The prince's cheeks flushed with insulted dignity. He looked Canty straight in the eye and said, "It's poor manners for someone like you to order me about. I tell you again, as I told you before, I am Edward, Prince of Wales, and no one else." The stunning reply froze the old woman where she stood. She stared at the prince in dumb amazement, which so amused her ruffian son that he burst into laughter. But Tom Canty's mother and sisters had a different reaction. Their fear of physical harm gave way to a different kind of distress. They rushed forward with dismay written on their faces. "Oh, poor Tom! Poor boy!" they cried. The mother fell to her knees before the prince, placed her hands on his shoulders, and gazed into his face through her tears. "Oh, my poor child! Your foolish reading has finally done its terrible work in taking your mind away. Why didn't you listen when I warned you against it? You've broken your mother's heart." The prince looked into her face and said gently, "Your son is well and hasn't lost his mind, good woman. Take comfort. Let me go to the palace where he is, and the king my father will quickly restore him to you." "The king your father! Oh, my child, take back those death-bringing words. Snap out of this terrible dream. Look at me. Am I not your mother who bore you and loves you?" The prince shook his head reluctantly. "God knows I hate to cause you pain, but truly, I have never seen your face before." The woman sank back to the floor and, covering her eyes, gave way to heartbroken sobs. "Let this show go on," shouted Canty. "What, Nan? What, Bet? No manners? Will you stand in the prince's presence? On your knees, you pauper trash, and bow to him." He followed this with another harsh laugh. The girls timidly pleaded for their brother. "If you just let him go to bed, father," Nan said, "rest and sleep will cure his madness." "Do, father," said Bet. "He's more tired than usual. Tomorrow he'll be himself again and will beg diligently, not coming home empty-handed." This comment sobered Canty's mood and brought his mind back to practical matters. He turned angrily to the prince. "Tomorrow we must pay 2 pennies to the man who owns this hole. 2 pennies for 6 months' rent, or out we go. Show me what you've collected with your lazy begging." The prince replied, "Don't bother me with your petty concerns. I tell you again, I am the king's son." A hard blow from Canty's palm sent the prince staggering into the arms of Mrs. Canty, who held him close, shielding him from a rain of slaps by using her own body as protection. The frightened girls retreated to their corner, but the grandmother eagerly stepped forward to help her son. The prince broke free from Mrs. Canty, saying, "You shall not suffer from me, madam. Let these swine do what they will to me alone." These words so enraged the swine that they immediately set upon the boy, beating him soundly, then gave the girls and their mother a beating for showing sympathy to the victim. "Now," said Canty, "to bed, all of you. This entertainment has tired me." The light was extinguished, and the family retired. Once the snores of Canty and his mother indicated they were asleep, the young girls crept to where the prince lay and covered him with straw and rags to keep him warm. Their mother also crept to him, stroking his hair and crying softly, whispering broken words of comfort. She had saved a morsel of food for him, but the boy's pain had taken away his appetite, especially for a dry, tasteless crust. He was touched by her brave defense of him and thanked her in noble, princely words, assuring her that the king, his father, would reward her kindness and loyalty. This return to his madness broke her heart anew, and she hugged him tightly before returning to her bed in tears. As she lay thinking and mourning, a strange idea began to form. There was something indefinably different about this boy compared to Tom Canty, whether mad or sane. She couldn't describe it precisely, but her maternal instinct sensed it. What if the boy truly wasn't her son? She almost smiled at the thought, despite her troubles. But the idea wouldn't leave her. It haunted and harassed her until she realized she wouldn't have peace, until she devised a test to prove, one way or another, whether this boy was her son. She considered one promising test after another, but had to abandon them all. None were absolutely certain, and an imperfect test wouldn't satisfy her. She seemed to be racking her brain in vain. While this discouraging thought crossed her mind, she heard the boy's regular breathing, indicating he had fallen asleep. As she listened, his measured breathing was interrupted by a soft, startled cry of the kind people make during troubled dreams. This chance occurrence instantly gave her a test worth more than all her planned ones combined. She quickly but silently relit her candle, muttering to herself, "If I'd seen him then, I would have known." Ever since that day when he was little and the gunpowder exploded in his face, whenever he's startled from sleep or deep thought, he throws his hand up in front of his eyes. Not palm inward like others do, but always palm outward. I've seen it 100 times, and it never varies or fails. Now I'll know. By this time, she had crept to the sleeping boy's side with her shaded candle. She bent carefully over him, barely breathing with excitement, and suddenly flashed the light in his face, rapping her knuckles on the floor by his ear. The sleeper's eyes flew open, and he looked around, startled, but he made no special movement with his hands. The poor woman was almost paralyzed with surprise and grief, but she managed to hide her emotions and soothed the boy back to sleep. Then she moved away and miserably pondered the disastrous result of her experiment. She tried to believe that Tom's madness had banished this habitual gesture, but she couldn't convince herself. "No," she said, "his hands aren't mad. They couldn't unlearn such an old habit so quickly. This is a terrible day for me." Still, hope was as stubborn now as doubt had been before. She couldn't accept the verdict of the test and tried again, startling the boy from sleep a second and third time, with the same result. Finally, she dragged herself to bed and fell into sorrowful sleep, saying, "But I can't give him up. No, I can't. He must be my boy." With Mrs. Canty's interruptions ended and the prince's pain subsiding, exhaustion finally sealed his eyes in deep sleep. Hours slipped by as he slept like the dead. After 4 or 5 hours, his stupor began to lighten. Half asleep and half awake, he murmured, "Sir William." After a moment, "Ho, Sir William Herbert! Come here and listen to the strangest dream. Sir William, do you hear? Man, I dreamed I was turned into a pauper and... Guards! Sir William! What? Is there no attendant waiting? This will go hard with..." "What's wrong?" asked a whisper nearby. "Who are you calling?" "Sir William Herbert." "Who are you?" "Me. Who should I be but your sister Nan?" "Oh, Tom, I forgot. You're still mad, poor boy. I wish I'd never woken to know it again. But please control your tongue, or we'll all be beaten to death." The startled prince partly sat up, but a sharp reminder from his bruises brought him back to reality, and he sank back into the dirty straw with a moan. Alas, it was no dream then. In an instant all the sorrow and misery that sleep had banished returned, and he realized he was no longer a cherished prince in a palace, with a nation's adoring eyes upon him, but a pauper, an outcast in rags, imprisoned in a den fit only for animals, among beggars and thieves. In the midst of his grief he became aware of raucous noises and shouting, seemingly just a block or two away. Then several sharp knocks came at the door. Tom Canty stopped snoring and said, "Who's knocking? What do you want?" A voice answered, "Do you know who you hit with your cudgel?" "No, neither do I care." "You'll change your tune soon enough. If you want to save your neck, only running away will help you now. The man is dying. It's the priest, Father Andrew." "God have mercy," exclaimed Canty. He roused his family with a hoarse command. "Up, all of you! Run, or stay and die." Within 5 minutes, the Canty household was in the street, fleeing for their lives. Tom Canty gripped the prince's wrist, hurrying him along dark alleys while warning him in a low voice. "Keep your tongue still, you mad fool, and don't mention our name. I'll choose a new name quickly to throw off the law. Keep quiet, I tell you," he growled to the rest of the family. "If we get separated, each head for London Bridge. Whoever reaches the last linen draper's shop on the bridge, wait there for the others. Then we'll escape into Southwark together." Just then, they burst suddenly from darkness into light, and not just any light, but into the midst of a singing, dancing, shouting crowd gathered along the riverfront. A line of bonfires stretched as far as the eye could see along the Thames. London Bridge was illuminated, as was Southwark Bridge. The entire river glowed with colored lights, and constant fireworks filled the sky with dazzling sparks that almost turned night into day. Everywhere were crowds of revelers. It seemed all of London was out celebrating. Tom Canty cursed furiously and ordered a retreat, but it was too late. He and his group were swallowed up in the swarming crowd and instantly separated from each other. Canty still kept his grip on the prince, however. The prince's heart beat faster with hopes of escape. A burly waterman, quite drunk, found himself roughly shoved by Canty as he tried to push through the crowd. "Hey, where's the rush, friend?" the waterman said, placing his large hand on Canty's shoulder. "Are you spoiling your soul with business when all loyal men are celebrating?" "My business is my own, it doesn't concern you," Canty answered roughly. "Take your hand off and let me pass." "Since that's your attitude, you won't pass until you've drunk to the Prince of Wales," said the waterman, firmly blocking the way. "Give me the cup then, and hurry up." Other revelers became interested. They shouted, "The loving cup, the loving cup! Make the sour fellow drink the loving cup, or we'll feed him to the fishes." A huge ceremonial cup was brought. The waterman, grasping one handle and pretending to hold a napkin with his other hand, presented it to Canty according to tradition. Canty had to grasp the opposite handle with one hand and remove the lid with the other, leaving the prince's hand free for a moment. The boy wasted no time, diving between the forest of legs around him and disappearing. In seconds he was impossible to find in the surging crowd, like a lost coin in the Atlantic Ocean. He quickly realized this fact and immediately focused on his own concerns, without another thought for John Canty. He soon realized something else too. A fake Prince of Wales was being celebrated by the city in his place. He easily concluded that the pauper boy, Tom Canty, had deliberately taken advantage of his incredible opportunity and become a usurper. Therefore, only one course remained: find his way to Guildhall, make himself known, and expose the impostor. He also decided that Tom should be allowed reasonable time for spiritual preparation before being hanged, drawn, and quartered, according to the law, for high treason. Chapter 11. At Guildhall. The royal barge, accompanied by its magnificent fleet, made its stately way down the Thames through a wilderness of illuminated boats. The air filled with music, while the riverbanks flickered with joyful flames. The distant city glowed softly from countless bonfires, with slender spires rising into the sky, encrusted with sparkling lights like jeweled lances thrust aloft. As the fleet passed, crowds along the banks greeted it with continuous roaring cheers and the flash and boom of artillery. To Tom Canty, half buried in silken cushions, these sights and sounds were an indescribably magnificent wonder. To his small companions, Princess Elizabeth and Lady Jane Grey, they were nothing unusual. Arriving at Dowgate, the fleet was towed up the clear Walbrook, whose channel has now been buried for 2 centuries under buildings, to Bucklersbury, past houses and under bridges, crowded with celebrating people and brilliantly lit. Finally, they stopped in a basin where Barge Yard now stands, in the center of ancient London. Tom disembarked and his grand procession crossed Cheapside, marched through the Old Jewry and Basinghall Street to Guildhall. Tom and his little ladies were received with proper ceremony by the Lord Mayor and City Fathers, in their gold chains and scarlet robes, and led to a rich canopy of state at the head of the great hall, preceded by heralds making announcements and bearers of the mace and city sword. The lords and ladies attending Tom and his friends took their places behind their chairs. At a lower table sat the court grandees and noble guests with city officials. Commoners filled numerous tables on the main floor. From their lofty positions, the giant statues of Gog and Magog, London's ancient guardians, looked down on a scene their stone eyes had witnessed for countless generations. A bugle sounded, a proclamation was made, and a fat butler appeared in a high perch in the left wall, followed by servants carrying with impressive solemnity a royal baron of beef, steaming hot and ready for carving. After grace, Tom, being instructed, rose, and everyone with him, and drank from a large golden ceremonial cup with Princess Elizabeth. From her it passed to Lady Jane, and then circulated through the assembly. Thus began the banquet. By midnight the festivities were at their peak. Then came one of those picturesque spectacles so beloved in that era. A description still exists in the quaint language of a chronicler who witnessed it. Space being cleared, in entered a baron and an earl dressed in Turkish fashion with long, gold-powdered robes, crimson velvet hats with great gold rolls, wearing 2 swords hanging from large gold belts. Next came another baron and earl in long yellow satin gowns crossed with white satin, each white section having a crimson satin stripe, Russian style, with gray fur hats and foot-long pointed boots. After them came a knight, then the Lord High Admiral, with 5 nobles in crimson velvet doublets, cut low in back and front, laced with silver chains on the chest, over which they wore short crimson satin cloaks and hats, in dancer's fashion with pheasant feathers. These were dressed in Prussian style. About 100 torchbearers wore crimson and green with blackened faces like Moors. Then came a mummers' show. Next, disguised musicians danced, and the lords and ladies joined in wild dancing that was a pleasure to behold. While Tom watched this wild dancing from his high seat, mesmerized by the kaleidoscope of colors swirling below, the ragged but real Prince of Wales was outside proclaiming his rights, denouncing the impostor, and demanding entrance at Guildhall's gates. The crowd thoroughly enjoyed this scene, pressing forward and craning their necks to see the small troublemaker. Soon they began taunting and mocking him, deliberately provoking him to greater and more entertaining fury. Tears of humiliation sprang to his eyes, but he held his ground and defiantly faced the mob. "I tell you again, you pack of ill-mannered dogs, I am the Prince of Wales, and friendless and abandoned as I am, with no one to speak for me or help me, I will not be driven away, but will stand my ground. Whether you're a prince or not, you're a brave lad, and not friendless either. I stand by your side to prove it. And let me tell you, you could have a worse friend than Miles Hendon, though you might walk your legs off looking. Rest your jaw, child. I know how to talk to these gutter rats." The speaker resembled a Don Cesar de Bazan in his dress and manner. He was tall, well-built, and muscular. His fine doublet and trousers were faded and threadbare, their gold lace tarnished. His collar was rumpled, and the broken plume in his slouched hat looked bedraggled. At his side hung a long rapier in a rusty iron sheath. His swaggering manner marked him immediately as a professional soldier. The crowd greeted his speech with jeers and laughter. "It's another prince in disguise," some cried. "Watch your tongue, friend, he might be dangerous. Look at his eye. Pull the boy away from him, to the horse pond with the brat." Immediately, someone grabbed the prince. Just as quickly, the stranger's long sword was out, and the attacker fell under a resounding blow from its flat side. The next moment, a score of voices shouted, "Kill the dog! Kill him!" as the mob closed in. The swordsman backed against a wall and began swinging his weapon like a madman. His victims fell this way and that, but the mob surged over them toward him with undiminished fury. His fate seemed sealed when suddenly a trumpet blast sounded and a voice shouted, "Way for the king's messenger!" A troop of horsemen charged into the mob, which scattered to safety as fast as their legs could carry them. The bold strangers scooped up the prince and quickly moved away from danger. Meanwhile, inside Guildhall, above the roar of the festivities, the clear note of a bugle cut through the noise. Instant silence fell as a messenger from the palace began making a proclamation, with the entire assembly listening intently. The final words, solemnly pronounced, were, "The king is dead." The great gathering bowed their heads in unison for several moments. Then all knelt, stretched their hands toward Tom, and a mighty shout erupted that seemed to shake the building. "Long live the king!" Poor Tom's dazed eyes wandered over this stunning spectacle, finally resting dreamily on the kneeling princesses beside him. Then he turned to the Earl of Hertford and said quietly, "Answer me truthfully, on your honor. If I were to issue a command here that only a king has the right to give, would such an order be obeyed without anyone daring to refuse me? My liege, in all these realms no one would disobey. In your person rests the majesty of England. You are the king. Your word is law." Tom replied in a strong, earnest voice with great animation, "Then, from this day forward, the king's law shall be a law of mercy, not of blood. Rise and go to the Tower, and say the king decrees the Duke of Norfolk shall not die." The words spread quickly through the hall, and as Hertford hurried away, another mighty shout rang out, "The reign of blood is ended. Long live Edward, King of England!" Chapter 12. The Prince and His Deliverer. As soon as Miles Hendon and the little prince were clear of the mob, they took back alleys toward the river. Their path was unobstructed until they approached London Bridge, where they encountered crowds again. Hendon kept a firm grip on the prince's, no, the king's, wrist. The tremendous news was already spreading, and the boy heard it from 1,000 voices at once. "The king is dead!" The news struck cold into the poor little waif's heart and sent a shudder through his body. He realized the magnitude of his loss and was filled with bitter grief. The grim tyrant who had been such a terror to others had always been gentle with him. Tears sprang to his eyes, blurring his vision. For a moment, he felt himself the most forlorn and forsaken of God's creatures. Then another cry shook the night. "Long live King Edward VI." The words made his eyes sparkle and sent a thrill of pride through him. "How grand and strange it seems," he thought. "I am king." Hendon and the boy slowly made their way through the dense crowds on the bridge. This structure, which had stood for 600 years as a busy thoroughfare, was a curious place. A tightly packed row of shops and houses, with family quarters above them, stretched along both sides from one riverbank to the other. The bridge was like a small town with its own inn, taverns, bakeries, clothing shops, food markets, manufacturers, and even its own church. It viewed the two areas it connected, London and Southwark, as acceptable suburbs, but otherwise not particularly important. The bridge was a close-knit community with a single street a fifth of a mile long. Its population was small, and everyone knew everyone else intimately, including all their family histories. The bridge had its own aristocracy, old established families of butchers, bakers, and other tradespeople who had occupied the same premises for 500 or 600 years. They knew the bridge's great history and all its legends, spoke in bridge terms, thought bridge thoughts, and told straightforward, substantial bridge-style lies. They were a narrow-minded, self-important bunch. Children were born on the bridge, grew up there, became old, and died without ever setting foot on any other part of the world. Such people naturally assumed that the endless procession moving through their street day and night, with its confused roar of shouts and cries and the thunder of countless feet, was the most important thing in existence, and they were its proprietors. And in a way, they were, for they could show it from their windows for a fee whenever a king or hero gave it a fleeting importance. Men born and raised on the bridge found life unbearably dull elsewhere. History tells of one who left at age 71 to retire to the country but couldn't sleep there. The deep silence was too disturbing, too oppressive. When he was worn out from sleeplessness, he fled back to his old home, a gaunt ghost of a man, and found peaceful rest amid the lulling sounds of splashing water and the crash and thunder of London Bridge. In those days, the bridge provided object lessons in English history for its children, namely, the decaying heads of famous men displayed on iron spikes atop its gateways. But we digress. Hendon's lodgings were in the small inn on the bridge. As he approached the door with his young friend, a rough voice called out, "So you finally come back. You won't escape again, I promise. If beating your bones to a pulp will teach you a lesson, you won't keep us waiting next time." John Canty reached out to grab the boy. Miles Hendon stepped between them and said, "Not so fast, friend. You're being unnecessarily rough. What is the boy to you? If it's any business of yours to meddle in others' affairs, he's my son." "That's a lie," cried the little king hotly. "Well said, and I believe you, whether your head is sound or cracked, my boy. But whether this sorry ruffian is your father or not, he won't have you to beat and abuse as he threatened. You'll stay with me if you prefer." I do. I don't know him, I hate him, and I'll die before I go with him. Then it's settled and there's nothing more to say. We'll see about that." John Canty pushed past Hendon to grab the boy. "By force, if necessary. If you so much as touch him, you piece of filth, I'll run you through like a goose," said Hendon, barring the way with his hand on his sword hilt. Canty backed off. "Now listen," Hendon continued. "I took this boy under my protection when a mob would have hurt or killed him. Do you think I'd abandon him to a worse fate now? Whether you're his father or not, and honestly, I think you're lying, a quick, clean death would be better for the lad than life in brutal hands like yours. So be on your way, and quickly. I'm not the patient sort." John Canty moved away, muttering threats, and disappeared into the crowd. Hendon led the king up 3 flights of stairs to his room after ordering a meal to be sent up. It was a poor apartment with a shabby bed and some worn-out furniture, dimly lit by 2 sickly candles. The little king dragged himself to the bed and lay down, nearly exhausted from hunger and fatigue. He had been on his feet most of a day and night. It was now 2 or 3 in the morning, with nothing to eat. He murmured drowsily, "Please wake me when the meal arrives," and fell into a deep sleep. A smile appeared in Hendon's eye, and he thought to himself, "By heaven, the little beggar takes over my bed as naturally as if it were his own, without so much as a 'by your leave.'" In his crazy ramblings he called himself the Prince of Wales, and he certainly plays the part well. Poor friendless rat, his mind must be damaged from mistreatment. But I'll be his friend. I saved him, and I'm already attached to him. I love the bold-tongued little rascal. How bravely he faced that filthy mob and flung back his defiance. And what a handsome, sweet, gentle face he has. Now that sleep has chased away his troubles, I'll teach him and cure his illness. I'll be his older brother, watching over him. And anyone who tries to shame or hurt him might as well order their shroud. They'll need it. He bent over the boy and studied him with kind, pitying interest, gently patting his cheek and smoothing back his tangled curls. The boy's body shivered slightly. "How foolish of me to let him lie uncovered and catch cold," Hendon muttered. "What should I do? I'll wake him if I move him to get him under the covers, and he desperately needs sleep." He looked around for extra blankets but found none. So he took off his doublet and wrapped it around the boy, saying, "I'm used to cold air and thin clothing. I'll hardly notice it." Then he walked back and forth to keep his blood moving, talking to himself. His damaged mind convinces him he's the Prince of Wales. Strange that we still have a Prince of Wales now that the old prince is no longer a prince but a king. His poor mind is fixed on this fantasy and won't realize it should stop calling itself prince and start calling itself king. If my father is still alive after these 7 years I've been imprisoned abroad with no word from home, he'll welcome this poor lad and shelter him for my sake. So will my good older brother Arthur. But Hugh, I'll crack his skull if he interferes, the scheming fox. Yes, that's where we'll go, and right away. A servant entered with a steaming meal, set it on a small wooden table, placed chairs, and left, leaving such cheap lodgers to serve themselves. The door slamming woke the boy, who sat up with a start and looked around happily. But then his face fell, and he sighed deeply. Alas, it was just a dream. How miserable I am. Then he noticed Miles Hendon's doublet, looked from it to Hendon, and understood the sacrifice. "You're so kind to me, truly kind. Take it back. I won't need it any more." He got up and walked to the washstand in the corner, waiting. Hendon said cheerfully, "We'll have a good meal now. Everything's hot and savory. Between that and your nap, you'll be yourself again, never fear." The boy didn't answer, but gave Hendon a steady look filled with surprise and impatience. Hendon was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Good sir, I wish to wash." "Oh, is that all?" "Don't ask permission for anything. Make yourself at home here. Everything I have is yours." The boy still stood motionless, tapping his foot impatiently. "What's the problem now?" asked Hendon. "Please pour the water, and don't make such a fuss about it." Hendon, suppressing a laugh and thinking, "This is remarkable," stepped forward and did as the small, imperious boy commanded. Then he stood by, somewhat dumbfounded, until the command, "The towel," jolted him. He handed over a towel from under the boy's nose without comment, then washed his own face while his young guest seated himself at the table, ready to eat. Hendon finished quickly, pulled up the other chair, and was about to sit when the boy said indignantly, "Stop. Would you sit in the presence of the king?" This statement staggered Hendon. He thought to himself, "The poor thing's madness has caught up with the times. It's changed with the great change in the kingdom. Now he imagines he's the king. Well, I must play along, otherwise he might send me to the tower." Amused by the idea, he removed his chair from the table, stood behind the king, and began to serve him in the most courtly manner he could manage. As the king ate, his royal dignity relaxed a little, and with growing contentment came a desire to talk. "I believe you call yourself Miles Hendon, if I heard correctly," he said. "Yes, sire," replied Miles, thinking to himself, "If I must humor his madness, I'll have to say sire and your majesty, and go all the way with it. I can't do it halfway, or I'll ruin this kind deed." The king warmed himself with a second glass of wine and said, "I'd like to know more about you. Tell me your story. You have a gallant manner. Are you of noble birth?" "We're from the lesser nobility, your majesty. My father is a baronet, one of the minor lords by knight service, Sir Richard Hendon of Hendon Hall, near Monk's Holm in Kent." "I don't recall the name. Go on with your story." "There's not much to tell, your majesty, but it might pass half an hour for lack of better entertainment. My father, Sir Richard, is very rich and generous. My mother died when I was a boy. I have 2 brothers, Arthur, the elder, with a soul like my father's, and Hugh, younger than me, with a mean, greedy, treacherous nature, a snake. That's how he was from birth, and that's how he was 10 years ago when I last saw him, a full-fledged villain at 19, with me at 20 and Arthur 22. The only other family member is Lady Edith, my cousin, 16 then, beautiful, gentle, and good, the last of her line and heir to a great fortune and lapsed title. My father was her guardian. I loved her, and she loved me, but she had been promised to Arthur from childhood, and Sir Richard wouldn't allow that arrangement to be broken. Arthur loved another woman, and told us to keep hope that delay and luck would eventually help both our causes. Hugh claimed to love Lady Edith, though really he coveted her fortune, but he couldn't fool her. My father favored him above all of us, and trusted him completely, as he was the youngest child, and others disliked him, qualities that always win a parent's special love. Hugh also had a smooth, persuasive tongue, and an impressive talent for lying, qualities that help blind affection deceive itself. I was wild, very wild in fact, but in a harmless way that hurt no one but myself and brought no shame to others. Hugh magnified my faults and made them seem like crimes. He eventually planted a silken ladder in my room, put there by his own design, and convinced my father, with help from paid liars among the servants, that I planned to elope with Edith against his wishes. 3 years of exile from England might make a soldier and a man of me, my father said, and teach me wisdom. I served my time in continental wars, getting a full taste of hard knocks, hardship, and adventure. In my last battle, I was captured and spent 7 years in a foreign prison. Through wit and courage, I finally escaped and came straight here, arriving just recently, poor in money and clothes, and even poorer in knowledge of what's happened at Hendon Hall during these 7 years. That's my simple story, Your Majesty. You've been shamefully abused, said the little king, his eyes flashing, but I will set things right. The king has spoken. Then, fired up by Miles's tale of wrongs, he poured out his own recent misfortunes. When he finished, Miles thought to himself, what an imagination he has. This is no ordinary mind. Sane or not, it couldn't weave such a vivid, coherent tale out of nothing. Poor damaged head, you'll never lack a friend or shelter while I'm alive. He'll never leave my side. He'll be my little companion, and he'll be cured, made whole again. And then he'll make a name for himself, and I'll proudly say, yes, he's mine. I took him in when he was just a homeless ragamuffin, but I saw his potential and said he'd be known someday. Was I right? The king spoke in a measured, thoughtful voice. You saved me from injury and shame, perhaps even saved my life and crown. Such service deserves a rich reward. Name your desire, and if it's within my royal power, it's yours. This unexpected offer startled Miles out of his thoughts. He was about to thank the king and decline, saying he'd only done his duty and wanted no reward. But then a better idea came to mind, and he asked for a moment to consider the generous offer, which the king solemnly granted, noting that one shouldn't be hasty with such important matters. Miles reflected for a bit, then said to himself, yes, that's the perfect solution. By any other means, it would be impossible, and this experience has taught me it would be very uncomfortable to continue as we are. I'll propose it. It was a lucky accident that I didn't pass up this chance. He knelt and said, my small service didn't go beyond a subject's simple duty, so it has no special merit. But since your majesty is pleased to consider it worthy of reward, I humbly make this request. Nearly 400 years ago, during a dispute between the kings of England and France, it was decreed that 2 champions should settle the matter in single combat. The English knights refused to fight the formidable French champion, so the matter seemed lost by default. But imprisoned in the tower was Lord de Courcy, England's mightiest warrior, stripped of his honors and wasting away. An appeal was made to him. He agreed and came forth ready for battle. But as soon as the Frenchman heard his name and saw his massive frame, he fled, and the French king's cause was lost. King John restored de Courcy's titles and possessions and said, name your wish, and you shall have it, though it cost half my kingdom. De Courcy, kneeling as I do now, replied, this then I ask, my liege, that I and my descendants may have and hold the privilege of remaining covered in the presence of the kings of England forevermore. The boon was granted, as your majesty knows, and for 400 years that family line has never lacked an heir. Invoking this precedent, I ask only this one grace and privilege, sufficient reward for me, that I and my heirs forever may sit in the presence of the King of England. Rise, Sir Miles Hendon, knight, said the king solemnly, tapping him on the shoulder with Hendon's sword. Rise and be seated. Your petition is granted. While England endures and the crown continues, this privilege shall never lapse. His Majesty walked away, thinking, while Hendon dropped into a chair at the table, saying to himself, that was a brilliant idea and has saved me from much discomfort. My legs are terribly tired. Without this thought, I'd have had to stand for weeks until the poor boy recovers his wits. So now I'm a knight in the kingdom of dreams and shadows. A strange position for a practical man like me. But I won't laugh, God forbid, because this thing, though meaningless to me, is real to him. And in a way, it's not false, because it truly reflects the sweet, generous spirit within him. After a pause, but what if he calls me by my fine title in front of others? What a contrast between my glory and my appearance. But let him call me what he will, as long as it pleases him. I'll be content. Chapter 13. The Disappearance of the Prince. Sleepiness soon overtook the 2 companions. The king said, take off these rags, referring to his clothes. Hendon undressed the boy without protest, tucked him into bed, then glanced around the room with a sigh. He's taken my bed again. What am I supposed to do now? The young king noticed his dilemma, and solved it with a drowsy command. "You will sleep across the doorway and guard it." Within moments he drifted into a deep slumber, his troubles forgotten. "My goodness," Hendon muttered admiringly, "he was born to be a king. He plays the part perfectly." He stretched himself across the doorway, making himself as comfortable as possible on the hard floor. "I've slept worse these past 7 years. It would be ungrateful to complain about this." He fell asleep as dawn broke. Around noon he rose and carefully measured the sleeping boy with a piece of string, uncovering one part of him at a time. The king woke just as Hendon finished, complaining of the cold and asking what he was doing. "I'm done now, my liege," said Hendon. "I have an errand outside, but I'll be back shortly. Go back to sleep. You need it. Let me cover your head, too. You'll warm up faster." The king was back in dreamland before Hendon finished speaking. Miles slipped out quietly and returned about half an hour later with a complete second-hand outfit of boys' clothing. The clothes were cheap and showed some wear, but they were clean and suitable for the season. He sat down to inspect his purchase, talking to himself. A fatter wallet would have bought better quality, but when you don't have much money, you make do with what you can get. There was a woman in our town did dwell. He noticed the boy stirring. I should sing more quietly. No need to disturb his sleep when he's so tired and has a journey ahead. This garment is decent enough. A stitch here and there will fix it. This other one is better, though it could use some mending too. These shoes are good and solid. They'll keep his little feet warm and dry. Probably a new experience for him, since he's likely gone barefoot year-round. If only thread were as cheap as bread, at least needles are affordable. Now comes the hard part, threading it. And indeed, it was difficult. Like most men throughout history, he held the needle still and tried to push the thread through the eye, the opposite of how women typically do it. The thread missed repeatedly, going to one side of the needle, then the other, sometimes doubling up against the shaft. But Hendon remained patient, having done this many times during his soldiering days. Eventually, he succeeded and picked up the garment that had been waiting in his lap. "The inn bill is paid, including breakfast tomorrow, and we have enough left for a couple of donkeys and other expenses until we reach the plenty waiting for us at Hendon Hall." She loved her hus. Ouch, I've driven the needle under my nail. Well, it's not the first time. We'll be happy there, little one, don't worry. Your troubles will vanish, and your confusion will clear up. She loved her husband dearly, but another man. These are impressively large stitches. He held up the garment admiringly. They have a grandeur that makes a tailor's tiny stitches look pitiful and common. She loved her husband dearly, but another man she loved. There, it's finished, and quite well done too, if I say so myself. Now I'll wake him, dress him, serve him, feed him, and then we'll head to the market by the Tabard Inn in Southwark. Please wake up, my liege. He doesn't answer. Hello, my liege. I guess I'll have to touch his sacred person if his sleep is too deep for words. What? He threw back the covers. The boy was gone. Hendon stared in speechless shock, then noticed for the first time that the boy's tattered clothes were missing too. He began to rage and shout for the innkeeper. Just then a servant entered with breakfast. "Explain, you devil, or you're finished," roared the soldier, lunging at the waiter, who was too frightened to speak for a moment. "Where is the boy?" In a trembling, disjointed voice, the man provided the information. "You had barely left, sir, when a youth came running, saying you wanted the boy to meet you right away at the bridge on the Southwark side. I brought him to the room, and when he woke the lad and delivered the message, the boy grumbled a bit about being disturbed so early, but quickly got dressed and went with the youth. He did say it would have been better manners if you had come yourself instead of sending a stranger, and so you're a fool, easily tricked, like your whole family. But maybe no harm is done. Perhaps they don't mean to hurt the boy. I'll go find him. Prepare the table. Wait!" The bed covers were arranged as if someone were still underneath. "Was that accidental?" "I don't know, sir. I saw the youth messing with them, the one who came for the boy. 1,000 deaths. It was clearly done to trick me, to buy time. Listen, was that youth alone?" "All alone, sir." "Are you sure?" "Certain, sir. Think carefully. Take your time." After a moment's thought, the servant added, "When he first arrived, he was alone. But now I remember that as the two entered the crowd on the bridge, a rough-looking man appeared from nearby, and just as he was joining them—" "What then? Out with it!" Hendon interrupted impatiently. "Just then the crowd swallowed them up, and I couldn't see more. My master called me away. furious because we'd forgotten a roast the scribe had ordered. But I swear by all the saints, blaming me for that mistake would be like holding an unborn baby responsible for sins come. Get out of my sight, idiot. Your babbling is driving me mad. Wait, where are you going? Can't you stand still for a second? Did they head toward Southwark? Yes, sir. But as I was saying, about that roast, an unborn baby is no more to blame than— You're still here? Still talking? Leave before I strangle you. The servant vanished. Hendon rushed after him, past him, and hurried down the stairs 2 at a time, muttering, "It must be that scoundrel who claimed to be his father. I've lost you, my poor confused little master. What a bitter thought. And I'd grown so fond of you. No, by heaven, you're not lost. I'll search the entire country until I find you. Poor child, your breakfast is here, and mine too, but I've lost my appetite. Let the rats have it. I must hurry, hurry." As he pushed through the crowds on the bridge, he kept repeating to himself, clinging to the thought. He complained, but he went. He went because he thought Miles Hendon had asked him to. He would never have done it for anyone else, I'm sure of it. Chapter 14. The King is Dead, Long Live the King. Near dawn that same morning, Tom Canty stirred from a heavy sleep and opened his eyes in the darkness. He lay silent for a few moments, trying to make sense of his confused thoughts. Suddenly he burst out in an excited but hushed voice. "Now I understand everything. Thank God, I'm finally awake. Come, joy. Vanish, sorrow. Hey, Nan! Bet! Get up from your straw beds and come here, so I can tell you the wildest dream the night spirits ever created to amaze a person. Hey, Nan! Bet!" A shadowy figure appeared beside him and said, "May I take your commands, sire?" "Commands? Oh no, I recognize that voice. Tell me, who am I?" "You? Last night, you were the Prince of Wales. Today, you are my most gracious lord, Edward, King of England." Tom buried his head in his pillows, moaning, "It wasn't a dream after all. Go back to bed, kind sir. Leave me to my sorrows." Tom slept again and had a pleasant dream. It was summer, and he was playing alone in Goodman's Fields when a 1-foot-tall dwarf with long red whiskers and a hunched back suddenly appeared and said, "Dig by that stump." Tom did, and found 12 bright new pennies. Incredible riches. But that wasn't all. The dwarf said, "I know you. You're a good, deserving boy, and your troubles are ending. Your reward has come. Dig here every 7th day, and you'll always find the same treasure, 12 new pennies. Tell no one. Keep the secret." Then the dwarf vanished, and Tom raced to Awful Court with his prize, thinking, "Every night I'll give my father a penny. He'll think I begged for it, and he'll be happy. He won't beat me anymore. I'll give the good priest, who teaches me 1 penny each week. Mother, Nan, and Bet will get the other 4. We're finished with hunger and rags now, finished with fear and harsh treatment." In his dream, he arrived home breathless, but with eyes shining with gratitude. He dropped 4 pennies into his mother's lap and exclaimed, "They're all for you, everyone. For you and Nan and Bet, and honestly earned, not begged or stolen." His amazed and happy mother hugged him tight and said, "It's getting late. Would your majesty please rise?" That wasn't the response he'd expected. The dream shattered. He was awake. He opened his eyes to see the richly dressed First Lord of the Bedchamber kneeling by his bed. The joy of his dream faded, as the poor boy realized he was still a captive king. The room was filled with nobles, dressed in purple mourning clothes, and royal servants. Tom sat up and peered through the heavy silk curtains at the elegant crowd. The elaborate dressing ceremony began. One courtier after another knelt to pay respects and offer condolences for his loss while the dressing continued. First, a shirt was taken up by the chief equerry-in-waiting, who passed it to the First Lord of the Buckhounds, who passed it to the Second Gentleman of the Bedchamber, who passed it to the Head Ranger of Windsor Forest, who passed it to the Third Groom of the Stole, who passed it to the Chancellor Royal of the Duchy of Lancaster, who passed it to the Master of the Wardrobe, who passed it to the Constable of the Tower, who passed it to the Constable of the Tower, who passed it to the Hereditary Grand Diaperer, who passed it to the Lord High Admiral of England, who passed it to the Archbishop of Canterbury, who finally put what remained of it on Tom. The poor, bewildered boy thought it reminded him of passing buckets at a fire. Each garment had to go through this slow, solemn process. Tom grew increasingly tired of the ceremony, feeling almost tearfully grateful when he saw his silk stockings begin their journey down the line, knowing the end was near. But his relief came too soon. As the First Lord of the Bedchamber was about to put the stockings on Tom's legs, He suddenly blushed and hurriedly passed them back to the Archbishop of Canterbury with a shocked look, whispering, "Look, my lord," and pointing to something about the stockings. The Archbishop turned pale, then flushed, and passed the stockings to the Lord High Admiral, barely able to whisper, "Look, my lord." The Admiral passed them to the hereditary Grand Emperor, gasping, "Look, my lord." The stockings traveled back along the line, to the Chief Steward, the Constable, Norroy King-at-Arms, the Master of the Wardrobe, the Chancellor, the Third Groom, the Head Ranger, the Second Gentleman, the First Lord of the Buckhounds, always with that frightened, "Look, look," until they finally reached the Chief Equerry, who stared with a pale face at what had caused the commotion, then hoarsely whispered, "Good heavens, a string is missing from a fastener." "To the Tower with the head keeper of the King's stockings." Then he leaned on the First Lord of the Buckhounds to recover his strength, while fresh stockings, without damaged strings, were brought. Eventually, the process ended, and Tom Canty was finally able to get out of bed. The proper official poured water, the proper official managed the washing, the proper official stood by with a towel, and finally Tom emerged from this purification stage. After the royal hairdresser finished with him, he looked quite handsome, a graceful figure in his purple satin outfit and purple-plumed cap. He moved ceremoniously toward his breakfast room, through the assembled courtiers, who fell to their knees as he passed, clearing a path for him. After breakfast, he was escorted with royal ceremony, attended by his great officers, and his guard of 50 gentlemen pensioners carrying gilt battle-axes, to the throne room, where he conducted state business. His uncle, Lord Hertford, stood by the throne to assist him with advice. The distinguished men named by the late king as his executors appeared to ask Tom's approval of certain actions, partly a formality, but not entirely, since there was no protector yet. The Archbishop of Canterbury reported on the Council of Executors' decree concerning the funeral of the late king, ending by reading the signatures: the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Lord Chancellor of England, William Lord St. John, John Lord Russell, Edward Earl of Hertford, John Viscount Lisle, and Cuthbert Bishop of Durham. Tom wasn't listening. An earlier part of the document confused him. He turned and whispered to Lord Hertford, "What day did he say the burial is scheduled for?" "The 16th of next month, my liege." "That's strange. Will the body keep that long?" Poor boy, he was still unfamiliar with royal customs. He was accustomed to seeing the dead of Offal Court disposed of much more quickly. However, Lord Hertford reassured him with a few words. The Secretary of State presented a council order scheduling the next day at 11 for receiving foreign ambassadors and requested the king's approval. Tom gave Hertford a questioning look, and Hertford whispered, "Your Majesty should indicate consent. They're coming to express their royal master's sympathy for the tragedy that has befallen you and England." Tom did as instructed. Another secretary began reading about the expenses of the late king's household, which had reached £28,000 over the past 6 months, a sum so enormous that it made Tom gasp. He gasped again when he learned that £20,000 remained unpaid, and once more when he discovered the royal treasury was nearly empty, leaving 1,200 servants without their wages. Tom spoke up with alarm. "We're going bankrupt, clearly. We should move to a smaller house and let the servants go. They're useless except for causing delays and troubling one with tasks that exhaust the spirit and shame the soul. They're only suitable for a doll that has neither brain nor hands to help itself." I remember a small house across from the fish market by Billingsgate. A firm pressure on Tom's arm stopped his imprudent tongue and brought a blush to his face. But no one showed any sign of having noticed his strange speech. A secretary reported that since the late king had provided in his will for making the Earl of Hertford a duke and his brother Sir Thomas Seymour a peer, along with making Hertford's son an earl and similar promotions for other royal servants, the council had scheduled a meeting on February 16th to confirm these honors. Additionally, since the late king hadn't written grants for estates to support these titles, the council, knowing his wishes, had decided to grant Seymour £500 of land and Hertford's son £800 of land plus £300 from the next vacant bishopric, with the current king's permission. Tom almost blurted out that they should pay the late king's debts before spending all this money, but another timely touch from the thoughtful Hertford saved him from this mistake. He gave his royal approval without comment, though with much inner discomfort. As he reflected on how easily he was performing these strange and glittering miracles, a happy thought struck him. Why not make his mother Duchess of Offal Court and give her an estate? But the thought quickly vanished. He realized he was only king in name. These grave veterans and great nobles were his real masters. To them, his mother was just the creation of a diseased mind. They would simply listen to his idea with disbelief, then call for a doctor. The tedious work continued. Petitions were read, along with proclamations, patents, and all kinds of wordy, repetitive, and boring papers related to public business. Finally, Tom sighed pathetically and murmured to himself, "What have I done to offend God? That he would take me from the fields, fresh air, and sunshine to shut me up here and make me a king, afflicting me so?" His confused head nodded for a while and eventually drooped to his shoulder. The empire's business came to a standstill, awaiting the ratifying power. Silence fell around the slumbering child, and the realm's wise men paused their deliberations. During the morning, Tom enjoyed an hour with Lady Elizabeth and little Lady Jane Grey, with permission from his keepers, Hertford and St. John. The princess's spirits were subdued by the royal family's tragedy. At the end of the visit, his elder sister, later known as Bloody Mary, chilled him with a formal interview whose only merit, in his opinion, was its brevity. He had a few moments to himself, and then a slim boy about 12 years old was admitted. The boy wore black clothes, except for his white ruff and wrist laces. His only sign of mourning was a purple ribbon on his shoulder. He approached hesitantly, bareheaded and bowed, dropping to one knee before Tom. Tom sat still, observing him seriously for a moment, then said, "Get up, boy. Who are you? What do you want?" The boy rose and stood at ease, though his face showed concern. He said, "Surely you remember me, my lord. I'm your whipping boy." "My whipping boy?" "Yes, your grace. I'm Humphrey Marlowe." Tom realized this was someone his keepers should have told him about. The situation was delicate. What should he do? Pretend to know this boy, then reveal by everything he said that he'd never heard of him? No, that wouldn't work. An idea came to him. Such incidents might happen frequently now that business would often call Hertford and St. John away, since they were council members. Perhaps he should develop a plan to handle such situations. Yes, that was sensible. He would practice on this boy and see how well he could manage. So he rubbed his forehead perplexedly for a moment, then said, "I think I remember you somewhat, but my mind is clouded by my suffering." "Poor master," exclaimed the whipping boy sympathetically, adding to himself, "It's true what they said. His mind is gone. But wait, I'm forgetting. They told me not to act like I noticed anything wrong with him." "My memory plays tricks on me these days," said Tom, "but don't worry, I'm getting better. A small clue often helps me remember things and names I've forgotten. And not just those, but even things I've never heard before, as this boy will see. State your business." "It's a small matter, my lord, but I'll mention it if it pleases your grace. 2 days ago, when you made 3 mistakes in your Greek morning lessons. Do you remember?" "Yes, I think so. It's not much of a lie. If I'd studied any Greek at all, I wouldn't have made just 3 mistakes, but 40. "Yes, I remember now. Continue." "The master, angry at what he called such sloppy, stupid work, promised to whip me soundly, and—" "Whip you?" said Tom, forgetting himself in his surprise. "Why should he whip you for my mistakes?" "Ah, your grace forgets again. He always whips me when you fail in your lessons." True, I forgot." "You teach me privately, so if I fail, he argues that your work was poorly done, and— Oh, my lord, what are you saying? I, the humblest of your servants, presume to teach you? Then where's your fault? What kind of riddle is this? Am I truly going mad? Or is it you? Explain. Speak plainly." "But, good, your majesty, there's nothing to explain. No one may strike the sacred person of the Prince of Wales, so when he makes mistakes, I take the punishment. It's proper and right, since it's my job and my livelihood." Tom stared at the calm boy, thinking to himself, this is amazing, a most strange and curious profession. I wonder they haven't hired a boy to take my combing and dressing for me too. I wish they would. If they'll do this, I'll take my own whippings, thanking God for the change. Then he said aloud, "And have you been beaten, poor friend, as promised?" "No, good your majesty. My punishment was scheduled for today, but it might be cancelled as inappropriate during this time of mourning. I don't know, so I took the liberty of coming to remind you of your gracious promise to intervene on my behalf." "With the master? To save you from a whipping?" "Ah, you do remember. My memory is improving, you see. Don't worry, your back will remain unharmed. I'll take care of it." "Oh, thank you, my good lord," cried the boy, dropping to his knee again. "Perhaps I've gone too far, and yet—" Seeing Humphrey hesitate, Tom encouraged him to continue, saying he was in a generous mood. "Then I'll speak freely, for it weighs on my heart. Since you are no longer Prince of Wales but king, you can do as you wish, with no one to oppose you. You'll likely stop bothering with dreary studies and burn your books for more pleasant pursuits. But then I'm ruined, along with my orphan sisters. Ruined? How? My back is my bread, my gracious lord. If it has no work, I starve. If you stop studying, my position becomes unnecessary. You won't need a whipping boy. Please don't send me away. Tom was touched by this pathetic distress. With royal generosity, he declared, "Don't worry anymore. Your position will remain permanently with you and your family forever." Then he tapped the boy lightly on the shoulder with the flat of his sword, saying, "Rise, Humphrey Marlowe, hereditary grand whipping boy to the royal house of England. Stop your sorrow. I'll return to my books and study so poorly that they'll have to triple your wages, since your job will increase so greatly." The grateful Humphrey responded enthusiastically, "Thank you, most noble master. Your princely generosity far exceeds my wildest dreams of fortune. Now I'll be happy all my days, and all the Marlowe family after me." Tom was smart enough to see that this boy could be useful to him. He encouraged Humphrey to talk, which he was happy to do. Humphrey was delighted to think he was helping Tom's recovery. Whenever he finished reminding Tom about his experiences and adventures in the royal schoolroom and around the palace, he noticed that Tom could then recall the circumstances clearly. After an hour, Tom had gathered valuable information about people and matters at court, so he decided to get instruction from this source daily. He planned to order that Humphrey be admitted to the royal chamber whenever he came, provided the King of England wasn't busy with others. Humphrey had barely left when Lord Hertford arrived with more concerns for Tom. He explained that the council members, fearing that exaggerated reports of the king's ill health might have spread, thought it best for His Majesty to begin dining in public after a day or two. His healthy appearance and vigor, along with carefully maintained poise and grace, would calm public concern, if any rumors had circulated, better than any other plan. Then the Earl delicately instructed Tom on the proper behavior for such an occasion, under the thin pretense of reminding him of things he already knew. To Hertford's delight, Tom needed little help in this area. He'd been using Humphrey for that purpose, since Humphrey had mentioned that the king would soon begin dining in public, having heard it through court gossip. Tom kept this information to himself, however. Seeing the royal memory so improved, the Earl ventured to test it casually, to see how far its recovery had progressed. The results were encouraging in places, wherever Humphrey's information had helped, and overall, Hertford was pleased and optimistic. So optimistic, in fact, that he said hopefully, "Now I'm convinced that if your Majesty would tax your memory a bit more, you could solve the puzzle of the Great Seal, a loss that mattered yesterday, though not today, since its service ended with our late Lord's life. Would your Grace try?" Tom was lost. He knew nothing about a Great Seal. After hesitating a moment, he looked up innocently and asked, "What did it look like, my lord?" The Earl started slightly, muttering to himself. His wits have wandered again. It was unwise to push him to strain them. Then he smoothly changed the subject to other matters, successfully diverting Tom's thoughts from the seal. Chapter 15. Tom as King. The next day the foreign ambassadors arrived with their magnificent entourages, and Tom, seated in awesome state, received them. The scene's splendor delighted his eyes and fired his imagination at first, but the audience was long and boring, as were most of the speeches. What began as pleasure turned into weariness and homesickness. Tom recited the words Hertford fed him occasionally, and tried hard to perform satisfactorily, but he was too new to such things and too uncomfortable to achieve more than moderate success. He looked sufficiently like a king, but he didn't feel like one. He was sincerely glad when the ceremony ended. Most of his day was wasted, as he thought of it, on royal duties. Even the 2 hours spent on princely pastimes and recreation were more of a burden than a pleasure, constrained as they were by restrictions and ceremonial protocol. However, he had a private hour with his whipping boy that he considered pure gain, since he got both entertainment and valuable information from it. The third day of Tom Canty's kingship passed much like the others, but there was some improvement. He felt less uncomfortable than at first. He was getting somewhat used to his circumstances and surroundings. His restraints still bothered him, but not constantly. He found that the presence and homage of the great troubled and embarrassed him less with each passing hour. If not for one specific fear, he could have faced the fourth day without serious distress. Dining in public, which was to begin that day. There were bigger matters on the schedule. He would have to preside over a council and make decisions about policies toward various foreign nations across the globe. On that day, Hertford would be formally appointed Lord Protector. Other important events were planned for the fourth day as well, but to Tom they all seemed insignificant compared to the ordeal of dining alone with countless curious eyes watching him and countless mouths whispering comments about his performance and his mistakes, should he be unlucky enough to make any. Nevertheless, nothing could stop the fourth day, and so it came. It found poor Tom nervous and distracted, and this mood continued. He couldn't shake it off. The morning's routine duties dragged on, wearying him. Once again, he felt the heavy weight of captivity. Late in the morning, he was in a large audience chamber, talking with the Earl of Hertford, and dully waiting for the appointed hour for a ceremonial visit from a large number of officials and courtiers. After a while, Tom, who had wandered to a window and become interested in the activity on the great highway beyond the palace gates, longing with all his heart to join in its freedom and movement, saw the front of a noisy, shouting mob of disorderly men, women, and children of the lowest class approaching from up the road. "I wonder what that's about," he exclaimed, with a boy's natural curiosity about such things. "You are the king," replied the earl solemnly, with a bow. "Do I have your grace's permission to act?" "Oh, yes, gladly," exclaimed Tom excitedly, adding to himself with satisfaction, "Being a king isn't all dreary. It has its advantages and conveniences." The earl called a page and sent him to the captain of the guard with the order, "Stop the mob and inquire about the cause of the disturbance. By the king's command." A few seconds later, a long line of royal guards in gleaming steel marched out the gates and formed across the highway in front of the crowd. A messenger returned to report that the mob was following a man, a woman, and a young girl to execution for crimes against the peace and dignity of the realm. Death, and a violent death, for these poor souls. The thought wrenched Tom's heartstrings. Compassion overtook all other considerations. He never thought about the offended laws or the grief and loss these three criminals had caused their victims. He could think only of the scaffold and the grim fate hanging over the condemned. His concern made him forget, momentarily, that he was only the shadow of a king, not the substance. Before he knew it, he had blurted out the command, "Bring them here!" Then he blushed scarlet, and a sort of apology rose to his lips. But noticing that his order had produced no surprise in the earl or the waiting page, he suppressed the words he was about to utter. The page, in the most natural way, made a deep bow and backed out of the room to deliver the command. Tom felt a glow of pride and a renewed sense of the compensating advantages of the kingly office. He thought, "It's exactly like what I used to feel when I read the old priest stories and imagined myself a prince giving laws and commands to all, saying, 'Do this, do that,' while no one dared to refuse or interfere with my will. Now the doors swung open. One high-sounding title after another was announced, their owners followed, and the room quickly filled with nobles and high officials. Tom barely noticed their presence, so wrought up and absorbed was he in this other, more interesting matter. He sat distractedly in his chair of state and turned his eyes toward the door with signs of impatient expectancy. Seeing this, the company avoided disturbing him and began talking about state business and court gossip among themselves. Soon the sound of measured military footsteps was heard approaching, and the prisoners entered the room in charge of an undersheriff, escorted by a detail of the king's guard. The civil officer knelt before Tom, then stood aside. The three doomed persons also knelt and remained so. The guard took position behind Tom's chair. Tom examined the prisoners curiously. Something about the man's dress or appearance stirred a vague memory. "I think I've seen this man before, but when and where escaped me." Such was Tom's thought. Just then the man glanced up quickly, then immediately lowered his face again, unable to bear the awesome presence of royalty. But that brief glimpse was enough for Tom. He thought to himself, "Now I understand. This is the stranger who pulled Giles Witt out of the Thames and saved his life on that bitter, windy first day of the new year. A brave, good deed. Too bad he's been doing worse things and gotten himself into this trouble. I haven't forgotten the day or the hour, because an hour later, at 11 o'clock, I got a beating from Grandmother Canty that was so impressive that all the ones before or after seemed like caresses in comparison." Tom now ordered the woman and girl removed temporarily, then addressed the undersheriff, saying, "Good sir, what is this man's crime?" The officer knelt and answered, "If it please your majesty, he has taken the life of a subject by poison." Tom's compassion for the prisoner, and admiration for him as the daring rescuer of a drowning boy, suffered a severe shock. Was it proven? "Most clearly, sire." Tom sighed and said, "Take him away. He has earned his death. It's a pity, for he was brave. He looks like a brave man." The prisoner clasped his hands desperately, wringing them in anguish, and begged the king in broken, terrified phrases, "Oh, my lord king, if you can pity the lost, have pity on me. I am innocent. My crime has only been weakly proven, yet I don't speak of that. The judgment has been passed and cannot be changed. But in my desperation I beg one favor, for my sentence is more than I can bear. A mercy, my lord king. In your royal compassion grant my prayer, command that I be hanged." Tom was astonished. This was not the outcome he had expected. "That's a strange request. Wasn't that the sentence you were given?" "Oh, good my lord, no! I am ordered to be boiled alive." The horrifying surprise of these words almost made Tom jump from his chair. As soon as he recovered his wits, he exclaimed, "Your wish is granted, poor soul. Even if you had poisoned 100 men, you shouldn't suffer such a terrible death." The prisoner pressed his face to the ground in an outpouring of gratitude, ending with, "If you should ever know misfortune, which God forbid, may your kindness to me today be remembered and repaid." Tom turned to the Earl of Hertford and asked, "My lord, is it believable that there was authorization for such a savage punishment?" "It is the law, your grace, for poisoners. In Germany, counterfeiters are boiled to death in oil, not thrown in suddenly, but lowered gradually by a rope, first the feet, then the legs, then—" "Please, no more, my lord." "I can't bear it," cried Tom, covering his eyes with his hands to shut out the awful image. "Please have this law changed. Don't let any more poor souls face such torture." The Earl's face showed deep satisfaction, for he was a man of merciful and generous impulses, uncommon traits for his class in that harsh age. He said, "These noble words from your grace have sealed its doom. History will remember this to the honor of your royal house." The under-sheriff was about to remove his prisoner. Tom signaled him to wait, then said, "Good sir, I want to look further into this matter." The man said his crime was only weakly proven. "Tell me what you know." "If the king pleases." The evidence at trial showed that this man entered a house in the hamlet of Islington, where a sick man lay alone, sleeping. 3 witnesses say it was at 10 in the morning, and 2 say it was a few minutes later. The sick man was alone and asleep. The accused soon came out again and went on his way. The sick man died within the hour, suffering from convulsions and vomiting. Did anyone see the poison given? Was poison found? No, my liege. Then how does anyone know poison was given at all? Please, your majesty. The doctors testified that no one dies with such symptoms except by poison. This was powerful evidence in that simple age. Tom recognized its strength and said, "The doctors know their profession. They were probably right. This looks bad for the poor man." "But there's more, your majesty, and worse. Many testified that a witch, who has since left the village for parts unknown, had privately predicted the sick man would die by poison, and furthermore, that a stranger would give it, a stranger with brown hair, dressed in worn common clothes, and this prisoner certainly fits that description perfectly. Please, your majesty, give proper weight to the fact that this was foretold." This argument carried tremendous force in that superstitious era. Tom felt the case was closed. If evidence meant anything, this poor fellow's guilt was proven. Still, he offered the prisoner one last chance, saying, "If you can say anything in your defense, speak." "Nothing that will help, my king. I'm innocent, but I can't prove it. I have no friends who could show I wasn't in Islington that day, or that at that hour I was more than a league away, at Wapping Old Stairs. And, my king, I could prove that while they claim I was taking life, I was actually saving it, a drowning boy." "Enough. Sheriff, when was this crime committed?" "At 10 in the morning, or a few minutes later, on the first day of the new year. Most illustrious. Release the prisoner. It is the king's will." Another blush followed this unregal outburst, and Tom tried to cover his impropriety by adding, "It angers me that a man should be hanged on such flimsy, half-baked evidence." A low murmur of admiration swept through the assembly. It wasn't admiration for Tom's decree. Few there would have considered it proper to pardon a convicted poisoner, but admiration for the intelligence and spirit Tom had displayed. Some quiet comments included, "This is no mad king. He has his wits intact. How sensibly he asked his questions. How like his old self was this abrupt, decisive handling of the matter. Thank God his illness is past. This is no weakling, but a king. He has acted like his own father." The room buzzed with approval, and some of it reached Tom's ears. The effect was to put him much more at ease, and to fill him with very satisfying sensations. However, his boyish curiosity soon overcame these pleasant thoughts. He was eager to know what sort of deadly mischief the woman and little girl had been accused of, so at his command, the two frightened, sobbing creatures were brought before him. "What have these people done?" he asked the sheriff. "Please, your majesty, they are charged with a terrible crime, clearly proven. The judges have sentenced them, according to law, to be hanged. They sold themselves to the devil. That is their crime." Tom shuddered. He had been taught to despise people who did such a wicked thing. Still, he wasn't going to deny himself the pleasure of satisfying his curiosity, so he asked, "Where and when did this happen?" "At midnight in December, in a ruined church, your majesty." Tom shuddered again. "Who was present?" "Only these two, your grace, and the other one." "Have they confessed?" "No, sire, they deny it." "Then how was it discovered?" "Certain witnesses saw them going there, good your majesty." This raised suspicion, and terrible events afterward confirmed it. Specifically, evidence shows that through the wicked power they obtained, they called up a storm that devastated the entire region. More than 40 witnesses have testified to the storm, and one could have had 1,000, since everyone remembers it, having suffered from it. Indeed, this is serious. Tom considered this dark crime for a moment, then asked, "Did the woman also suffer from the storm?" Several elderly heads in the assembly nodded at the wisdom of this question. The sheriff, however, saw nothing significant in it, and answered simply, "Indeed she did, your majesty, and most deservedly, as all agree. Her home was destroyed, leaving her and her child homeless. It seems to me the power to harm herself so badly was a poor bargain. She was cheated, if she paid even a penny for it. That she paid with her soul and her child suggests she's insane. If she's insane, she doesn't know what she's doing and therefore cannot sin." The elderly heads nodded again at Tom's wisdom, and one person murmured, "If the king is mad himself, as rumored, then his madness is the kind that would improve some people's sanity, if by God's mercy they could catch it." "How old is the child?" asked Tom. 9 years, please your majesty." "Under English law, can a child enter into such an agreement and sell itself, my lord?" Tom asked, turning to a learned judge. "The law does not allow a child to make or be involved in any important matter, my good king, recognizing that its immature mind is no match for the cleverer schemes of adults. The devil may buy a child if he chooses, and the child agrees, but not an Englishman. In that case, the contract would be invalid. It seems unchristian and poorly designed that English law denies privileges to Englishmen only to waste them on the devil," cried Tom with honest indignation. This novel perspective brought many smiles and was noted by several courtiers as evidence of Tom's originality and improving mental health. The older prisoner had stopped crying and was listening to Tom's words with growing interest and hope. Tom noticed this, which strengthened his sympathy for her in her dangerous and friendless situation. He asked, "How did they create the storm?" "By removing their stockings, sire." This astonished Tom and fired his curiosity to fever pitch. He said eagerly, "That's amazing. Does it always have this terrible effect?" "Always, my liege. At least if the woman desires it and says the necessary words, either silently or aloud." Tom turned to the woman and said with impulsive enthusiasm, "Show your power. I want to see a storm." There was a sudden paleness in the superstitious crowd and an unspoken desire to leave quickly, all of which Tom missed, being focused entirely on the potential spectacle. Seeing the confused and frightened look on the woman's face, he added excitedly, "Don't be afraid. You won't be blamed. In fact, you'll go free. No one will harm you. Use your power." "Oh, my lord king, I don't have it. I've been falsely accused." "Your fears are holding you back. Don't worry, you'll suffer no harm. Create a storm, even a small one. I don't need anything large or damaging. In fact, I prefer the opposite. Do this, and your life will be spared. You and your child will go free with the king's pardon, safe from harm or persecution from anyone in the realm." The woman prostrated herself, protesting tearfully that she had no such power. Otherwise she would gladly save just her child's life and be content to lose her own, if by obeying the king's command such a precious favor might be gained. Tom urged her again, but she maintained her position. Finally, he said, "I think the woman is telling the truth. If my mother were in her place and had the devil's powers, she wouldn't hesitate to call up storms and destroy the whole country to save my life. It stands to reason other mothers are the same. "You are free, good woman, you and your child. I believe you're innocent. Now that you have nothing to fear and are pardoned, take off your stockings. If you can make me a storm, you'll be rich." The grateful woman thanked him profusely and began to obey, while Tom watched with eager anticipation, slightly tempered by apprehension. The courtier showed obvious discomfort and uneasiness. The woman removed her stockings and her little girls as well, clearly doing her best to reward the king's generosity with an earthquake. But it was a complete failure and disappointment. Tom sighed and said, "Don't trouble yourself any further, good soul. Your power has left you. Go in peace, and if it ever returns, remember me, and bring me a storm." Chapter 16. The State Dinner. Dinner time approached, but, strangely, Tom felt only mild discomfort and barely any fear. The morning's experiences had wonderfully built his confidence. It was amazing how quickly the poor boy had adapted to his strange new situation. After just 4 days, he was more at home in the palace than a grown person would have been after a full month. It was a perfect example of how easily children can adjust to new circumstances. Let's hurry to the grand banquet hall for a glimpse of what's happening while Tom is being prepared for this impressive event. The room is spacious, with gilded pillars, beautiful wall paintings, and decorated ceilings. Tall guards stand at the door like statues, dressed in rich, colorful uniforms and holding halberds. In the high gallery that surrounds the room, musicians play while finely dressed citizens watch. At the center, on a raised platform, stands Tom's table. The ceremony begins with elaborately dressed servants approaching the table. Each bows deeply before performing their specific task, setting the tablecloth, arranging silverware, placing salt cellars, and carefully preparing everything with exaggerated reverence. Finally, 2 nobles approach, prostrate themselves 3 times with perfect grace, and ceremonially wipe the table with bread and salt, treating the process with as much solemnity as if the real king were present. When these rituals end, a distant bugle sounds, and a cry echoes down the hall, "Make way for the king! Way for his most excellent majesty!" The sounds grow closer, until finally, right before us, the announcement rings out, "Way for the king!" At that moment, the glittering procession enters, marching in perfect formation. First come gentlemen, barons, earls, and knights of the garter, all splendidly dressed with heads uncovered. Next comes the chancellor, flanked by one person carrying the royal scepter and another holding the sword of state in its red scabbard decorated with golden fleur-de-lis, point upward. Then appears the king himself, Tom, and at his entrance, 12 trumpets and many drums burst into a welcoming fanfare, while everyone in the galleries rises, shouting, "God save the king!" Behind him come nobles of his court, while on either side march his honor guard, 50 gentlemen pensioners, carrying gilt battle-axes. It was all magnificent and exciting. Tom's pulse quickened, and his eyes shone. He carried himself with natural grace, helped by the fact that he wasn't consciously trying to. His attention was captured by the colorful spectacle around him. Besides, it's hard to look awkward when you're wearing perfectly tailored clothes, especially when you're too distracted to feel self-conscious about them. Tom remembered his instructions and acknowledged the greeting with a slight nod of his plumed head, saying graciously, "Thank you, my good people." He sat at the table without removing his cap, feeling no embarrassment about it. After all, eating with one's cap on was the one royal custom where kings and common folk like the Cantys shared common ground, neither group feeling awkward about it. The procession disbanded and arranged itself in picturesque groups, everyone remaining bareheaded. To the accompaniment of lively music, the yeomen of the guard entered the tallest and strongest men in England, carefully selected for their size. These impressive guards came and went, bringing course after course of dishes served on fine plates. Each dish was received and placed on the table with ceremony, while a food taster gave each guard a small portion to eat, testing for poison. Tom enjoyed his dinner, despite being acutely aware that hundreds of eyes watched every bite with intense interest, as if each morsel might explode in his mouth and scatter him across the room. He was careful not to rush, and equally careful not to do anything for himself, waiting for the proper servant to kneel and do it for him. He got through the meal flawlessly, a precious triumph. When it was over, and he marched away amid his colorful entourage, with blaring bugles, rolling drums, and thunderous applause in his ears, he thought that if this was the worst of dining in public, he'd gladly endure it several times daily, if it freed him from other, more demanding royal obligations. Chapter 17. Foo-foo the First. Miles Hendon hurried toward the Southwark end of the bridge, keeping alert for the boy and his captor, expecting to catch up with them soon. When this didn't happen, he began asking questions, managing to track them partway through Southwark before losing their trail. Though perplexed, he continued searching throughout the day. By nightfall, he was exhausted, his legs aching, and as far from success as ever. He ate at the Tabard Inn and went to bed, planning an early start and a thorough search the next morning. As he lay thinking, he reasoned. The boy would try to escape from his supposed father if possible. Would he return to London? No. He'd avoid recapture. What would he do? Having never had a friend or protector until meeting Hendon, he would naturally try to find him again, as long as it didn't mean heading toward London. He'd probably head for Hendon Hall, knowing Miles was traveling there. The solution was clear. Hendon needed to stop wasting time in Southwark and move through Kent toward Monk's home, searching the woods and asking questions along the way. Now, let's return to the young king. The ruffian, whom the Bridge Inn's waiter had seen following the youth, and the king didn't exactly join them but stayed close behind, watching their every move. He said nothing. His left arm was in a sling, a green patch covered his left eye, he walked with a slight limp and used an oak staff for support. The youth led the king through a winding route in Southwark, eventually reaching the main road beyond. The king, growing irritated, announced he would go no further. It was Hendon's job to find him, not his to find Hendon. "You'll stop here while your friend lies wounded in the woods?" the youth replied. "So be it then." The king's attitude changed instantly. "Wounded? Who dared harm him?" "Lead on, quickly. Move faster. Is he badly hurt? Whoever did this will pay, even if he's the son of a duke." The woods were some distance away, but they covered the ground quickly. The youth searched for trail markers, small branches stuck in the ground with bits of rag tied to them, which guided them deeper into the forest. Eventually, they reached a clearing containing the burned remains of a farmhouse and a dilapidated barn. The place was silent and lifeless. The youth entered the barn with the king eagerly following, but there was no one inside. The king shot a suspicious glance at his guide. "Where is he?" A mocking laugh was his only answer. The king flew into a rage, grabbing a piece of wood and preparing to attack, when another laugh came from behind. It was the limping ruffian who had been following them. "Who are you? What do you want?" the king demanded. "Drop the act," the man replied. "My disguise isn't so good that you can't recognize your own father." "You're not my father. I don't know you. I am the king. If you've hidden my servant, find him, or you'll regret what you've done." Tom Canty answered with stern, measured words. "You're clearly insane, and I'd rather not punish you. But if you provoke me, I must. Your crazy talk does no harm here, where no one can hear it, but you'd better learn to watch your tongue for when we're back among people. I've committed murder and can't go home, and neither can you, since I need your help. I've changed my name for safety. It's now John Hobbs. Yours is Jack. Remember that. Now, where are your mother and sisters? They didn't come to our meeting place. Do you know where they went?" "Stop with these riddles," the king replied coldly. "My mother is dead, and my sisters are in the palace." The youth nearby laughed mockingly. The king would have attacked him, but Canty, or Hobbs as he now called himself, stopped him, saying, "Peace, Hugo. Don't aggravate him. His mind is confused, and your teasing upsets him. Sit down, Jack, and calm yourself. You'll have something to eat soon." Hobbs and Hugo started talking quietly to each other. The king moved as far away from them as possible, withdrawing to the barn's far end, where the floor was covered with straw. He lay down, pulled some straw over himself as a blanket, and soon became lost in thought. He had many sorrows, but his greatest was the loss of his father. To most people, the name Henry VIII brought fearful shudders, conjuring images of a brutal tyrant who dealt out punishments and death. But to this boy, the name only evoked feelings of pleasure and love. He recalled many tender moments between them, dwelling on these memories, while tears flowed freely, revealing the depth of his grief. As the afternoon faded, the exhausted boy gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. After some time, he couldn't tell how long, he half awoke to the sound of rain pattering on the roof. A comforting sense of coziness came over him, which was abruptly shattered by a chorus of harsh laughter. Startled, he uncovered his head to see what was happening. A disturbing scene met his eyes. A bright fire burned in the middle of the barn floor, and around it, eerily lit by the red glow, lounged the most mismatched collection of ragged vagabonds and criminals he'd ever seen. There were huge, weather-beaten men with long hair, dressed in fantastic rags, medium-sized young men with threatening faces and similar clothing, blind beggars with patched or bandaged eyes, cripples with wooden legs and crutches, diseased individuals with poorly wrapped sores, a suspicious-looking peddler with his pack, a knife grinder, a tinker, and a barber surgeon with their tools. Some of the women were barely grown girls, others in their prime, some old and wrinkled, all loud, crude, and filthy. There were 3 sickly-looking babies and 2 mangy dogs on leashes, used to guide the blind. Night had fallen, and the gang had just finished eating. A drinking party was starting, with a jug being passed around. Someone shouted, "A song from the Bat and Dick and Dot and Go One." One of the blind men stood up, removing the patches that had covered his perfectly good eyes and the pitiful sign describing his fake condition. Dot and Go One set aside his wooden leg and stood firmly on 2 healthy feet beside his fellow trickster. Then they belted out a rowdy ditty, with the entire crew joining in for the chorus. By the final verse, half-drunk enthusiasm had risen so high that everyone sang the whole song from the beginning, creating a volume of terrible noise that made the rafters shake. Afterward, the group began talking, not in the thieves' dialect they'd used in the song, which was reserved for when outsiders might be listening. During the conversation, it became clear that John Hobbs wasn't a complete newcomer, but had previous connections to the gang. When asked about his recent history and he mentioned accidentally killing a man, the group expressed approval. When he added that the victim was a priest, they cheered and insisted he drink with everyone. Old acquaintances welcomed him warmly, and new ones eagerly shook his hand. They asked why he'd stayed away so many months. "London is safer these days than the countryside," he explained. "The laws are harsh and strictly enforced. If I hadn't had that accident, I'd have stayed there permanently. But now, that's impossible." He asked how many members the gang had now. The leader answered, 25 tough thieves, burglars, pickpockets, and beggars, counting the women. Most are here. The rest are headed east along the winter route. We follow at dawn. I don't see the Win among you. Where is he? Poor fellow's diet is brimstone now, too hot for comfort. He was killed in a fight around midsummer. Sorry to hear it. The Win was a capable, brave man. That he was. Black Bess, his woman, is still with us, but traveling eastward. A decent girl with relatively good habits. Never drunk more than 4 days out of 7. She was always disciplined, a commendable woman. Her mother was less particular, difficult and ill-tempered, but unusually clever. We lost her because of it. Her talent for palm reading and fortune-telling eventually earned her a witch's reputation. The law roasted her at a slow fire. It was almost touching to see how bravely she faced her fate, cursing and insulting the crowd watching her, even as the flames caught her thin hair and crackled around her gray head. Such cursing. Live 1,000 years and you'd never hear such masterful swearing. Sadly, her art died with her. Only weak imitations remain. No true blasphemy. The leader sighed. The listener sighed in sympathy. A brief melancholy fell over the company. Even these hardened outcasts weren't completely dead to sentiment, and could occasionally feel a fleeting sense of loss, especially when unique talents departed without leaving successors. "Have any others of our friends suffered?" Hobbs asked. "Some have, especially newcomers, like small farmers driven from their land, when their fields were converted to sheep pastures. They begged, were whipped naked to the waist at the cart's tail until they bled, then put in the stocks to be pelted. They begged again, were whipped again, and lost an ear. When they begged a 3rd time, what else could they do? They were branded on the cheek with a hot iron and sold as slaves. When they ran away, they were hunted down and hanged. It's a short, simple story. Others have fared less harshly. Stand up, yokel Burns and Hodge. Show your marks." The 3 men stood and removed some rags, revealing backs crisscrossed with old whip scars. One turned up his hair to show where his left ear had been. Another showed a branded V on his shoulder and a mutilated ear. The 3rd said, "I'm yokel, once a prosperous farmer with a loving wife and children. Now I'm quite different, and my family is gone. Perhaps in heaven, perhaps in the other place, but thankfully no longer in England. My blameless old mother tried to earn bread nursing the sick. When one patient died unexpectedly, the doctors blamed her, and she was burned as a witch while my children looked on, crying, 'English law! Raise your cups and drink to the merciful English law that sent her from English hell. My wife and I begged from house to house with our hungry children, but hunger is a crime in England. They stripped and whipped us through 3 towns. Drink again to merciful English law. Its lash drank deep of my Mary's blood, and its blessed release came quickly. She lies in the potter's field now, safe from harm. And my children? While the law chased me from town to town, they starved. Have another drink, just a small one, to the poor innocent children who never harmed anyone. I begged again for a simple crust, and got the stalks and lost an ear. I begged again, and lost the other one too. I begged once more, and was sold as a slave. See the red S brand hidden under this dirt on my cheek? A slave, an English slave. I run from my master, and when I'm caught, may heaven's curse fall on this country's laws. I will hang. Suddenly, a ringing voice cut through the smoky air. You will not. Today marks the end of that law. Everyone turned to see the small king approaching confidently. As he stepped into the light, a burst of questions erupted. Who is he? What is he? Who are you, little man? The boy stood calmly amid the questioning stares, and replied with royal dignity, I am Edward, King of England. Wild laughter erupted, partly mocking, partly delighted by what they thought was an excellent joke. The king was stung. You ill-mannered vagabonds. Is this how you recognize the royal favor I've promised you? He continued speaking angrily, but his words were lost in the storm of laughter and mockery. John Hobbs tried several times to make himself heard above the noise, finally succeeding. Friends, he's my son, a dreamer, a fool, completely mad. Pay no attention to him. He thinks he really is the king. I am the king, Edward insisted, turning toward him, as you'll discover to your cost soon enough. You've confessed to murder. You'll hang for it. You'd betray me? If I get my hands on you. Enough, the burly leader interrupted, knocking Hobbs down with his fist. Show some respect. Insult my presence like that again, and I'll hang you myself. Then he addressed the king. You can't threaten your companions or speak ill of them elsewhere. Be a king if your mad humor pleases you, but don't cause trouble. Drop that title you've claimed. It's treason. We may be criminals in small ways, but none of us would betray the king. We're loyal in that respect. Let me prove it. All together now. Long live Edward, King of England. Long live Edward, King of England, the entire gang roared, making the rickety barn vibrate. The little king's face briefly lit up with pleasure. He nodded slightly and said with simple dignity, Thank you, my good people. This unexpected response sent the company into fits of laughter. When some semblance of quiet returned, the leader said, firmly but good-naturedly, Give it up, boy. It's unwise and dangerous. Indulge your fantasy if you must, but choose a different title. A tinker shouted a suggestion, Foo-foo the First, King of the Mooncalves. The title caught on instantly. Every throat responded, and a deafening shout went up. Long live Foo-foo the First, King of the Mooncalves, followed by hooting, catcalls, and waves of laughter. Bring him forward and crown him. Robe him, give him a scepter. Throne him. These and 20 other cries broke out at once. Before the poor boy could catch his breath, he was crowned with a tin basin, draped in a tattered blanket, seated on a barrel, and given the tinker's soldering iron as a scepter. Then everyone knelt around him, sending up a chorus of fake wails and mocking pleas, wiping their eyes with filthy sleeves and aprons. Have mercy on us, sweet king! Don't trample your wretched subjects' noble majesty. Pity your slaves with a royal kick. Warm us with your sovereign rays, O blazing son of power. Bless the ground with your royal touch, that we may eat the dirt and be ennobled. Spit on us, sire, so our children's children can tell of your princely consideration and be proud forever. But the tinker made the evening's greatest hit. Kneeling, he pretended to kiss the king's foot and was indignantly kicked away. He then went around begging for a rag to place over the spot on his face that the royal foot had touched, claiming it must be protected from common air and that he could make a fortune by displaying it along the highway for 100 shillings per view. He made himself so hysterically funny that he became the envy of the entire ragged crew. Tears of shame and anger stood in the young king's eyes. In his heart, he thought, if I had offered them a great wrong, they couldn't be more cruel. Yet I wanted only to help them. This is how they repay kindness. Chapter 18. The Prince with the Tramps. The vagabond troop set out at dawn, moving forward under a gloomy sky. The ground was soggy, the air carried a winter chill, and all cheerfulness had vanished from the company. Some were sullen and silent, others irritable and snappish. No one was in good spirits and everyone was thirsty. The leader put Jack in Hugo's care with brief instructions and warned Tom Canty to leave the boy alone. He also cautioned Hugo not to be too rough with him. After a while, the weather improved and the clouds lifted somewhat. The group stopped shivering, and their spirits gradually lifted. They grew increasingly cheerful and eventually began teasing each other and insulting passing travelers. This showed they were rediscovering life's pleasures. The fear they inspired was evident. Everyone gave them the road and meekly accepted their rude comments without daring to respond. They occasionally stole laundry from hedges, sometimes right in front of the owners, who offered no protest, seeming grateful they didn't take the hedges too. Later, they invaded a small farmhouse, making themselves at home, while the terrified farmer and his family emptied their pantry to provide breakfast. They grabbed the women's chins and made crude jokes, throwing bones and vegetables at the farmer and his sons, keeping them constantly dodging and roaring with laughter when they scored a hit. They ended by smearing butter on the head of one daughter who objected to their advances. As they left, they threatened to return and burn the house down if the family reported them to authorities. Around noon, after a long, tiring march, the gang stopped behind a hedge on the outskirts of a sizable village. They rested for an hour, then scattered to enter the village at different points to practice their various trades. Jack was sent with Hugo, who spent some time looking for stealing opportunities but found none. "I see nothing worth taking," he finally said. "This place is worthless. We'll have to beg." "We? You can beg if you like. It suits you, but I won't stoop to that." "You won't beg?" Hugo exclaimed, astonished. "Since when did you reform?" "What do you mean? Haven't you begged in London streets your whole life?" "Me? You idiot." "Save your insults. You'll need them later. Your father says you've always been a beggar. Was he lying, perhaps?" Hugo asked mockingly. "The man you call my father?" "Yes, he lied." "Don't push your game of madness too far, friend. It's funny when it's harmless, but it could get you hurt. If I tell him about this, he'll make you regret it." "Don't bother. I'll tell him myself." "I admire your spirit, truly, but not your judgment. Beatings and bruises come easily enough without inviting more. But do what you like." "I believe your father. I'm sure he can lie when necessary, but there's no need here. A wise man doesn't waste good lies for nothing." "But what are we going to do instead? Rob kitchens?" The king replied impatiently. "Stop this nonsense. You're exhausting me." Hugo answered with irritation. "Listen carefully. You won't beg. You won't steal. Fine, but I'll tell you what you will do. You'll be the decoy while I beg. Refuse if you dare." The king was about to answer contemptuously when Hugo interrupted. "Quiet. Here comes someone with a kind face. I'll pretend to have a fit." When he runs to help, start wailing and drop to your knees as if crying. Then shout like you're in terrible pain and say, "Oh, sir, this is my poor sick brother, and we're all alone. In God's name, look with pity on a sick, abandoned, miserable wretch. Give just 1 penny from your wealth to someone stricken by God and near death. Keep crying until we get his penny, or you'll be sorry." Hugo immediately began moaning, rolling his eyes and staggering around. When the stranger approached, he collapsed with a shriek and started writhing in the dirt, appearing to be in agony. "Oh dear," the kind stranger cried. "Poor soul, how he suffers. Let me help you up." "Kind sir, please don't touch me. It causes terrible pain when I'm having these attacks. My brother can tell you how I suffer when the fits come." "A penny, sir, just a penny for food. Then leave me to my misery." "A penny? You shall have 3, you poor creature," the man said, fumbling nervously in his pocket. "Here, take them, and welcome. Now, young man, help me carry your afflicted brother to that house where—" "He's not my brother," the king interrupted. "What? Not your brother?" "Listen to him," Hugo groaned, then ground his teeth privately. "He denies his own brother when I'm half dead. Boy, your heart must be stone if this isn't your brother. For shame! And he can barely move." "If he's not your brother, who is he then?" "A beggar and a thief. He has your money and has picked your pocket too. If you want to perform a healing miracle, use your walking stick on his shoulders and trust Providence for the rest. But Hugo didn't wait for any divine intervention. In a flash, he was up and running, with the gentleman chasing after him and raising the alarm. The king, deeply grateful for his escape, fled in the opposite direction, not slowing until he was safely away. He took the first road he saw and soon left the village behind. He continued briskly for several hours, constantly looking over his shoulder for pursuit, but eventually his fears subsided, replaced by a sense of security. Now he realized he was hungry and very tired. He stopped at a farmhouse, but before he could speak, he was harshly driven away. His ragged clothes condemned him. He continued walking, wounded and indignant, determined not to risk such treatment again. But hunger overpowers pride, so as evening approached, he tried another farmhouse. This time, he fared even worse. They called him names and threatened to arrest him as a vagrant if he didn't leave immediately. Night fell, cold and overcast, while the exhausted young king trudged onward. He had to keep moving because whenever he sat to rest, the cold quickly penetrated to his bones. All his experiences as he moved through the dark emptiness of night were strange and unsettling. Occasionally, he heard voices approaching, passing, and fading away, but saw nothing more than vague, drifting shapes in the darkness, giving everything a ghostly, unnerving quality that made him shudder. Sometimes he glimpsed a distant light, always seeming incredibly far away. When he heard sheep bells, they sounded faint and indistinct. The muffled lowing of cattle floated to him on the night wind in vanishing cadences, a mournful sound. All these remote sounds made the little king feel isolated and alone, as if all life and activity had withdrawn from him, leaving him at the center of an endless solitude. He stumbled along, both frightened and fascinated by this new experience, occasionally startled by the soft rustling of leaves overhead that sounded eerily like whispers. Suddenly, he spotted the flickering light of a tin lantern nearby. He stepped back into the shadows and waited. The lantern stood by the open door of a barn. After waiting a while and hearing nothing, he grew so cold that the inviting barn seemed irresistible. Finally, he decided to risk everything and enter. He moved quickly and quietly, but just as he crossed the threshold, he heard voices behind him. He darted behind a cask inside the barn and crouched down. 2 farm workers entered with the lantern and began working, talking as they did. While they moved around with the light, the king surveyed his surroundings, noting what appeared to be a good-sized stall at the far end, planning to hide there once he was alone. He also spotted a pile of horse blankets halfway across the barn, intending to use them for warmth during the night. Eventually, the men finished their work and left, taking the lantern and locking the door behind them. The shivering king made his way to the blankets as quickly as the darkness allowed, gathered them up, then found his way to the stall. He made a bed from 2 blankets and covered himself with the other 2. He was a happy monarch, even though the blankets were old, thin, not quite warm enough, and gave off an overpowering horse smell. Although the king was hungry and cold, he was also exhausted and drowsy. Soon the tiredness began to overcome the discomfort, and he started drifting toward sleep. Just as he was about to lose consciousness completely, he distinctly felt something touch him. He snapped awake instantly, gasping for breath. The cold horror of that mysterious touch in the darkness nearly stopped his heart. He lay motionless, listening and barely breathing. But nothing moved, and there was no sound. He continued listening and waiting for what seemed like forever, but still nothing changed. So he began to drift off again, and suddenly felt that mysterious touch once more. It was horrifying, this light contact from an invisible, silent presence. It filled the boy with ghostly fears. What should he do? Should he leave this relatively comfortable spot and flee from this mysterious horror? But where could he go? He couldn't get out of the barn, and the thought of running blindly around in the dark, trapped within 4 walls with his phantom following him, touching him with that soft, hideous contact on his cheek or shoulder at every turn, was unbearable. But staying put and enduring this living death all night, was that any better? No. What option remained? Only one. He had to reach out and find whatever it was. It was easy to think this, but terrifying to actually do it. 3 times he extended his hand cautiously into the darkness, only to snatch it back with a gasp. Not because he touched anything, but because he was certain he was about to. On the 4th attempt, reaching a little farther, his hand lightly brushed against something soft and warm. This nearly petrified him with fright. In his panicked state, he could only imagine it was a corpse, newly dead and still warm. He thought he would rather die than touch it again. But he underestimated human curiosity's irresistible power. Soon his hand was trembling forward again, against his better judgment and without his consent, persistently groping in the darkness. It encountered a clump of long hair, making him shudder, but he followed it and found what felt like a warm rope. Following this rope, he discovered it was attached to an innocent calf. What he had thought was a rope was actually the calf's tail. The king felt utterly embarrassed for having worked himself into such a state over something so harmless. But he shouldn't have been so hard on himself. It wasn't really the calf that had frightened him, but the terrifying unknown it represented. Any other boy in those superstitious times would have reacted exactly the same way. The king was not only relieved to discover the ghost was just a calf, but was actually delighted to have the animal's company. He had been feeling so lonely and friendless that even this humble creature's presence was welcome. After being treated so harshly by his fellow humans, it was comforting to be near a fellow creature with a gentle nature, whatever other qualities it might lack. So he decided to set aside royal dignity and make friends with the calf. While stroking its warm back, it was lying close enough to reach easily. It occurred to him that the calf could serve multiple purposes. He rearranged his bed, spreading it close to the animal, then cuddled up against its back, pulled the blankets over both of them, and within minutes was as warm and comfortable as he'd ever been in the royal palace at Westminster. Pleasant thoughts followed immediately. Life suddenly seemed more cheerful. He was free from servitude and crime, free from the company of brutal outlaws, warm and sheltered. In a word, he was happy. The night wind rose, sweeping by in gusts that made the old barn creak and rattle before dying down, then moaning and wailing around corners and edges. But it was all music to the king, now that he was snug and cozy. Let it blow and rage, let it batter and moan, he didn't care. He just snuggled closer to his friend, drifting blissfully into a deep, dreamless sleep filled with peace and contentment. Outside, the dogs howled, cows complained in the distance, and the storm raged on, driving sheets of rain against the roof. But England's young king slept undisturbed, and so did the calf, a simple creature not easily troubled by storms or by sharing its bed with royalty. Chapter 19. The Prince with the Peasants. When the king woke early the next morning, he discovered that a wet but enterprising rat had crept in during the night and made itself comfortable against his chest. Disturbed by his movement, it scampered away. The boy smiled to himself, thinking, "Poor frightened thing, why so scared? I'm as helpless as you are. It would be shameful for me to hurt a defenseless creature when I'm so defenseless myself. Besides, I owe you thanks for a good omen. When a king has fallen so low that rats make a bed of him, surely his luck must be about to change, since he clearly can't sink any lower." He got up and stepped out of the stall just as he heard children's voices. The barn door opened, and two little girls came in. When they spotted him, they immediately stopped talking and laughing, standing still and staring at him with intense curiosity. They began whispering to each other, then moved closer, only to stop again and stare more. Eventually, they gathered enough courage to discuss him openly. "He has a nice face," one said. "And pretty hair," the other added, "but his clothes are awful. And he looks starved." They edged closer, circling him shyly, examining him from all angles as if he were some strange new animal, cautiously, as though afraid he might bite. Finally, they stopped in front of him, holding hands for courage, and stared with innocent eyes. One of them summoned her bravery and asked directly, "Who are you, boy?" "I am the king," he answered seriously. The children jumped slightly, their eyes growing wide. They remained speechless for half a minute before curiosity broke the silence. "The king? Which king?" "The King of England." The children looked at each other, then back at him, then at each other again, confused and perplexed. One asked, "Did you hear that, Marjorie? He says he's the king. Could that be true?" "How can it be anything but true, Prissy? Would he lie? Think about it. If it weren't true, it would be a lie. All things that aren't true are lies. There's no other way to see it." It was airtight logic that left Prissy's doubts without a leg to stand on. After a moment's thought, she put the king on his honor, saying simply, "If you're truly the king, then I believe you." "I am truly the king," he confirmed. This settled the matter. His royal status was accepted without further question. and the little girls immediately began asking how he came to be there, why he was dressed so poorly, where he was going, and all about his situation. It was an enormous relief to pour out his troubles to listeners who didn't mock or doubt him. He told his story with genuine emotion, temporarily forgetting even his hunger, and it was received with the deepest and most tender sympathy by the gentle young girls. When they discovered how long he'd been without food, they cut his story short and hurried him to the farmhouse to find him breakfast. The king felt cheerful and happy now. When I come into my own again, he thought, I will always honor children, remembering how these little ones trusted and believed me in my time of trouble, while those who were older and thought themselves wiser mocked and called me a liar. The children's mother welcomed the king kindly, full of compassion for his forlorn condition and apparently confused mind. She was a widow of modest means who had seen enough hardship to feel sympathy for the unfortunate. She assumed the confused boy had wandered away from his caretakers, so she tried to discover where he came from, hoping to return him. But all her references to neighboring towns and villages meant nothing to him. His face and answers showed these places were unfamiliar. He spoke earnestly and simply about court matters, and broke down when mentioning the late king, his father. But whenever the conversation turned to more ordinary topics, he lost interest and went silent. The woman was deeply puzzled, but didn't give up. While cooking, she tried various tactics to trick the boy into revealing his true background. She talked about cattle. He showed no reaction. Then sheep, same result, disproving her theory that he might have been a shepherd boy. She mentioned mills, weavers, tinkers, blacksmiths, trades and tradesmen, then asylums, jails, and charities. Nothing sparked recognition. But she hadn't completely failed. She'd narrowed it down to domestic service. Surely he must have been a house servant. So she led the conversation that way. Sweeping seemed to bore him. Building fires failed to interest him. Scrubbing and scouring produced no enthusiasm. As a last resort, almost as a formality, she mentioned cooking. To her surprise and delight, the king's face lit up immediately. She'd caught him at last and felt quite proud of her detective work. Her tired tongue could finally rest, as the king, driven by gnawing hunger and the enticing smells from the pots and pans, launched into an eloquent discussion of various delicious dishes. Within 3 minutes, she thought to herself, I was right, he's worked in a kitchen. Then he expanded his culinary knowledge further, discussing it with such appreciation and enthusiasm that she concluded, Goodness, how can he know so many dishes, and such fancy ones? These belong on the tables of the rich and great. Despite his rags, he must have served in the palace kitchen. Yes, he must have worked for the king himself. Eager to confirm her theory, she asked the king to watch the cooking for a moment, hinting that he might prepare a dish or two if he wished. Then she left the room, signaling her children to follow. The king muttered to himself, Another English king once had a job like this in ancient times. It's no shame to my dignity to do what the great Alfred did, but I'll try to serve better than he did, for he let the cakes burn. His intentions were good, but the performance didn't match them. Like King Alfred before him, he soon became lost in deep thoughts about his royal affairs, and the same disaster resulted. The food burned. The woman returned just in time to save breakfast from total destruction, and promptly brought the king back to reality with a sharp scolding. But seeing how troubled he was by his failure, she immediately softened and became kind again. The boy ate a hearty, satisfying meal that refreshed and cheered him. It featured an unusual arrangement. Rank was set aside on both sides, though neither recognized the significance of this. The woman had initially planned to feed the young tramp with leftovers in a corner, like any vagrant or dog, but felt so guilty about scolding him that she tried to make up for it by letting him sit at the family table as if he were their equal. The king, for his part, felt so bad about failing in his assigned duty after the family's kindness that he forced himself to humble down to their level instead of requiring them to stand and serve him while he dined in solitary state. Everyone benefits from occasionally setting aside formalities. The good woman felt proud all day for her generous condescension toward a tramp. The king felt equally satisfied with his gracious humility toward a peasant woman. After breakfast, the housewife told the king to wash the dishes. This command stunned him momentarily, and he nearly rebelled. But then he thought, Alfred the Great washed the cakes. Surely he would have washed dishes too, so I'll try it. He made a poor job of it, to his surprise, since cleaning wooden spoons and trenchers had seemed simple enough. It was tedious, frustrating work, but he finished eventually. He was growing impatient to continue his journey, But the thrifty woman found several small tasks for him, which he completed with fair success. Then she set him and the little girls to peeling winter apples. He was so clumsy at this that she relieved him and assigned him to sharpen a butcher knife instead. Later, she had him carding wool, until he began to think he'd overshadowed the great King Alfred quite enough in the realm of menial heroics. Just after the noon meal, when the goodwife handed him a basket of kittens to drown, he decided to resign. He was about to object, feeling that kitten drowning crossed a line, when they were interrupted. John Canty appeared, with a peddler's pack on his back, accompanied by Hugo. The king spotted the pair approaching the front gate before they noticed him. Without a word about drawing moral lines, he quietly slipped out the back door with his basket of kittens. He left the animals safely in an outbuilding, then hurried down a narrow lane behind the property. Chapter 20. The Prince and the Hermit. The high hedge finally hid him from the house. Driven by sheer terror, the prince ran toward a distant wood. He never looked back until he'd almost reached the safety of the trees. When he finally turned, he spotted two figures in the distance. That was enough. He didn't bother studying them closely, but bolted into the shadowy depths of the forest. Only when he was deep among the trees did he stop, convinced he was relatively safe. He listened carefully. The silence was deep and heavy, almost oppressive. Occasionally his straining ears caught distant sounds, but they seemed unreal, more like the moaning of ghosts than anything human. These faint noises only made the silence more eerie. He'd originally planned to stay hidden until nightfall, but soon a chill crept through his sweaty clothes. He had to keep moving just to stay warm. He pushed deeper into the forest, hoping to find a road, but the woods only grew thicker. As daylight faded, the prince realized night was coming. The thought of spending darkness in this uncanny place made him shiver. He tried to hurry, but that only slowed him down. He couldn't see well enough to avoid tripping over roots and getting tangled in briars. When he finally spotted a faint light, his heart leaped. He approached cautiously, pausing often to look and listen. The light came from an unglazed window in a shabby hut. He heard a voice, someone praying, and almost ran to hide, but changed his mind instantly. He crept to the window, stood on tiptoe, and peered inside. The room was tiny, with a dirt floor beaten hard by use. A bed of rushes with some ragged blankets occupied one corner. He noticed a pail, cup, basin, and some basic cooking pots nearby. A short bench and three-legged stool were the only furniture. Dying embers glowed on the hearth. Before a shrine lit by a single candle knelt an old man with a worn wooden box beside him, containing an open book and a human skull. The man was large-boned, with long snow-white hair and beard, dressed in a sheepskin robe that reached from neck to feet. "A holy hermit," the prince thought. "I'm actually in luck." When the hermit rose from his knees, the prince knocked. A deep voice answered, "Enter, but leave your sins outside, for the ground where you'll stand is holy." The prince stepped inside and paused. The hermit turned gleaming, restless eyes upon him and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the king," he answered simply. "Welcome, king," the hermit cried enthusiastically. He bustled about with nervous energy, repeatedly muttering, "Welcome, welcome." He arranged his bench by the hearth for the prince, tossed some wood on the fire, and then began pacing the floor anxiously. "Welcome! Many have sought sanctuary here, but weren't worthy and were turned away. But a king who casts aside his crown and the empty splendors of his position, who dresses in rags to devote himself to holiness and denial of worldly comforts, he is worthy. He is welcome. Here you shall live all your days until death comes." The prince tried to interrupt and explain, but the hermit paid no attention. He continued with rising energy, "You'll find peace here. No one will discover your hiding place or bother you with pleas to return to that empty, foolish life you've wisely abandoned. You'll pray here, study the book, meditate on the world's delusions and the glory of the next life. You'll eat only crusts and herbs, discipline your body with whips to purify your soul. You'll wear hair shirts, drink only water, and you'll be at peace. Anyone who comes looking will leave disappointed. They won't find you, they won't disturb you." The old man stopped speaking aloud and began muttering to himself. The prince seized his chance to explain, speaking with eloquence born of anxiety, but the hermit continued muttering and paid no attention. Then, still muttering, he approached the prince and said mysteriously, "Shh, I'll tell you a secret." He leaned down, but stopped suddenly, adopting a listening pose. After a moment, he tiptoed to the window, peered out into the twilight, then crept back and whispered close to the prince's face, I am an archangel." The prince flinched violently. "Dear God," he thought, "I have escaped only to become a madman's prisoner." The hermit, noticing his reaction, continued in a low, excited voice. "You feel my aura. I see the awe in your face. My presence affects everyone this way because it's the very atmosphere of heaven. I travel there and back in the blink of an eye. I was made an archangel on this exact spot 5 years ago by heavenly messengers. Their radiance was blinding. And they knelt to me, king. Yes, even to me, for I was greater than they. I've walked heaven's courts and spoken with the patriarchs. Touch my hand. Don't be afraid. There, you've touched a hand that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob have clasped. I've walked in golden halls and seen the face of God." He paused dramatically. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he jumped to his feet, saying angrily, "Yes, I'm an archangel, a mere archangel. I, who might have been pope. Heaven told me so in a dream 20 years ago. I should have been pope, but the king dissolved my monastery, and I, a poor unknown monk, was thrown homeless into the world, robbed of my great destiny." He began mumbling again, beating his forehead with his fist, occasionally muttering a curse or lamenting, "Why am I nothing but an archangel, I who should have been pope?" This continued for an hour, while the young prince sat miserably. Then suddenly the old man's frenzy vanished, replaced by gentleness. His voice softened. His manner became earthly and warm. He moved the boy closer to the fire, treated his small cuts and bruises with a gentle touch, and prepared a meal, chatting pleasantly all the while, and occasionally stroking the boy's cheek or patting his head. Soon all the prince's fear was replaced by affection for the old man. This peaceful atmosphere continued through supper. After a prayer at the shrine, the hermit tucked the boy into bed in a small adjoining room, with the care and tenderness of a mother. With a final caress, he left and sat by the fire, poking at the embers absently. Presently, he paused, tapped his forehead several times as if trying to recall something, then quickly entered the boy's room. "You are king?" he asked. "Yes," came the drowsy reply. "Which king?" "Of England." "Of England? Then Henry is dead." "Sadly, yes. I am his son." A dark frown settled on the hermit's face. He clenched his bony hands vindictively. After a few moments breathing heavily, he asked in a husky voice, "Do you know it was he who made us homeless?" There was no answer. The old man bent down to examine the boy's peaceful face and listen to his steady breathing. "He sleeps soundly," he muttered. His angry look gave way to one of sinister satisfaction. A smile briefly crossed the sleeping boy's face. "His heart is happy," the hermit said, turning away. He moved stealthily around the hut, searching, occasionally stopping to listen or glance nervously at the bed. All the while he muttered to himself. Finally, he found what he wanted, a rusty butcher knife and a whetstone. He returned to his place by the fire and began softly sharpening the knife on the stone. The wind sighed around the lonely hut. Strange night sounds drifted from the distance. The gleaming eyes of mice and rats peered at the old man from cracks and hiding places, but he noticed nothing, absorbed in his task. Occasionally he'd test the blade with his thumb and nod with satisfaction. "It grows sharper," he whispered. "Yes, sharper." Lost in his thoughts, which sometimes broke into speech, he worked steadily. "His father destroyed us, and he's burning in eternal fires. Yes, burning forever. He escaped us, but it was God's will. But he hasn't escaped the fires. No, not the relentless consuming fires. And they are everlasting." He continued working and muttering, "It was his father who did it all. I'm just an archangel. If not for him, I would be pope." The prince stirred. The hermit sprang silently to the bedside and knelt over him with the knife raised. The boy moved again. His eyes opened briefly, but saw nothing. A moment later, his even breathing showed he'd fallen back into deep sleep. The hermit watched and listened, barely breathing himself, then slowly lowered his arm and crept away. "It's well past midnight," he murmured. "Best he doesn't cry out. Someone might be passing by." He gathered scraps of cloth and leather strips from around the hut, then returned and carefully tied the king's ankles together without waking him. He tried several times to bind the wrists, but each time the boy moved a hand away just as the cord was ready. Finally, the boy crossed his hands on his own and the hermit quickly tied them. Then he passed a bandage under the sleeping prince's chin and over his head, tying it securely. So gradually and skillfully were the knots tightened that the boy slept peacefully through it all. Chapter 21. Hendon to the rescue. The old man glided away, stealthy as a cat, and brought over the low bench. Seated upon it, half in flickering light and half in shadow, he watched the sleeping boy. He kept his patient vigil, heedless of time, softly whetting his knife and mumbling to himself. In appearance and posture, he resembled nothing so much as a monstrous spider gloating over a trapped insect. After a long while, the old man, still staring but lost in a dreamy trance, suddenly noticed the boy's eyes were open, wide open and frozen in terror, staring at the knife. A demonic smile crept over the hermit's face. "Son of Henry VIII," he said without stopping his sharpening, "have you prayed?" The boy struggled helplessly against his bonds and made a muffled sound through his gag, which the hermit chose to interpret as a yes. "Then pray again. Pray the prayer for the dying." A shudder ran through the boy and his face went pale. He twisted desperately, fighting to break free, but uselessly. All the while, the old man smiled, nodded, and continued sharpening his knife, occasionally murmuring, "Time is short. Pray your final prayer." The boy gave a despairing groan and stopped struggling. Tears began to trickle down his face, but this pitiful sight had no effect on the merciless old man. Dawn was approaching. The hermit noticed and spoke sharply, nervousness creeping into his voice. "I can delay no longer. Night is gone already. It seems like only a moment. I wish it had lasted a year. Seed of the church's destroyer, close your dying eyes if you fear to see." His mutterings became incoherent. He knelt beside the moaning boy, knife in hand, and leaned over him. "Wait!" Voices approached the cabin. The knife dropped from the hermit's hand, and he threw a sheepskin over the boy. The sounds grew louder and angrier. There were blows, cries for help, then the sound of retreating footsteps. Suddenly came thunderous knocking at the door. "Hello! Open up, in the name of all the devils." It was the most wonderful sound the king had ever heard. Miles Hendon's voice. The hermit, grinding his teeth in rage, hurried out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him. The king heard the conversation from the main room. "Greetings, reverend sir. Where's the boy, my boy?" "What boy, friend?" "What boy? No lies, priest. I'm not in the mood. I caught the scoundrels who stole him, and they confessed he was free and came to your door. They showed me his footprints. No more games. Where is he?" "Oh, you mean the ragged boy who stayed here last night. I sent him on an errand. He'll be back soon." "How soon? Can't I catch up with him? How soon will he return?" "You needn't go anywhere. He'll be back quickly." "Fine, I'll wait. But wait, you sent him on an errand? He wouldn't go. He'd pull your beard if you tried ordering him around." "You're lying. He wouldn't go for you or anyone." "For any man? Perhaps not. But I'm not a man." "What? What are you then?" "It's a secret. Don't tell. I'm an archangel." Hendon exclaimed loudly, then said, "Well, that explains it. I knew he wouldn't budge for any mortal. But even a king must obey an archangel. Let me... Wait, what was that noise?" All this time, the little king had been desperately trying to make noise through his gag, hoping Hendon would hear. But his muffled sounds weren't carrying. "Noise?" "I only heard the wind," the hermit said. "Maybe. Yes, that must be it. I thought I heard something faint all along." "There it is again." "That's not wind. It's odd. Let's check it out." The king's hopes soared. His exhausted lungs made one more effort, but the gag and sheepskin muffled the sound. Then his heart sank as he heard the hermit say, "It came from outside, probably from those trees. Come, I'll show you." The king heard them leave. He was alone in terrifying silence. It seemed like ages before he heard approaching footsteps again, and horses too. Then Hendon's voice, "I won't wait any longer. I can't. He's lost in these thick woods. Which way did he go? Tell me." "Wait, I'll go with you." "Good. You're better than you look. Want a ride? Take my boy's donkey, or would you prefer my mule?" "I'll walk. I'm surer on my own feet." "Then watch the little beast for me, while I mount this stubborn mule." There followed a confusion of kicks, curses, and thrashing, ending with a final, angry outburst at the mule that seemed to break its spirit. The fettered king heard the voices and footsteps fade away. Hope deserted him. "My only friend is gone," he thought, "and the hermit will return." He struggled frantically against his bonds, managing to shake off the smothering sheepskin. Then the door opened. He froze in terror, already feeling the knife at his throat. He closed his eyes in horror, then opened them again, and before him stood John Canty and Hugo. He would have said, "Thank God," if his mouth had been free. A moment later his limbs were untied, and his captors, each gripping an arm, hurried him away through the forest. Chapter 22. A Victim of Treachery. Once more, King Foo-foo I was traveling with the tramps and outlaws, subject to their crude jokes, and sometimes suffering small acts of meanness from Canty and Hugo when the gang leader wasn't looking. Only those two really disliked him. Some of the others actually liked him, and all admired his courage and spirit. For 2 or 3 days, Hugo, who was responsible for the boy, did what he could to secretly make the prince uncomfortable. At night, during the gang's rowdy gatherings, he amused others by putting the boy through small humiliations, always pretending they were accidents. Twice he stepped on the prince's toes, and the prince, true to his royal dignity, pretended not to notice. But the 3rd time Hugo tried it, the prince knocked him to the ground with a stick, to the delight of the whole group. Hugo, burning with anger and shame, grabbed his own stick and charged at the smaller boy. Instantly, the outlaws formed a circle around them, and the betting and cheering began. Poor Hugo didn't stand a chance. His clumsy, untrained swings were no match for an arm trained by Europe's finest masters in combat arts. The prince stood alert, but relaxed, catching and deflecting the rain of blows with a skill that amazed the onlookers. Whenever his expert eye spotted an opening, he delivered a lightning-quick strike to Hugo's head, bringing storms of cheers and laughter. After 15 minutes, Hugo, bruised, battered, and humiliated, slunk away. The triumphant prince was hoisted onto shoulders and carried to the place of honor beside the gang leader, where he was ceremoniously crowned King of the Gamecocks. His previous mocking title was officially cancelled, and anyone using it faced banishment. Every attempt to make the prince useful to the gang had failed. He stubbornly refused to work and constantly tried to escape. Left alone in a kitchen one day, he emerged empty-handed and tried to alert the household. Sent out with a tinker, he refused to help, and even threatened the man with his own soldering iron. Both Hugo and the tinker had their hands full just preventing his escape. He boldly proclaimed his royal authority to anyone who interfered with his freedom. Sent begging with Hugo and a ragged woman with a sick baby, he refused to plead for charity or participate in any way. Several days passed this way. The misery of tramping, the weariness, squalor, and vulgarity of it all became so unbearable that the prince began to think his escape from the hermit's knife was just a temporary reprieve. But at night, in his dreams, these hardships vanished. He was on his throne again, in command. This only made each morning's reality more bitter. The humiliations grew harder to bear each day. The morning after the fight with Hugo, the older boy woke with revenge on his mind. He had 2 plans. First, he wanted to inflict what would be, to the prince's proud spirit, a particular humiliation. If that failed, he planned to frame the boy for a crime and turn him over to the authorities. For his first plan, Hugo intended to create an artificial sore on the prince's leg, correctly guessing this would mortify him completely. Once the sore appeared, Hugo would get Canty's help to force the prince to display the leg and beg in the streets. The sore was created by making a paste of lime, soap, and rust, spread on leather and bound tightly to the leg. This would remove the skin and make the flesh look raw and infected. Blood would be rubbed on it to create a dark, repulsive appearance. Then dirty bandages would be wrapped around it carelessly to allow the ulcer to be visible and inspire the pity of passers-by. Hugo enlisted the tinker the prince had threatened. They took the boy on a supposed work trip, and once out of sight of the camp, they threw him down. The tinker held him while Hugo bound the poultice tightly to his leg. The prince raged and threatened to hang them both once he had power again, but they held him firmly, laughing at his threats. This continued until the poultice began to burn. The process would have been completed if not for an interruption. The slave, who had once given a speech against England's laws, appeared and stopped them, stripping off the poultice and bandages. The prince wanted to borrow his rescuer's stick to beat the two villains, but the man advised waiting until nightfall, when the whole gang was together. He escorted them back to camp and reported the incident to the leader, who listened carefully and decided the prince shouldn't be sent begging anymore. He deserved something better. On the spot, he promoted him from beggar to thief. Hugo was overjoyed. He'd already tried and failed to make the prince steal, but now with a direct command from the leader, he was sure the prince wouldn't refuse. He planned a robbery for that very afternoon, intending to get the prince caught by the law. He needed to be clever about it, making it look accidental, because the king of the Gamecocks was now popular, and the gang wouldn't take kindly to deliberate betrayal. In due time, Hugo led the prince to a nearby village. They walked slowly up and down the streets, one watching for a chance to carry out his evil plan, the other watching for a chance to escape. Both passed up some decent opportunities, determined to wait for the perfect moment. Neither wanted to risk failure. Hugo's chance came first. A woman approached carrying a package in a basket. Hugo's eyes lit up as he thought, "If I can put this on him, it's goodbye, King of the Gamecocks." He waited until she passed, then whispered, "Wait here till I come back," and stealthily followed her. The prince's heart leaped. Here was his chance to escape if Hugo went far enough. But he wasn't so lucky. Hugo snatched the package, wrapped it in an old blanket he carried, and ran back. The woman immediately raised the alarm, feeling the lightened weight of her basket, though she hadn't seen the thief. Hugo thrust the bundle into the prince's hands without stopping. "Now run after me and shout, 'Stop, thief!' But be sure to lead them the wrong way." Hugo turned a corner and disappeared down an alley, then casually reappeared, looking innocent, and took a position behind a post to watch what happened. The insulted prince threw the bundle on the ground. The blanket fell away just as the woman arrived with a growing crowd. She grabbed the prince's wrist with one hand, snatched up her package with the other, and began berating him while he struggled unsuccessfully to free himself. Hugo had seen enough. His enemy was caught, and the law would handle him now. He slipped away, jubilant, heading back to camp to prepare a convincing story for the gang. The prince kept struggling and protesting. "Let me go, you foolish woman. It wasn't me who took your wretched goods." The crowd pressed in, threatening him and calling him names. A burly blacksmith in a leather apron stepped forward to teach him a lesson, but suddenly a long sword flashed through the air and struck the man's arm flat side down. Its owner remarked pleasantly, "Gently, good people. This is a matter for the law, not street justice. Release the boy, madam." The blacksmith sized up the soldier, then walked away, muttering and rubbing his arm. The woman reluctantly let go of the prince's wrist. The crowd eyed the stranger warily but kept quiet. The prince rushed to his rescuer's side, eyes shining, and exclaimed, "You're late, but you've come just in time, Sir Miles. Cut these people to pieces." Chapter 23. The Prince a Prisoner. Hendon suppressed a smile and bent down to whisper in the king's ear, "Careful, my prince. Watch your words. Better yet, don't speak at all. Trust me, it'll work out in the end." Then to himself he added, "Sir Miles. I'd completely forgotten I was a knight. Amazing how his mind clings to these strange fantasies. My title is empty, but I earned it. Better to be thought worthy as a ghost knight in his kingdom of dreams than to be a real earl in some of this world's actual kingdoms." The crowd parted for a constable, who approached to arrest the prince. Hendon intervened. "Gently, friend. He'll come peacefully. I guarantee it. Lead on. We'll follow." The officer led the way with the woman and her package. Miles and the prince followed, with the crowd trailing behind. The prince started to object, but Hendon whispered, "Think, sire. Your laws are the foundation of your kingdom. Should their source resist them while expecting others to obey? Apparently, a law has been broken. When you're back on your throne, would you regret having respected the law when you appeared to be an ordinary person? You're right. Say no more. You'll see that whatever a subject must suffer under the law, the king will suffer too, while in a subject's position." At the hearing, the woman testified that the small prisoner was the thief. With no one to contradict her, the prince was convicted. When the bundle was unwrapped, revealing a small dressed pig, the judge looked troubled. Hendon turned pale, but the prince remained calm, protected by his ignorance of the law. After a pause, the judge asked the woman, "What do you value this property at?" She curtsied and replied, 3 shillings and 8 pence, your worship. Not a penny less, to be honest. The justice glanced uncomfortably around, then nodded to the constable. "Clear the court and close the doors." When only the officials, the accused, the accuser, and Hendon remained, the judge addressed the woman compassionately. "This is a poor, ignorant boy, perhaps driven by hunger in these hard times. His face isn't evil, but do you realize that stealing anything worth more than 13 pence halfpenny is punishable by hanging?" The little prince started in alarm but controlled himself. The woman, however, jumped up in horror. "Oh no! What have I done? I'd never hang the poor thing for all the world!" "Save me from this, your worship. What can I do?" The justice maintained his composure. "Surely we can revise the value, since it's not yet recorded. Then in God's name call it 8 pence, and bless the day that freed my conscience of this terrible burden." Miles Hendon forgot all dignity in his relief. He hugged the prince, surprising him and offending his royal dignity. The woman said her goodbyes and left with her pig, the constable following her into the hall. The justice began writing in his record book. Hendon, ever alert, wondered why the officer followed the woman, so he slipped quietly into the hall and listened. "It's a fat pig that promises good eating. I'll buy it from you. Here's 8 pence. 8 pence, no such thing. It cost me 3 shillings and 8 pence. Good honest coin of old King Harry's time. Forget your 8 pence. So that's how it is? You were under oath and swore falsely when you said it was worth 8 pence. Come back with me to the judge and answer for perjury, and then the boy will hang." "No, no, I'm satisfied. Give me the 8 pence and say no more." The woman left crying. Hendon slipped back into the courtroom, and the constable returned shortly after hiding his prize, somewhere convenient. The justice finished writing, then gave the prince a kind but stern lecture, sentencing him to brief imprisonment in the common jail, followed by a public flogging. The astonished prince opened his mouth, likely to order the judge's immediate beheading, but caught a warning look from Hendon and closed it again. Hendon took his hand, bowed to the justice, and they followed the constable toward the jail. The moment they reached the street, the furious prince pulled his hand away. "Idiot! Do you think I'll enter a common jail alive?" Hendon leaned down and said firmly, "Will you trust me? Be quiet. Don't make things worse with dangerous talk. What will happen, will happen. You can't hurry or change it. Wait and be patient. There'll be time enough for anger or celebration when it's over." Chapter 24. The Escape. The short winter day was almost over. The streets were empty, except for a few hurried passers-by, who rushed along, heads down, clearly just wanting to get home before the rising wind and growing darkness became worse. They didn't look left or right, paid no attention to Miles and Edward, didn't even seem to notice them. Edward wondered if a king being marched to jail had ever faced such stunning indifference. Eventually the constable led them to an empty market square and began crossing it. When they reached the middle, Hendon placed a hand on the man's arm and said quietly, "Hold on a moment. No one can hear us here, and I need a word with you." "My duty doesn't allow it," the constable replied. "Please don't delay me. Night's coming on. Stay anyway. This concerns you directly." Hendon turned his back and pretended not to see. "Let the poor boy escape. You're saying this to me? I arrest you in the name of—" "Don't be hasty. Be careful not to make a foolish mistake," Hendon whispered in the man's ear. "That pig you bought for 8 pence might cost you your neck." The constable, caught completely off guard, was speechless at first, then started blustering and making threats. Hendon remained calm, waiting patiently until the man ran out of breath before saying, "I like you, friend, and I'd hate to see you come to harm. Listen, I heard everything, every word, and I can prove it." He repeated the conversation between the officer and the woman in the hall, word for word, then finished with, "Did I get that right? Wouldn't I be able to tell it to a judge just as accurately, if needed?" The man went pale with fear for a moment, then recovered and said with forced lightness, "You're making a mountain out of a joke. I was just teasing the woman for my amusement." "And keeping her pig for amusement too?" the constable snapped. "Nothing else, sir. It was just a joke, I tell you." "I'm starting to believe you," said Hendon, with a confusing mix of mockery and half-belief. "But wait here while I go ask the magistrate, who's quite experienced in matters of law and jokes." He started to walk away, still talking, when the constable fidgeted, swore under his breath, and cried out, "Wait, wait, good sir!" The judge? That man has about as much appreciation for humor as a corpse. Come back, we need to talk. Good heavens, I seem to be in trouble, all because of an innocent little joke. I'm a family man with a wife and little ones. Be reasonable, sir. What do you want from me? Only that you become blind, deaf, and unable to move for about 100,000 seconds, counting slowly, Hendon replied, as if asking for a perfectly reasonable, small favor. It'll be my ruin, the constable said desperately. Please be reasonable. Look at this from all sides. See what a simple joke it was. Even if it wasn't a joke, it's such a minor offense that the harshest punishment would be just a warning from the judge. Hendon replied with a chill in his voice. This joke of yours has a legal name. Do you know what it is? I didn't know it had one. Perhaps I've been careless. I never imagined it had a name. I thought I was being original. Yes, it has a name. In the law, this crime is called non compos mentis lex talionis sic transit gloria mundi. Oh my God! And the penalty is death! Lord have mercy on me, a sinner! By taking advantage of someone in trouble who was at your mercy, you seized goods worth more than 13 pence, paying barely anything for them. In the eyes of the law, this is constructive barratry, misprision of treason, malfeasance in office, ad hominem expurgatus in statu quo, punishable by hanging, without possibility of pardon or appeal. Help me stand, sir. My legs are giving out. Have mercy. Spare me this fate, and I'll turn my back and see nothing that happens. Good. Now you're being sensible. And you'll return the pig? I will, I swear, and I'll never touch another, even if heaven sends it with an archangel. Go now. I've gone blind for your sake. I see nothing. I'll say you broke in and took the prisoner from me by force. The door is old and weak. I'll break it down myself sometime before morning. Do that, good man. No harm will come to you. The judge has a soft spot for this poor lad and won't shed any tears or break any jailer's bones over his escape. Chapter 25. Hendon Hall. Once they were out of sight of the constable, Hendon instructed Edward to hurry to a specific place outside town and wait for him while he went back to the inn to pay his bill. Half an hour later, the two friends were happily riding east on Hendon's sorry-looking horses. The king was warm and comfortable now, having traded his rags for the second-hand clothes Hendon had bought on London Bridge. Hendon wanted to protect the boy from overexertion. He believed that hard journeys, irregular meals, and too little sleep would be bad for Edward's troubled mind. Rest, routine, and moderate exercise would more likely help heal his confused thinking and drive out the delusions. So instead of rushing day and night toward his long-abandoned home, Hendon decided to travel at an easy pace. After riding about 10 miles, they reached a decent-sized village and stopped for the night at a good inn. Their old roles resumed. Hendon stood behind Edward's chair while he ate dinner and waited on him, undressed him when he was ready for bed, then made his own bed across the doorway, wrapped in a blanket. The next day and the day after, they rode along lazily, talking about the adventures they'd had since being separated, thoroughly enjoying each other's stories. Hendon described his extensive search for Edward and how the old hermit had led him on a wild goose chase through the forest, only to bring him back to the hut. The hermit had gone into the bedroom and returned looking heartbroken, saying he'd expected to find the boy had come back and lain down to rest, but he wasn't there. Hendon had waited at the hut all day, but when it became clear Edward wasn't returning, he'd set out searching again. And old Sanctum Sanctorum was genuinely sorry you hadn't come back, Hendon said. I could see it in his face. I'll never doubt that, replied Edward, before telling his own story. Afterward, Hendon wished he'd destroyed the archangel. During the last day of their journey, Hendon's spirits soared. He talked non-stop about his old father and his brother Arthur, sharing stories that showed their generous and noble characters. He went into loving raptures about his Edith, and was so happy-hearted that he even said a few kind, brotherly things about Hugh. He dwelled a lot on the coming reunion at Hendon Hall. What a surprise it would be for everyone. What an outpouring of thanksgiving and delight. It was beautiful countryside, dotted with cottages and orchards. The road wound through broad pasture lands, whose gently rolling hills and valleys reminded one of ocean swells. That afternoon, the returning prodigal kept veering off course to climb hills, hoping to catch a glimpse of his home. Finally, he succeeded and cried out excitedly, "There's the village, my prince, and there's the hall right beside it." You can see the towers from here, and that wood over there is my father's park. Now you'll see what real grandeur is like. A house with 70 rooms, imagine that, and 27 servants. A fine place for people like us, isn't it? Come on, let's hurry. I can't stand waiting any longer." They rode as fast as they could, but it was still after 3 o'clock when they reached the village. They hurried through it, with Hendon talking the whole time. "Here's the church, covered with the same ivy, none missing, none added. There's the old Red Lion Inn, and there's the marketplace. Here's the maypole and the village pump. Nothing's changed, except the people. I seem to recognize some of them, but nobody knows me." Soon they reached the edge of the village and turned onto a narrow, winding road, lined with tall hedges. They rushed along for half a mile, then passed through an impressive gateway, with huge stone pillars decorated with carved family crests, and entered a vast flower garden. Before them stood a magnificent mansion. "Welcome to Hendon Hall, my king!" Miles exclaimed. "This is a great day. My father, my brother, and Lady Edith will be so overcome with joy, they'll only have eyes and words for me during those first moments. So if you seem to get a cold welcome, don't mind it. They'll soon change when I tell them you're my ward and how much I care for you. You'll see them take you into their hearts for my sake, and make their home yours forever." A moment later, Hendon jumped down in front of the grand entrance, helped Edward dismount, grabbed his hand, and rushed inside. A few steps brought them into a spacious room. Hendon sat Edward down quickly, then ran toward a young man sitting at a writing desk in front of a roaring log fire. "Embrace me, Hugh," he cried. "Tell me you're glad I'm home, and call our father. Home isn't home until I touch his hand, see his face, and hear his voice again." But Hugh merely stepped back, showing only momentary surprise, before fixing the intruder with a stern stare. His look suggested offended dignity at first, then changed to an expression of curious wonder, mixed with what appeared to be either real or fake compassion. Finally, he said in a mild voice, "You seem confused, poor stranger. You've clearly suffered hardships and rough treatment in the world. Your appearance shows it. Whom do you think I am?" "Think? Who else would you be?" "You're Hugh Hendon," Miles said sharply. Hugh continued in the same gentle tone. "And who do you imagine yourself to be? Imagination has nothing to do with it. Are you pretending you don't recognize your own brother, Miles Hendon?" An expression of pleased surprise flashed across Hugh's face. "What? You're not joking? Can the dead come back to life?" "Thank God if it's true. Our poor lost boy returned to us after all these cruel years." "It seems too good to be true. It is too good to be true. I beg you, don't trifle with me. Come quickly into the light. Let me look at you properly." He grabbed Miles by the arm, dragged him to the window, and began examining him from head to toe, turning him this way and that, circling around to view him from every angle. Meanwhile, the returned prodigal, glowing with happiness, smiled and laughed, nodding his head and saying, "Go on, brother. Look all you want. You won't find anything missing. I'm still your old Miles, the same Miles, your lost brother. Isn't that right? What a day this is. I said it would be a great day. Give me your hand. Give me your cheek. I'm about to die of joy." He was about to throw his arms around Hugh, but his brother held up a hand to stop him, then dropped his chin sadly to his chest, saying with emotion, "God give me strength to bear this terrible disappointment." Miles was too stunned to speak for a moment. Then he found his voice and cried, "What disappointment? Am I not your brother?" Hugh shook his head sadly. "I pray it might be proven true, and that other eyes might see resemblances mine cannot. I fear the letter spoke truly after all." "What letter?" "One that came from overseas some 6 or 7 years ago. It said my brother died in battle." "It was a lie. Call our father. He'll know me." "One cannot call the dead." "Dead?" Miles's voice dropped, and his lips trembled. "My father dead? This is heavy news indeed. Half my joy is gone now. Let me see my brother Arthur. He'll recognize me and comfort me. He too is dead. God have mercy on me. Both gone, the worthy taken, and the worthless spared in me. Please tell me, Lady Edith, is dead? No, she lives. Thank God, my joy is whole again. Hurry, brother, bring her to me. If she says I'm not myself, but she won't. She'll know me. I'd be a fool to doubt it. Bring her. And the old servants, too. They'll recognize me. All are gone except 5. Peter, Halsey, David, Bernard, and Margaret." With that, Hugh left the room. Miles stood thinking for a while, then began pacing, muttering to himself. The 5 villains have outlived the 22 good and honest ones. How strange. He continued walking back and forth, having completely forgotten about Edward. After a while the king said soberly, with genuine sympathy, though his words could have been taken as ironic, "Don't worry too much about your troubles, good man. There are others in the world whose identity is denied, and whose claims are mocked. You're not alone." "My king," cried Hendon, blushing slightly, "don't judge me too quickly. Wait and you'll see. I'm no imposter. She'll confirm it. You'll hear it from the sweetest lips in England. Me? An imposter? I know this old hall, these portraits of my ancestors, all these things around us, as well as a child knows his nursery. I was born and raised here, my lord. I'm telling the truth. I wouldn't deceive you. Even if no one else believes me, please don't doubt me. I couldn't bear it." "I don't doubt you," said Edward with childlike simplicity and faith. "Thank you with all my heart." Hendon exclaimed with feeling. The king added, with the same gentle simplicity, "Do you doubt me?" A guilty confusion came over Hendon, and he was grateful when the door opened at that moment to admit Hugh, saving him from having to answer. A beautiful lady in rich clothing followed Hugh, with several servants in livery behind her. She walked slowly, head bowed, eyes fixed on the floor. Her face showed unspeakable sadness. Miles rushed forward, crying out, "Oh, my Edith, my darling!" But Hugh waved him back firmly and said to the woman, "Look at him. Do you know him?" At the sound of Miles's voice, she had started slightly and flushed. Now she was trembling. She stood still through several tense moments, then slowly raised her head and looked into Hendon's eyes with a stony, frightened gaze. The blood drained from her face until only a deathly gray pallor remained. Then she said in a lifeless voice, "I do not know him," and turned away with a stifled sob. Miles collapsed into a chair and covered his face with his hands. After a pause, Hugh asked the servants, "Have you looked at him? Do you know him?" They shook their heads. Hugh said, "The servants don't recognize you, sir. I fear there's been some mistake. You've seen that my wife didn't know you either." "Your wife!" In an instant, Hugh was pinned against the wall with a hand gripping his throat. "You fox-hearted slave! Now I understand everything. You wrote that lying letter yourself, and my stolen bride and possessions are the result. Now get out of here before I shame my honorable military service by killing such a pitiful little creature." Hugh, red-faced and choking, staggered to the nearest chair and ordered the servants to seize and tie up this dangerous stranger. They hesitated, and one said, "He's armed, Sir Hugh, and we have no weapons." "Armed? What does that matter when there are so many of you? Attack him, I say." But Miles warned them to be careful and added, "You know me from the old days. I haven't changed. Come on if you dare." This reminder didn't encourage the servants much. They still hung back. "Fine, you cowards. Go arm yourselves and guard the doors while I send someone to fetch the watch," Hugh said. At the doorway, he turned back to Miles and added, "You'll find it's in your best interest not to attempt escape." "Escape? Don't worry yourself about that. Miles Hendon is master of Hendon Hall and all its belongings. He will stay. Don't doubt it." Chapter 26, Disowned. The king sat thinking for a few moments, then looked up and said, "This is strange. Very strange. I can't explain it." "No, it's not strange, my prince. I know him, and this behavior is exactly what I'd expect. He's been a scoundrel since birth." "Oh, I wasn't talking about him, Sir Miles." "Not him? Then what? What's strange?" "That no one has reported the king missing." "What? I don't understand." "Really? Don't you find it odd that the country isn't filled with messengers and proclamations describing me and searching for me? Shouldn't there be panic and distress that the head of state has vanished and is lost?" "You're right, my king. I hadn't thought of that." Then Hendon sighed and mumbled to himself, "Poor broken mind, still caught in its sad dream." "But I have a plan that will solve both our problems," Edward continued. "I'll write a letter in 3 languages, Latin, Greek, and English, and you'll take it to London tomorrow. Give it only to my uncle, Lord Hertford. When he sees it, he'll recognize my handwriting and send for me. Wouldn't it be better if we waited here until I prove my identity and secure my estate? I'd be in a much stronger position to—" The king cut him off imperiously. "Silence? What are your trivial lands and petty concerns compared to matters affecting an entire nation and the integrity of the throne?" Then, in a gentler voice as if regretting his harshness, he added, "Obey me and don't worry. I'll make things right for you. I'll make you whole again. Even more than whole. I'll remember your service and reward it." With that, he picked up a pen and began writing. Hendon watched him fondly for a while, then thought to himself, "If it were dark, I'd think it really was a king speaking. There's no denying he sounds royal when he's in the mood. He thunders and flashes like a true monarch. Now where did he learn that trick? Look at him, happily scribbling away at what he thinks is Latin and Greek. Unless I can find a way to distract him, I'll have to pretend to go to London tomorrow on this wild errand he's invented." A moment later, Hendon's thoughts returned to what had just happened. So absorbed was he in his musings that when the king handed him the finished letter, he took it and pocketed it without even realizing it. "How strangely she behaved," he muttered. "I think she knew me, and I think she didn't. These opinions contradict each other, but I can't dismiss either one. She must have recognized my face, my figure, my voice. How could she not? Yet she said she didn't know me, and that must be true because she can't lie. But wait! I think I'm beginning to understand. Perhaps he forced her, commanded her, made her lie. That solves the riddle. She seemed terrified. Yes, she was under his control. I'll find her while he's away. She'll speak honestly then. She'll remember when we were children together, and that will soften her heart. She won't betray me anymore, but will admit who I am. There's no treachery in her. She was always honest and true. She loved me in those days. That's my guarantee. A person can't betray someone they once loved." He moved eagerly toward the door, but at that moment it opened, and Lady Edith entered. She was very pale, but walked with a firm step, carrying herself with grace and dignity. Her face remained as sad as before. Miles rushed forward confidently to meet her, but she stopped him with the slightest gesture, and he froze. She sat down and asked him to do the same. With that simple action, she took away any sense of old friendship between them, and made him feel like a stranger and guest. The shock of it, the bewildering unexpectedness, made him briefly question if he really was who he claimed to be. Lady Edith said, "Sir, I've come to warn you. The mentally ill can't be talked out of their delusions, perhaps, but they can be warned about dangers. I believe this dream of yours seems completely real to you, so it's not your fault. But don't stay here with it. It's dangerous." She looked directly into Miles's face, then added meaningfully, "It's especially dangerous because you do look very much like what our lost boy would have grown into had he lived. Heaven help me, madam, but I am him." "I truly believe you believe that, sir. I don't question your honesty. I'm only warning you, my husband controls this region. His power is virtually unlimited. The people prosper or starve according to his will. If you didn't look like the man you claim to be, he might let you enjoy your fantasy in peace. But trust me, I know him well. I know what he'll do. He'll tell everyone you're just a crazy imposter, and they'll all agree with him." She fixed him with that steady look again and added, "Even if you were Miles Hendon and he knew it and everyone else knew it, consider what I'm saying carefully. You'd still be in the same danger. Your punishment would be just as certain. He would deny and denounce you, and nobody would dare support you." "I believe you," Miles said bitterly. "A power that can command a lifelong friend to betray and disown another and be obeyed can certainly expect obedience from others whose very bread and survival depend on it, where no bonds of loyalty and honor exist." A faint blush appeared momentarily in Lady Edith's cheek, and she lowered her eyes. But her voice betrayed no emotion as she continued, "I've warned you. I must keep warning you to leave this place. This man will destroy you if you stay. He's a tyrant without mercy. I know this because I am his prisoner. Poor Miles, Arthur, and my dear guardian Sir Richard are free from him now, at peace. You'd be better off with them than here in this monster's clutches. Your claims threaten his title and property. You've confronted him in his own house. You're doomed if you stay. Go. Don't hesitate. If you need money, take this purse, I beg you, and bribe the servants to let you pass. Please listen, poor soul, and escape while you can." Miles declined the purse with a gesture and stood facing her. "Grant me one thing," he said. "Look me in the eyes so I can see if they're steady. There. Now answer me. Am I Miles Hendon?" "No, I don't know you." "Swear it." Her answer was quiet but clear. "I swear." "This is beyond belief." "Run. Why waste precious time? Escape and save yourself." At that moment, officers burst into the room. A violent struggle followed, but Hendon was quickly overpowered and dragged away. The king was also seized, and both were bound and taken to prison. Chapter 27. In prison. The cells were crowded, so the two friends were chained in a large room, where people charged with minor offenses were usually kept. They had company, about 20 chained and shackled prisoners of both sexes and various ages, a crude and noisy bunch. The king was furious at this massive insult to his royal dignity, while Hendon remained quiet and withdrawn. He was thoroughly confused. He'd come home a jubilant prodigal son, expecting everyone to be overjoyed at his return. Instead, he'd gotten the cold shoulder and a jail cell. The gap between what he'd expected and what he'd found was so enormous it had stunned him. He couldn't decide whether it was more tragic or absurd. He felt like someone who'd run out to enjoy a rainbow, only to be struck by lightning. Gradually, his jumbled, painful thoughts sorted themselves out, and his mind focused on Edith. He examined her behavior from every angle but couldn't make sense of it. Did she know him or not? It was a perplexing puzzle that occupied him for a long time, but he finally became convinced she did know him and had rejected him for selfish reasons. He wanted to curse her name, but he couldn't. It had been sacred to him for too long, and his tongue refused to profane it. Wrapped in filthy, torn prison blankets, Hendon and Edward spent a miserable night. The jailer had sold liquor to some of the prisoners, and the predictable singing of vulgar songs, fighting, and general rowdiness followed. Around midnight, a man attacked a woman and nearly killed her, beating her with his chains until the jailer came to stop him. The jailer restored order by clubbing the man on his head and shoulders. After that, things quieted down, and everyone who could sleep through the moaning of the two injured people got some rest. The next week passed with monotonous sameness. Men whose faces Hendon vaguely recognized came during the days to stare at the impostor and insult him. At night, the drinking and fighting continued like clockwork. However, there was finally a change. The jailer brought in an old man and said, "The villain is in this room. Look around and see if you can spot him." Hendon looked up, feeling a spark of hope for the first time since entering the jail. He thought, "This is Blake Andrews, who served my father's family all his life. An honest man with a good heart. At least he used to be. But nobody's trustworthy anymore. This man will know me, and he'll deny me, just like all the rest." The old man scanned the room, looking at each face in turn, and finally said, "I see nothing but worthless criminals here. Which one is he?" The jailer laughed. "This one," he said, pointing. "Check out this big animal and tell me what you think." The old man approached and examined Hendon thoroughly, then shook his head and declared, "This isn't Hendon. Never was." "That's right. Your old eyes still work. If I were Sir Hugh, I'd take this rascal and—" The jailer mimed hanging someone, making choking sounds. The old man said viciously, "Let him thank God if that's the worst he gets. If I had my way with the villain, he'd roast alive, or I'm no honest man." The jailer gave a hyena-like laugh and said, "Give him a piece of your mind, old-timer. They all do. You'll find it entertaining." Then he wandered back toward his office and disappeared. The old man fell to his knees and whispered, "Thank God you're alive, my master. I thought you'd been dead these 7 years, and here you are. I knew you the moment I saw you, and it was terribly hard to keep a straight face and pretend I only saw criminals and trash. I'm old and poor, Sir Miles, but say the word and I'll announce the truth to everyone, even if they hang me for it." "No," said Hendon, "you mustn't. It would ruin you and do little to help me. But I thank you. You've restored some of my lost faith in humanity." The old servant became incredibly valuable to Hendon and Edward. He visited several times a day to abuse Hendon, but always smuggled in some food to supplement the awful prison meals. He also brought news from the outside world. Hendon saved the better food for Edward, who might not have survived otherwise on the jailer's disgusting provisions. Andrews had to keep his visits brief to avoid suspicion, but he managed to share important information each time, delivered in a low voice for Hendon's benefit, mixed with insults shouted louder for anyone listening. Little by little, the family story emerged. Arthur had been dead 6 years. The news of his death, combined with the lack of word from Miles, had damaged their father's health. Believing he was dying, Sir Richard wanted to see Hugh and Edith settled before he passed away. Edith begged for a delay, hoping Miles would return. Then the letter came announcing Miles's death. The shock devastated Sir Richard. Certain the end was near, he and Hugh insisted on the marriage. Edith pleaded for a month's postponement, then another, and finally a third. The wedding finally took place by Sir Richard's deathbed. The marriage had proved unhappy. Rumors spread that shortly after the wedding, Edith had found several rough drafts of the letter, announcing Miles's death among her husband's papers, and accused him of forging it to rush the marriage, and perhaps Sir Richard's death as well. Stories of Hugh's cruelty toward Lady Edith and the servants were common. Since his father's death, Hugh had dropped all pretense of kindness and become a ruthless master to everyone who depended on him. There was one bit of Andrews's gossip that particularly interested Edward. "There's a rumor the king is mad," the old man said. "But for heaven's sake, don't mention I said anything. It's death to speak of it." His Majesty glared at Andrews. "The king is not mad, good man, and you'd be wise to focus on matters that concern you rather than spreading such dangerous talk." "What's he talking about?" Andrews asked, surprised by this outburst from an unexpected source. Hendon signaled him not to pursue it, so he changed the subject. "The late king will be buried at Windsor in a day or two, on the 16th, and the new king will be crowned at Westminster on the 20th. "I think they'll need to find him first," muttered Edward, then added confidently, "but they'll manage that, and so will I." "In the name of—" Hendon quickly motioned for Andrews to be quiet. The old man returned to his gossip. "Sir Hugh is going to the coronation with high hopes. He expects to return as a peer, since he's in good standing with the Lord Protector." "What Lord Protector?" asked Edward. "His Grace, the Duke of Somerset." "What Duke of Somerset?" "There's only one. Seymour, Earl of Hertford," the king asked sharply. "Since when is he a duke and Lord Protector?" "Since the last day of January." "And who made him that?" "Himself and the Great Council, with the king's help." Edward started violently. "The king? What king?" "What king? My goodness, what's wrong with the boy? Since we only have one king, it's not hard to answer. His most sacred majesty King, Edward VI. God save him. And he's a dear gracious little fellow too. Whether he's mad or not, though they say he improves daily, everyone praises him and offers prayers that he'll have a long reign. He began well, by saving the old Duke of Norfolk's life, and now he's working to eliminate the cruelest laws that oppress the people." This news struck Edward speechless with amazement and plunged him into deep, troubled thoughts. "I wonder if the little fellow is the beggar boy I left, dressed in my clothes at the palace," he pondered. "It doesn't seem possible. Surely his manners and speech would give him away if he pretended to be the Prince of Wales. Then he'd be thrown out, and a search would begin for the real prince. Could the court have put some noble in my place? No, my uncle wouldn't allow that. He's too powerful, and would crush such a plot immediately." His musings got him nowhere. The more he tried to solve the mystery, the more confused he became, the worse his head hurt, and the more trouble he had sleeping. His impatience to reach London grew every hour, making his imprisonment almost unbearable. Hendon's attempts to comfort the king all failed, but two women chained nearby had better success. Under their gentle care, he found peace and learned some patience. He grew to love them dearly and found their presence soothing. When he asked why they were in prison and they said they were Baptists, he smiled and asked, "Is that a crime worth imprisonment? That's too bad. I'll miss you when you're gone." "They won't keep you long for such a minor offense." They didn't answer, and something in their expressions made him uneasy. "You're not speaking," he said anxiously. "Please be kind and tell me. There won't be any other punishment, will there? Please tell me there's nothing to fear." They tried to change the subject, but his fears were aroused, and he persisted. "Will they whip you?" "No, they wouldn't be so cruel." "Tell me they wouldn't do that." The women looked at each other in distress, but there was no avoiding an answer. One of them said, her voice breaking with emotion, "You'll break our hearts, you gentle soul. God will help us bear—" "That's a confession," Edward interrupted. "So they will whip you, those heartless monsters. But don't cry. I can't bear it. Keep your courage up. I'll regain my throne in time to save you from this terrible fate. I will." When Edward woke the next morning, the women were gone. "They've been released," he said joyfully, then added despondently, "But how sad for me. They were my comforters." Each woman had left a scrap of ribbon pinned to his clothes as a remembrance. He vowed to keep them always, and promised himself that once restored to power, he would find these good friends and place them under his protection. Just then the jailer arrived with some guards and ordered all prisoners to the jail yard. The king was overjoyed. Finally a chance to see the blue sky and breathe fresh air again. He chafed at the officer's slowness, but Eventually his turn came. He was unshackled from the wall and told to follow the other prisoners, with Hendon beside him. The courtyard was paved with stone and open to the sky. The prisoners entered through a massive stone archway and were arranged in a line with their backs against the wall. A rope was stretched in front of them, and guards stood watch. It was a cold, gloomy morning. A light snow had fallen during the night, whitening the empty space and adding to its cheerless appearance. Occasionally a wintry wind cut through, swirling the snow around. In the center of the yard stood 2 women chained to posts. The king immediately recognized his friends. He shuddered and thought, "They haven't been freed as I believed. How terrible that such gentle souls should face the whip, in England. Not in some heathen land, but Christian England. They'll be whipped, and I, whom they comforted, must watch this great injustice. How strange that I, the source of all power in this realm, am helpless to protect them. But these villains should beware. A day is coming when I'll make them pay heavily for this. For every stroke they deliver now, they'll feel 100 then." A large gate swung open, and citizens poured in, surrounding the women and blocking them from Edward's view. A clergyman entered and disappeared into the crowd. The king heard questions and answers, but couldn't make out the words. Then came a flurry of activity as officials moved through the crowd, and gradually a deep hush fell over everyone. By command, the crowd parted, and the king saw a sight that froze his blood. Bundles of wood had been piled around the 2 women, and a kneeling man was lighting them. The women bowed their heads and covered their faces. Yellow flames began climbing through the crackling wood, and blue smoke streamed away on the wind. The clergyman raised his hands in prayer, and just then 2 young girls burst through the gate, screaming, and threw themselves at the women. They were immediately pulled away by officers. One was held tightly, but the other broke free, crying that she would die with her mother, and flung her arms around the woman's neck. She was torn away again, and part of her dress caught fire. Several men held her while the burning cloth was ripped off and tossed aside, but she kept struggling, begging to be allowed to die with her mother, saying she would be all alone in the world. Both girls screamed and fought for freedom, but suddenly their cries were drowned out by heart-piercing shrieks of mortal agony. The king glanced from the frantic girls to the stake, then turned away and pressed his ashen face against the wall, refusing to look anymore. "What I've seen in that one moment," he said, "will never leave my memory. It will stay with me forever. I'll see it every day and dream of it every night until I die. I wish to God I had been blind." Hendon watched Edward carefully. "His condition is improving," he thought with satisfaction. "He's changed, growing gentler. If he were still as he was before, he would have raged at these men," declared himself king, and demanded the women be released unharmed. Soon his delusion will fade away and be forgotten, and his poor mind will be whole again. God speed that day. That same day, several prisoners arrived to stay overnight. They were being transported under guard to various places in the kingdom for punishment. The king spoke with them. He had made it a practice from the beginning to educate himself about the duties of a monarch by questioning prisoners whenever possible, and their stories broke his heart. One was a poor, simple-minded woman who had stolen a yard or 2 of cloth from a weaver. She was to be hanged for it. Another was a man accused of stealing a horse. The evidence had been weak, and he thought he was safe, but he was wrong. He had barely been released before being arrested again for killing a deer in the king's park. This charge was proven, and now he was headed for the gallows. There was a tradesman's apprentice whose case particularly distressed Edward. The boy had found a hawk one evening that had escaped from its owner and took it home, thinking he had a right to it. But the court convicted him of theft and sentenced him to death. The king was outraged by these injustices and wanted Hendon to break them out of jail so he could rush to Westminster, reclaim his throne, and use his royal power to save these poor people's lives. The poor child, Hendon thought sadly. These terrible stories have brought his madness back. If not for this setback, he would have been well soon. Among the prisoners was an old lawyer with a strong face and a determined expression. 3 years earlier, he had written a pamphlet criticizing the Lord Chancellor for injustice, and had been punished by having his ears cut off in the pillory, being disbarred, fined £3,000, and sentenced to life imprisonment. Recently, he had repeated his offense and was now sentenced to lose what remained of his ears, pay a £5,000 fine, be branded on both cheeks, and remain in prison for life. "These are honorable scars," he said, pulling back his gray hair to reveal the mutilated stubs of what had once been his ears. The king's eyes burned with anger. "Nobody believes me, and neither will you. But it doesn't matter. Within a month, you'll be free, and more than that. The laws that have dishonored you and shamed England's name will be wiped from the books. The world is all wrong. Kings should sometimes study their own laws and learn mercy." Chapter 28. The Sacrifice. Miles was growing tired of being locked up with nothing to do. So when his trial finally arrived, he was almost relieved, figuring that any sentence would be better than more confinement. He was wrong about that. Fury boiled inside him when the judge labeled him a sturdy vagabond and sentenced him to 2 hours in the stocks for that offense and for attacking the master of Hendon Hall. His claims about being the rightful brother of his prosecutor and heir to the Hendon estates were dismissed without even being considered. Miles raged and threatened as the officers dragged him away, but it did no good. They yanked him along roughly, occasionally hitting him for his disrespectful behavior. The king couldn't get through the crowd swarming behind them, so he had to follow at a distance, separated from his loyal friend. Edward himself had nearly been sentenced to the stocks just for being in such bad company, but had gotten off with just a lecture because of his youth. When the crowd finally settled, the king darted from point to point around its edges, searching for a way through. After considerable struggle, he succeeded. There sat his loyal servant in the humiliating stocks, being mocked by a filthy mob. He who served the very King of England. Edward had heard the sentence read out, but hadn't fully grasped what it meant. As the reality of this new insult sank in, his anger sparked and then exploded when he saw an egg sail through the air, smash against Hendon's cheek, and heard the crowd roar with delight. He sprang into the open space and confronted the officer in charge. "For shame! This is my servant. Set him free. I am the—" "Be quiet," Hendon interrupted in a panic. "You'll destroy yourself. Ignore him, officer. He's not right in the head." "I'm not worried about ignoring him," the officer replied. "But teaching him some manners? That I'm happy to do." He turned to a subordinate. "Give the little fool a taste of the whip to improve his attitude." 6 lashes should do the trick, suggested Sir Hugh, who had ridden up to observe the proceedings. The king was seized. He didn't even struggle, paralyzed by the thought of the outrage about to be committed against his royal person. English history already contained the shameful record of a king being whipped, and now he would provide a second such disgrace. He had no choice but to take the lashes or beg for mercy. Impossible choice. He would take the beating. A king could do that much, but a king could never beg. While Edward wrestled with this dilemma, Miles Hendon solved it for him. "Let the child go," he called out. "Can't you see how young and fragile he is? Release him. I'll take his lashes." "Now that's a thoughtful offer," said Sir Hugh, his face lighting up with cruel satisfaction. "Let the little beggar go and give this fellow a dozen strokes instead. A proper dozen, well delivered." The king started to protest, but Sir Hugh silenced him. "Go ahead, speak up if you want. Just know that for every word you utter, he'll get 6 more strokes." They removed Hendon from the stocks and stripped his back bare. As the whip began to fall, the young king turned away, unable to watch, silent tears streaming down his face. "What a brave, loyal heart," he thought. "This deed will never fade from my memory. I won't forget it, and neither will they." His appreciation for Hendon's sacrifice grew with each passing moment. Anyone who saves his prince from wounds and possible death performs a great service, he thought. But that's nothing compared to saving him from shame. Hendon made no sound as the lash tore into his flesh. He bore the heavy blows with a soldier's courage. His willingness to suffer for the boy won the respect of even that ragged, degraded crowd. Their jeers and insults faded away until the only sound was the rhythmic fall of the whip. When Hendon was placed back in the stocks, the atmosphere had completely changed from the ugly mob scene of just minutes before. The king came quietly to Hendon's side and whispered in his ear, "Kings cannot make you noble, good, and great soul, for one who stands above kings has already done that. But a king can confirm your nobility to men." He picked up the bloody whip from the ground, lightly touched Hendon's bleeding shoulders, and whispered, "Edward of England makes you an earl!" Hendon was deeply moved. Tears welled in his eyes, yet at the same time, the absurdity of the situation threatened his composure. To be suddenly elevated, naked and bleeding, from the common stocks to the lofty height of an earldom, seemed the ultimate joke. "Now I'm finally dressed indeed," he thought to himself. The ghostly knight of the kingdom of dreams has become a ghost earl. Quite a flight for such inexperienced wings. If this continues, I'll soon be decorated like a maypole, with fantastic ribbons and make-believe honors. But I'll treasure them, worthless as they truly are, for the love behind them. Better these mock dignities that come freely from a pure heart, than real ones bought through servility from reluctant power. The feared Sir Hugh wheeled his horse around and spurred away. The crowd silently parted to let him pass, then closed again without a word. No one dared speak in Hendon's favor, but the absence of abuse was tribute enough. When a latecomer who didn't understand the situation sneered at the impostor and was about to throw a dead cat, he was promptly knocked down and kicked out without explanation. Then the deep silence returned once more. Chapter 29. To London. When Hendon's time in the stocks was over, he was released and ordered to leave the area and never return. They gave him back his sword, mule, and donkey. He mounted and rode away with the king following. The crowd respectfully opened to let them pass, then dispersed after they were gone. Hendon quickly became lost in thought. Important questions needed answers. What should he do? Where should they go? He needed powerful help, or he would lose his inheritance and continue to be branded an impostor. But where could he find such help? It was a tough problem. Eventually, a thought occurred to him. The slimmest of possibilities, but worth considering since he had no better options. He remembered old Andrews mentioning the young king's kindness and his reputation for championing the wronged and unfortunate. Why not try to speak with him and beg for justice? Of course, the question remained, could a ragged pauper gain an audience with a monarch? Well, he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. He was an old campaigner, used to improvising solutions. He'd find a way. Yes, they would head for the capital. Perhaps his father's old friend Sir Humphrey Marlowe might help. Good old Sir Humphrey, head lieutenant of the late king's kitchen, or stables or something. Miles couldn't quite remember what position he had held. Now that he had a goal, something to focus his energy on, the fog of humiliation that had settled over him lifted. He raised his head and looked around, surprised at how far they'd come. The village was far behind them. The king rode quietly behind him, head bowed in thought. A troubling doubt clouded Hendon's newfound optimism. Would the boy be willing to return to a city where he'd never known anything but cruelty and poverty? The question had to be asked. Hendon reined in his mule. I forgot to ask where we're headed. What are your orders, my liege? To London. Hendon spurred his mule forward, deeply satisfied with the answer, but also astonished by it. The journey passed without significant incident, but ended with one. Around 10 o'clock on the night of February 19th, they stepped onto London Bridge amid a writhing, struggling mass of rowdy, drunken revelers, their faces glowing in the light of countless torches. At that moment, the rotting head of some former nobleman tumbled down from its spike above, struck Hendon's elbow, and bounced away into the confusion of trampling feet. So fleeting are men's works in this world. The late good king had been dead only 3 weeks and buried for 3 days, and already the ornaments he had so carefully selected from prominent citizens to decorate his noble bridge were falling apart. A citizen stumbled over the fallen head, driving his own head into someone else's back. That person whirled around and knocked down the first person he could reach, who was promptly flattened by that person's friend. The timing was perfect for a free-for-all. The coronation celebrations were already beginning. Everyone was drunk and feeling patriotic, and within 5 minutes, the brawl covered a good portion of the bridge. Within 10 minutes, it had spread to an acre and transformed into a full riot. By this point, Hendon and the king were hopelessly separated and lost in the surging, roaring mass of humanity, and so we leave them for now. Chapter 30. Tom's Progress. While the true king wandered the countryside, poorly dressed, hungry, beaten and mocked by vagrants, then imprisoned with thieves and murderers, and called an idiot and impostor by everyone he met, the false king Tom Canty was having a very different experience. When we last saw him, royalty was just beginning to show its appealing side. That bright side grew brighter every day until it became almost all sunshine and delight. His fears faded, his doubts disappeared, his awkwardness gave way to easy confidence. He found the whipping boy increasingly useful when he made mistakes. He summoned Lady Elizabeth and Lady Jane Grey whenever he wanted company, then dismissed them when he was finished. with the air of someone used to such power. Having these high-born ladies kiss his hand no longer confused him. He came to enjoy being escorted to bed with ceremony each night and dressed through elaborate rituals each morning. He took pride in marching to dinner accompanied by a glittering procession of officials and armed guards, so much so that he doubled his personal guard to 100 men. He loved to hear the bugles sounding down the long corridors and the distant voices responding, "Make way for the king." He even grew to enjoy sitting on his throne during council meetings, feeling like more than just a mouthpiece for the Lord Protector. He liked receiving magnificent ambassadors with their gorgeous entourages, listening to affectionate messages from foreign monarchs who called him brother. Oh, happy Tom Canty, once from the slums of awful court, he reveled in his splendid clothes and ordered more. Finding 400 servants insufficient for his grandeur, he tripled the number. The flattery of bowing courtiers became sweet music to his ears. Through it all, he remained kind-hearted and a determined champion for the oppressed, waging constant war against unjust laws. Yet, when offended, he could turn on an earl or even a duke with a glare that made them tremble. Once, when his royal sister, the grimly pious Lady Mary, criticized him for pardoning too many people who would otherwise be jailed, hanged, or burned, reminding him that their father's prison sometimes held 60,000 convicts at once, and that during his admirable reign he had executed 72,000 thieves and robbers, the boy was filled with righteous anger and ordered her to her room to pray that God would take the stone from her breast and give her a human heart. Did Tom never worry about the poor little rightful prince who had treated him kindly and defended him against the palace guard? Yes, his first days as king were frequently troubled by thoughts of the lost prince and sincere hopes for his return. But as time passed, Tom became increasingly absorbed in his enchanting new life. Gradually, the true king faded from his thoughts, and when he did intrude, he became an unwelcome ghost that made Tom feel guilty and ashamed. His poor mother and sisters traveled the same path out of his mind. At first, he missed them terribly and longed to see them. But later, the thought of them appearing in their rags and dirt, exposing him with their kisses, pulling him down from his high position back to poverty and the slums, made him shudder. Eventually, they almost ceased to trouble his thoughts entirely, and he was content, even glad. Whenever their sad, accusing faces did rise in his mind, they only made him feel worse than the worms that crawl. At midnight on February 19th, Tom Canty was drifting to sleep in his luxurious palace bed, guarded by loyal servants and surrounded by royal splendor. A happy boy. Tomorrow was his official coronation as King of England. At that exact same hour, Edward, the true king, hungry and thirsty, filthy and ragged, worn out from travel and dressed in torn clothes, his share of the riot's chaos, was squeezed among a crowd watching work crews streaming in and out of Westminster Abbey, busy as ants making final preparations for the royal coronation. Chapter 31. The Recognition Procession. When Tom Canty awoke the next morning, the air vibrated with a thunderous murmur that filled the city. Music to his ears. It meant all of England had turned out to celebrate this monumental day. Soon, Tom found himself the central figure in a magnificent floating pageant on the Thames. By ancient tradition, the recognition procession through London had to begin at the Tower, so that's where they were headed. Upon their arrival, the ancient fortress seemed to split open in 1,000 places, with red flames and white smoke pouring from every crack. A deafening explosion followed, drowning out the crowd's cheers and making the ground shake. The fireworks display repeated again and again with incredible speed, until the old tower vanished in its own smoke cloud, leaving only the white tower visible above the fog, its banners flying like a mountain peak above the clouds. Tom Canty, magnificently dressed, rode a prancing war-horse with rich trappings that nearly swept the ground. His uncle, Lord Protector Somerset, rode directly behind him. The King's Guard formed single ranks on either side, gleaming in polished armor. Behind the Protector came an endless procession of magnificent nobles with their attendants, followed by the mayor and aldermen in crimson velvet robes with gold chains across their chests. After them came officers and members of all London's guilds in rich clothing, carrying the colorful banners of their trades. Also in the procession as a special honor guard was the Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company, an organization already 300 years old at that time, and the only military unit in England with the privilege, which it still holds today, of operating independently from Parliament's orders. The spectacle was brilliant and cheered all along the route as it moved through the packed crowds. The chronicler writes, "The king, entering the city, was received by the people with prayers, welcomes, cheers, tender words, and all signs showing subjects' earnest love for their sovereign. The king, by showing his happy face to those far off and speaking kindly to those nearby, showed himself just as thankful for the people's goodwill as they were to offer it. To all who wished him well he gave thanks. To those who shouted, 'God save his grace,' he answered, 'God save you all,' and added that he thanked them with all his heart." The people were wonderfully moved by the loving responses and gestures of their king. In Fenchurch Street, a beautifully dressed child stood on a platform to welcome His Majesty to the city. The last verse of the greeting said, "Welcome, O King, as much as hearts can think. Welcome again, as much as tongues can tell. Welcome to joyful voices and hearts that will not shrink. May God preserve you, we pray, and wish you always well." The crowd burst into a happy shout, repeating what the child had said. Tom gazed out over the sea of eager faces, his heart swelling with joy. He felt that the only thing worth living for was to be a king, adored by his nation. Then, in the distance, he spotted two of his ragged friends from Awful Court. One had been his pretend admiral, the other his make-believe first lord of the bedchamber. His pride swelled even higher. Oh, if only they could recognize him. What incredible glory it would be if they realized that the mocked play king of the slums was now a real king, with dukes and princes as his servants and all of England at his feet. But he had to resist the urge. Such recognition might cost too much. So he turned away, leaving his two dirty friends to continue their cheering, unaware of whom they were praising. Every so often came the cry, "A largesse! A largesse!" and Tom would scatter handfuls of shiny new coins for the crowd to scramble after. The chronicler continues, "At the top of Gracechurch Street, in front of the Eagle sign, the city had built a magnificent arch spanning the street. Beneath it was a stage representing the king's immediate ancestors. Elizabeth of York sat amid an enormous white rose, whose petals formed elaborate ruffles around her. Beside her was Henry VII, emerging from a vast red rose in the same style. The royal couple's hands were locked together, with their wedding ring prominently displayed. From these red and white roses grew a stem reaching up to a second level, occupied by Henry VIII, emerging from a red and white rose, alongside Jane Seymour, the new king's mother. A branch sprouted from this pair, rising to a third level, where sat Edward VI himself, enthroned in royal majesty. The entire display was framed with wreaths of red and white roses. This strange and colorful spectacle so excited the joyful crowd that their cheers completely drowned out the child whose job was to explain the symbolism in verse. But Tom wasn't disappointed. This roaring approval was sweeter music to him than any poetry. Wherever Tom turned his happy young face, people recognized how perfectly his portrait resembled him in the flesh, triggering new waves of applause. The grand procession continued under one triumphal arch after another, past a dizzying succession of spectacular displays, each one celebrating some virtue or talent of the young king. Throughout Cheapside, banners and streamers hung from every window and overhang. The richest carpets, fabrics, and gold-threaded tapestries decorated the streets, samples of the great wealth inside the shops. This splendor was matched in other streets, and in some even surpassed. "And all these wonders and marvels are to welcome me. Me!" Tom murmured to himself. His cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes flashed, and his senses swam in delirious pleasure. Just as he raised his hand to throw another handful of coins, he caught sight of a pale, stunned face straining forward from the second row of the crowd, its intense eyes fixed on him. A sickening dread shot through him. He recognized his mother. Instinctively, his hand flew up, palm outward in front of his eyes, that old involuntary gesture from a forgotten time, preserved by habit. An instant later, she had pushed past the guards and was at his side. She grabbed his leg, covering it with kisses, crying, "Oh, my child, my darling!" Her face transformed with joy and love. In the same moment, a guard cursed and shoved her away, sending her stumbling back into the crowd. The words, "I don't know you, woman," were falling from Tom's lips when this pitiful scene unfolded. But seeing her treated so harshly broke his heart. As she turned for a final glimpse while the crowd swallowed her up, she looked so wounded, so heartbroken that shame washed over him, burning his pride to ashes and making his stolen royalty feel worthless. His grandeur seemed to fall away like rotten rags. The procession moved on through ever more magnificent displays and increasingly enthusiastic welcomes. But Tom noticed none of it. He neither saw nor heard. Royalty had lost its grace and sweetness. Its pomp had become a burden. Remorse ate at his heart. Would to God I were free of this captivity, he thought. He had unconsciously slipped back into the formal language of his first days as king. The shining pageant continued winding like a radiant, endless serpent through the crooked lanes of the old city and past the cheering crowds. But the king rode with bowed head and vacant eyes, seeing only his mother's face and the hurt in it. "Largesse, largesse!" the cry fell on deaf ears. "Long live Edward of England!" The shout seemed to shake the earth, but the king didn't respond. He heard it only distantly, like thunder from far away, drowned out by a closer sound in his own chest. His accusing conscience repeating those shameful words, "I don't know you, woman." The words struck his soul like funeral bells, striking the heart of a surviving friend, reminding him of secret betrayals of the deceased. New spectacles appeared at every turn, new wonders, new marvels. Cannons fired, and fresh cheers erupted from the crowds. But the king showed no reaction, hearing only the mournful voice echoing in his miserable heart. Eventually, the joy in the people's faces changed slightly, tinged with concern. The volume of applause noticeably diminished. The Lord Protector quickly noticed these changes and understood their cause. He spurred his horse to the king's side, leaned down from his saddle, removed his hat, and said, "My liege, this is no time for daydreaming. The people see your downcast head and troubled expression and take it as a bad omen. Take my advice. Let the sun of royalty shine and disperse these gloomy clouds. Lift your face and smile at your people." With that, the Duke scattered coins to the crowd and returned to his place. The king mechanically did as instructed. His smile had no warmth behind it, but few were close enough or perceptive enough to notice. As he nodded his plumed head in greeting, his gestures appeared graceful and gracious. The coins he distributed seemed generously royal. The people's anxiety vanished, and their cheers returned as loudly as before. But shortly before the procession ended, the Duke had to ride forward once more to intervene. He whispered, "O mighty sovereign, shake off these dark moods. The eyes of the world are upon you." Then he added with sharp irritation, "Curse that crazy pauper woman. She's the one who has disturbed your highness." The splendid figure turned lifeless eyes to the Duke and replied in a hollow voice, "She was my mother." "My God!" groaned the Protector as he guided his horse back to his position. "The omen was prophetic. He's lost his mind again." Chapter 32 Coronation Day. Let's step back a few hours to Westminster Abbey, at 4 in the morning on this historic day. Despite the early hour, we're not alone. The torch-lit galleries are already filling with people willing to sit for 7 or 8 hours just to witness something they might see only once, a king's coronation. All of London has been buzzing since the warning cannons boomed at 3 o'clock, and well-dressed citizens who paid good money for seats are streaming through the entrances. The hours drag painfully. All movement has stopped, as every gallery has been packed for some time. Now we can sit back and take in the scene. Through the dim cathedral light, we catch glimpses of galleries and balconies crammed with people, some areas hidden behind massive pillars. The great north transept sits empty, waiting for England's elite. At the center stands a richly carpeted platform with the throne, raised on 4 steps. Inside the throne seat is a rough stone, the Stone of Scone, where generations of Scottish kings were crowned, now considered holy enough for English monarchs too. Both throne and footstool gleam with cloth of gold. Silence hangs over everything. The torches flicker dimly as time crawls by. Finally, morning light filters in. The torches are put out, and a soft glow fills the vast space. Every feature of the magnificent building is visible now, though softened by the cloudy sunlight. At 7 o'clock, the first break in the monotony, a peeress enters the transept, dressed in magnificent splendor. An official in satin and velvet guides her to her place, while another gathers her long train and arranges it across her lap once she's seated. He positions her footstool to her liking and places her coronet where she can easily reach it when the time comes for all nobles to crown themselves. Soon, peeresses flow in like a glittering stream, with the officials darting about to seat them. The scene comes alive with movement and shifting colors. Then quiet returns as all the peeresses settle, a solid acre of human flowers in brilliant colors, sparkling with diamonds like a miniature galaxy. Women of all ages are present. Wrinkled dowagers old enough to remember Richard III's coronation, elegant middle-aged ladies, graceful young matrons, and beautiful girls with bright eyes and fresh faces who might fumble with their coronets when the moment comes, simply from excitement. But their hair has been carefully styled for the swift placement of the crowns when the signal arrives. This gathering of jewel-encrusted nobility is already impressive, but soon will be truly amazed. Around 9, the clouds suddenly part and a shaft of sunlight cuts through the air, slowly drifting across the rows of ladies. Every row it touches bursts into dazzling, multicolored fire, sending electric thrills through everyone watching. Then an envoy from some distant eastern land, walking with the foreign ambassadors, crosses this sunbeam, and we gasp, the gems crusting him from head to toe, shower light in all directions with his slightest movement. Time drifts on, 1 hour, 2 hours, 2.5, until finally deep cannon fire announces the king's arrival. The waiting crowd rejoices, knowing there will be another delay while the king prepares for the ceremony. This time passes pleasantly, as peers in their stately robes are ceremoniously guided to their seats, coronets placed within reach. The galleries buzz with excitement. Many spectators are seeing dukes, earls, and barons for the first time, names that have been legendary for 500 years. When all are seated, the spectacle is complete and unforgettable. Now the robed and mitred church leaders file onto the platform with their attendants, followed by the Lord Protector and other officials, then a steel-clad detachment of the guard. After a pause, triumphant music fills the abbey, and Tom Canty, dressed in a long robe of cloth of gold, steps onto the platform. Everyone rises for the recognition ceremony. A magnificent anthem sweeps through the abbey as Tom is led to the throne. The ancient rituals continue with impressive solemnity while the audience watches. As the ceremony nears its climax, Tom grows increasingly pale, a deep sadness settling over his remorseful heart. Finally, the Archbishop of Canterbury lifts England's crown and holds it over the trembling impostor's head. At that moment, rainbow light flashes through the transept as every noble raises a coronet, poised to crown themselves. A deep hush falls over the abbey. Then, a startling figure appears, noticed by no one until he's moving up the central aisle. It's a boy, bareheaded, poorly shod, wearing ragged commoner's clothes. He raises his hand with unexpected dignity and announces, "I forbid you to set the crown of England upon that forfeited head. I am the king." Several hands grab the boy, but Tom Canty jumps forward and cries out, "Let him go! He is the king!" Astonishment sweeps through the crowd. They rise halfway from their seats, staring in confusion at each other and at the main figures, like people unsure if they're awake or dreaming. The Lord Protector quickly recovers and exclaims, "Pay no attention to His Majesty. His illness has returned. Seize the vagabond." Guards move to obey, but Tom stamps his foot and shouts, "At your peril! Don't touch him! He is the king!" The hands drop. Paralysis grips the assembly. No one moves or speaks, uncertain what to do in such a bizarre situation. While everyone stands frozen, the ragged boy walks steadily forward, head high, confident. Before anyone can react, he steps onto the platform. Tom runs to meet him, falls to his knees and says, "My lord the king, let poor Tom Canty be the first to swear loyalty to you and say, 'Put on your crown and take back what's yours.'" The Lord Protector stares hard at the newcomer, but his stern expression quickly shifts to surprise. The same happens with all the great officers. They glance at each other and step back unconsciously. Each thinks the same thing. What an uncanny resemblance. The Lord Protector, bewildered, says respectfully, "If I may, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions." "I'll answer them, my lord." The Duke questions him about the court, the late king, the prince, the princesses. The boy answers everything correctly, without hesitation. He describes the palace's staterooms, the late king's apartments, and those of the Prince of Wales. It's strange, wonderful, inexplicable. The tide begins to turn, and Tom's hopes rise, until the Lord Protector shakes his head and says, "It's remarkable, but our lord the king can do this too." This reference to himself as still being king saddens Tom as he feels his hopes crumbling. These aren't proof, adds the protector. The tide turns rapidly now, but in the wrong direction, stranding Tom on the throne while sweeping the other boy away. The Lord Protector thinks to himself, "This is dangerous for the state. Such a riddle could divide the nation and undermine the throne." He turns and says, "Sir Thomas, arrest this." "No, wait." His face brightens as he confronts the ragged candidate. "Where is the Great Seal?" "Answer truly, and the riddle is solved, for only the true Prince of Wales can answer this. On such a small thing hangs the fate of a throne and dynasty." It was a brilliant idea. The officials silently show their approval, with quick glances. Yes, only the true prince could solve the mystery of the missing Great Seal. This poor impostor might have been coached well, but his teaching would fail here. Even his teacher couldn't answer that. They smile inwardly with satisfaction, expecting to see the boy collapse in guilty confusion. How surprised they are when he answers promptly and confidently, "There's nothing difficult about this riddle." Then, without asking anyone's permission, he turns and commands, "My Lord St. John, go to my private cabinet in the palace. No one knows it better than you." Close to the floor on the left corner, farthest from the door to the antechamber, you'll find a brass nail head in the wall. Press it, and a little jewel closet will open that even you don't know about. No one does except me and the craftsman who made it. The first thing you'll see is the Great Seal. Bring it here." Everyone stands amazed at this speech, even more astonished to see the little beggar confidently select this peer, call him by name, and speak as if he'd known him all his life. The peer almost obeys automatically. He starts to go, then catches himself and blushes at his mistake. Tom Canty turns to him sharply and says, "Why do you hesitate? Didn't you hear the king's command? Go." Lord St. John bows deeply, carefully directed at a neutral point between the two kings, and leaves. Now a subtle shift begins among the officials gathered there, slow, almost imperceptible, but steady. Like a turning kaleidoscope, where one pattern dissolves into another, the glittering crowd around Tom Canty gradually drifts away and clusters around the newcomer. Tom stands nearly alone. After a brief period of tense waiting, even the few remaining supporters near Tom gather enough courage to slip over to the majority. At last, Tom Canty stands completely alone in his royal robes and jewels, isolated from the world. Lord St. John returns. As he walks up the central aisle, the interest is so intense that conversation dies. Profound silence falls, broken only by his footsteps. Every eye follows him. He reaches the platform, pauses, then approaches Tom Canty with a deep bow and says, "Sire, the seal is not there." The remaining courtiers scatter from the shabby claimant, faster than people fleeing a plague victim. In seconds, he stands completely alone, a target for scornful, angry looks. The Lord Protector shouts, "Throw this beggar into the street and whip him through town. The worthless fraud deserves no further consideration." Guards step forward, but Tom Canty waves them back, saying, "Stay back! Anyone who touches him risks their life." The Lord Protector is thoroughly confused. He turns to Lord St. John. "Did you search thoroughly? It seems impossible that something as large as England's seal, a massive gold disc, could vanish without a trace." Tom Canty's eyes suddenly light up. "Wait, that's enough. Was it round and thick with letters and designs engraved on it? Then I know what this Great Seal is that's caused such a fuss. If you described it, you could have had it 3 weeks ago. I know exactly where it is, but I wasn't the one who put it there first." "Who was it, my liege?" asks the Lord Protector. "The man standing there, the rightful King of England. He'll tell you himself where it is. Then you'll believe he knew it all along. Think back, my king. It was the very last thing you did before rushing from the palace in my rags to punish the soldier who insulted me." Silence falls. All eyes turn to the newcomer, who stands with bowed head and furrowed brow, searching his memory for one elusive fact that would win him a throne or, if unfound, leave him a pauper forever. Moments pass and build into minutes. Still, the boy struggles silently, showing no sign of success. Finally, he sighs, shakes his head, and says with trembling lips, "I remember everything else, but the seal isn't part of it." He pauses, then adds with quiet dignity, "My lords, if you'll take away what rightfully belongs to your sovereign because he cannot provide this evidence, I cannot stop you." "But—" "Oh no, don't give up," cries Tom Canty in panic. "Wait, think, the answer's there. Listen to me. I'll bring back that morning exactly as it happened. We talked about my sisters, Nan and Bet, remember? And my old grandmother, and the rough games the boys played in Awful Court. You gave me food and drink and kindly sent away the servants, so my common ways wouldn't embarrass me. Remember all that?" As Tom lists these details, the other boy nods in recognition. The officials and audience stare in bewilderment. The story sounds like truth, but how could a prince and a beggar boy have ever met? As a joke, we exchanged clothes. Then we stood before a mirror, and were so alike that we both said it seemed like nothing had changed. Then you noticed the soldier had hurt my hand. Look, I still can't write with it. My fingers are too stiff. You jumped up, swearing to punish that soldier, and ran toward the door. You passed a table where that thing they call the seal was sitting. You snatched it up and looked for a place to hide it. Your eye caught sight of— "That's it, thank God," the ragged claimant cries out excitedly. "Go to the Milanese armor hanging on the wall, Lord St. John. You'll find the seal in one of the arm pieces." "Right, my king," exclaims Tom Canty. "Now the scepter of England is truly yours. Anyone who disputes it had better have been born mute. Hurry, Lord St. John." The entire assembly jumps to its feet, nearly mad with anxiety and excitement. A deafening buzz of conversation erupts. For minutes, no one hears or understands anything beyond what they're shouting to their neighbors. Time passes unnoticed until suddenly a hush falls, and Lord St. John appears on the platform, holding the great seal aloft. Then an enormous cheer rises. "Long live the true king!" For 5 full minutes, the air shakes with shouts and music, while a storm of waving handkerchiefs fills the space. Through it all, a ragged boy, now the most conspicuous figure in England, stands flushed with happiness and pride at the center of the platform, surrounded by kneeling nobility. Then everyone rises, and Tom Canty cries out, "Now, my king, take back these royal clothes and give poor Tom his rags again." The Lord Protector declares, "Strip this little fraud and throw him in the tower." But the new king, the true king, says, "I won't allow it. If not for him, I wouldn't have regained my crown. No one shall harm him. And as for you, my uncle, Lord Protector, this behavior is ungrateful toward this boy. I hear he made you a duke, though he wasn't a real king. So what's your fine title worth now? Tomorrow you'll ask me through him to confirm it, or you'll remain a simple earl, not a duke." Chastened, the Duke of Somerset steps back. The king turns to Tom and asks kindly, "My poor boy, how did you remember where I hid the seal when I couldn't remember it myself?" "That was easy, sire, because I used it many times." "Used it? Yet couldn't explain where it was?" "I didn't know that's what they wanted." "They didn't describe it, your majesty." "Then how did you use it?" Tom's cheeks redden, and he looks down in silence. "Don't be afraid. Speak up," says the king. "How did you use England's great seal?" Tom stammers in embarrassment, then blurts out, "To crack nuts." The laughter that erupts nearly knocks poor Tom off his feet. If anyone still doubted that Tom Canty wasn't the real king, this answer eliminated that doubt completely. Meanwhile, the royal robe has been transferred from Tom's shoulders to the king's, hiding his rags. The coronation ceremony resumes. The true king is anointed and crowned while cannons thunder the news across London, which seems to shake with applause. Chapter 3:3. Edward as king. Miles Hendon looked rough enough before getting caught in the riot on London Bridge. He looked even worse after. He had little money going in and none coming out. The pickpockets had cleaned him out. But that didn't matter as long as he found his boy. Being a soldier, he approached his task methodically, planning his campaign carefully. What would the boy naturally do? Where would he go? Miles reasoned he'd return to familiar places. That's the instinct of troubled minds, both sound and unsound, when homeless and abandoned. But where were those familiar places? The boy's rags, plus the nasty character who claimed to be his father, suggested he came from one of London's poorest districts. Would finding him be difficult or time-consuming? Probably not. Instead of hunting specifically for the boy, Miles would look for crowds. Sooner or later, he'd find his little friend in the middle of a gathering, where people would be taunting the poor kid as he proclaimed himself king, as usual. Then Miles would rough up a few of those tormentors, rescue his ward, comfort him with kind words, and they'd never be separated again. So Miles began his search. Hour after hour, he tramped through alleys and slums, finding plenty of crowds but no sign of the boy. This surprised him, but didn't discourage him. His plan seemed solid. The only miscalculation was that the search was taking longer than expected. By dawn, he'd covered many miles and checked countless gatherings. His only reward was exhaustion, hunger, and sleepiness. He wanted breakfast, but had no way to get it. Begging never occurred to him, and he'd sooner part with his honor than pawn his sword. He could spare some clothes, but who would buy rags? By noon, he was still walking, now following the royal procession, figuring the spectacle would attract his little lunatic. He followed the pageant through its winding route to Westminster Abbey. He drifted through the crowds gathered near the Abbey for hours, confused and frustrated. Finally, he wandered off, trying to improve his plan. When he came back to his senses, he found himself far from town as evening approached. He was in an area of fine country estates, not the kind of place welcoming to someone dressed like him. It wasn't cold, so he stretched out under a hedge to rest and think. Drowsiness crept over him. In the distance, he heard the faint boom of cannons and thought, "The new king is crowned," before falling asleep. He hadn't slept in over 30 hours and didn't wake until mid-morning the next day. He got up stiff, sore, and famished. He washed in the river, drank some water to quiet his stomach, and trudged toward Westminster, annoyed at himself for wasting time. Hunger gave him a new idea. He tried to speak with old Sir Humphrey Marlowe and borrow some money. That was enough of a plan for now. He could expand it after completing this first step. By 11 o'clock, he approached the palace. Though surrounded by finely dressed people moving in the same direction, his appearance made him stand out. He watched the faces carefully, hoping to find someone kind enough to carry his name to the old lieutenant. Getting into the palace himself was out of the question. Soon, the whipping boy passed him, then turned back to study him carefully, thinking, "If that's not the very vagabond His Majesty is so worried about, then I'm a fool. He matches the description perfectly. God wouldn't make two such alike. That would be wasting miracles. I wish I had an excuse to speak with him." Miles Hendon saved him the trouble. Feeling someone staring, he turned around, noticed the boy's interest, and approached him. "You've just come from the palace. Do you work there?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know Sir Humphrey Marlowe?" The boy started and thought, "My old departed father," then said aloud, "Very well, sir." "Excellent. Is he inside?" "Yes," said the boy, adding silently, "in his grave." "Could you take my name to him? I need a word with him." "I'll do it gladly, sir." "Then say Miles Hendon, son of Sir Richard, is here. I'd be very grateful, my good lad." The boy looked disappointed. The king didn't name him so, he thought. But it doesn't matter. This must be his twin brother who can give His Majesty news of the other one. So he said to Miles, "Step in here and wait, good sir, while I bring word." Hendon went to the indicated spot, a recess in the palace wall with a stone bench, a shelter for sentries in bad weather. He had barely sat down when some guards led by an officer passed by. The officer spotted him, halted his men, and ordered Hendon to come out. He obeyed and was promptly arrested as a suspicious character lurking around the palace. Things looked bad. Poor Miles tried to explain, but the officer silenced him and ordered his men to disarm and search him. "God grant they find something," said Miles. "I've searched everywhere and failed, but my need is greater than theirs." They found only a document. The officer opened it, and Hendon smiled when he recognized the childish handwriting of his lost friend. The officer's face darkened as he read it, and Miles turned pale as he listened. "Another crown claimant," cried the officer. "They multiply like rabbits today. Seize him, men, and hold him tight while I take this paper to the king." He hurried away, leaving Miles in the guard's grip. "Now my bad luck is complete," muttered Hendon. "I'll surely hang because of that writing. And what will happen to my poor boy, only God knows." Soon the officer returned in a great hurry. Miles gathered his courage, preparing to face his fate like a man. The officer ordered the guards to release the prisoner and return his sword, then bowed respectfully and said, "Please follow me, sir." Hendon followed, thinking, "If I weren't heading to judgment, I'd strangle this man for his false courtesy." They crossed a busy courtyard and reached the palace's main entrance, where the officer, with another bow, handed Hendon over to a magnificent official who received him with profound respect. This man led him through a great hall lined with bowing servants, who secretly laughed at Hendon's scarecrow appearance once his back was turned, up a broad staircase past crowds of fine people, and finally into an enormous room. The official cleared a path through the assembled nobility of England, then bowed, reminded Hendon to remove his hat, and left him standing in the center of the room, the focus of every eye, receiving indignant frowns and amused smiles. Miles was completely bewildered. The young king sat under a canopy 5 steps away, head bent slightly, speaking with the duke. Hendon thought how hard it was to be sentenced to death in your prime, with this public humiliation added. He wished the king would hurry. Some of the fancy people nearby were becoming offensive. Just then, the king raised his head slightly, and Hendon caught a good look at his face. The sight nearly took his breath away. He stood frozen, staring, then muttered, "The lord of the kingdom of dreams and shadows on his throne." He gazed in wonder, then looked around at the gorgeous crowd and splendid room, murmuring, "But these are real. Surely this isn't a dream." He stared at the king again, thinking, "Is this a dream? Or is he truly England's king? Not the poor, friendless Tom, I thought. Who can solve this riddle?" A sudden idea struck him. He grabbed a chair, brought it over, planted it on the floor, and sat down. An indignant buzz erupted. Someone grabbed him roughly, saying, "Get up, you ill-mannered clown. Would you sit in the king's presence?" The commotion caught the king's attention. He stretched out his hand and called, "Don't touch him. It's his right." The crowd fell back, stunned. The king continued, "Know this, ladies and gentlemen. This is my loyal and beloved servant, Miles Hendon, who saved his prince from harm and possible death with his sword. For this, he is now a knight by the king's command. Also, for a greater service, taking stripes and shame upon himself to spare his sovereign, he is a peer of England, Earl of Kent, and shall have gold and lands fitting his rank. The privilege he just exercised is his by royal grant. We have decreed that the heads of his family line shall have and hold the right to sit in the presence of England's monarch from now on, generation after generation, as long as the crown endures. Leave him be." 2 people who had just arrived 5 minutes earlier stood listening to these words, looking from the king to the scarecrow and back again in bewilderment. These were Sir Hugh and Lady Edith. But the new earl didn't notice them. He was still staring at the king in a daze, muttering, "This is my pauper, my lunatic. This is the one I wanted to impress with my 70-room house and 27 servants. This is the boy who never knew anything but rags for clothes, kicks for comfort, and garbage for food. This is the one I adopted and wanted to make respectable. I wish I had a bag to hide my head in." Then his manners returned. He dropped to his knees, placed his hands between the king's, and swore allegiance and homage for his lands and titles. Then he rose and stood respectfully aside, still the center of attention and much envy. Now the king spotted Sir Hugh and spoke in a wrathful voice, "Strip this thief of his false identity and stolen estates, and lock him up until I need him." The former Sir Hugh was led away. There was movement at the other end of the room. The crowd parted, and Tom Canty, richly but simply dressed, marched down between these human walls, preceded by an usher. He knelt before the king, who said, "I've heard the story of these past weeks and am pleased with you. You've governed with true royal gentleness and mercy. You've found your mother and sisters? Good. They will be cared for, and your father shall hang, if you wish, and the law allows. Know this, all who hear me. From today, those who live in Christ's hospital and receive the king's charity shall have their minds and hearts fed as well as their bodies. This boy shall live there and hold the highest position among its governors for life. And because he has been a king, he deserves special honor. Note his state dress. By it he shall be known, and none shall copy it. Wherever he goes, it will remind people that he was once royal, and all shall show him proper respect. He has the throne's protection, the crown's support, and shall be known by the honorable title of the king's ward." The proud and happy Tom Canty rose, kissed the king's hand, and was led away. He didn't waste time but ran straight to his mother to share the wonderful news with her, Nan, and Bet. Conclusion: Justice and Retribution. When all mysteries were cleared up, Hugh Hendon confessed that he had forced his wife to reject Miles that day at Hendon Hall, threatening to kill her if she didn't deny Miles was who he claimed to be. She had replied, "Take my life then," not valuing it if she had to lie. The husband then said he'd spare her, but have Miles killed. That changed everything, so she gave her word and kept it. He wasn't prosecuted for his threats or for stealing his brother's estates and title because his wife and brother wouldn't testify against him, and she wouldn't have been allowed to anyway. Hugh abandoned his wife and fled to continental Europe, where he soon died. Eventually, the Earl of Kent married his widow. There were grand celebrations in Hendon village when the couple made their first visit to the hall. Tom Canty's father was never heard from again. The king found the farmer, who had been branded and sold as a slave, rescued him from the ruffler's gang, and set him up with an honest living. He also freed the old lawyer from prison and canceled his fine. He provided good homes for the daughters of the 2 Baptist women he had seen burned at the stake, and punished the official who had wrongfully whipped Miles Hendon. He saved from hanging the boy who had captured the stray falcon, and the woman who had stolen cloth from a weaver, but was too late to save the man convicted of killing a deer in the royal forest. He showed favor to the justice who had pitied him when he was accused of stealing a pig, and had the satisfaction of seeing that man become greatly respected. As long as the king lived, he loved telling the story of his adventures, from the moment the guard cuffed him away from the palace gate to when he hid in the confessor's tomb in the abbey, nearly missing his own coronation. He said that retelling this lesson kept him committed to making his people's lives better, and as long as he lived, he would continue sharing the story to keep his compassion strong. Miles Hendon and Tom Canty remained the king's favorites throughout his brief reign, and mourned sincerely when he died. The good Earl of Kent used his special sitting privilege only twice more, once when Queen Mary took the throne, and once when Queen Elizabeth became queen. One of his descendants used it when James I was crowned. Before this man's son could exercise the privilege, nearly 25 years passed, and most people had forgotten about the, quote, privilege of the Kents. So when that Kent appeared before Charles I and his court and sat down in the sovereign's presence, it caused quite a stir. But the matter was quickly explained, and the right confirmed. The last Earl of the line died fighting for the king in the Commonwealth Wars, and the unusual privilege ended with him. Tom Canty lived to be very old, a handsome white-haired gentleman with a dignified, kind face. Throughout his life, he was honored and respected. His distinctive costume reminded people that, in his time, he had been royal. Wherever he went, crowds parted for him, whispering, "Take off your hat, it's the king's ward." They valued his friendly smile in return, for his was an honorable story. King Edward VI lived only a few years, poor boy, but he lived them well. More than once, when some noble argued against his merciful reforms, claiming that some harsh law was gentle enough and caused no significant suffering, the young king would turn his sad, compassionate eyes on them and answer, "What do you know of suffering and oppression? My people and I know, but not you." Edward's reign was remarkably merciful for those harsh times. As we bid him farewell, let's remember this to his credit.